Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the show. I'm happy you are watching. This is Mtembe TV, your favorite open forum political discussion show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. And come to tell, there is a lot taking place today. William Ruto, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, is at it again, claiming that his roles were taken away from him, and that is why the port was transferred from Mombasa to Naivasha. Do you believe this man, or what is it? Where was he? William Ruto sits in the cabinet. Decisions for the government are made in the cabinet. Who does this man take Kenyans for? Are we all this, uninformed to an extent that he believes that what he says is final, or what? Well, let's get down to talking. The master of doublespeak today, we will get to the bottom line of all that he has said and changed along his political pursuit. And of course, it is official from the horse's mouth. Mudavadi himself promises not to ask for 70%. He's going to deliver 90% of the Western vote. Is that attainable? Is that imaginable? Well, let's find out whether one Mudavadi is able to deliver 90% to Kenya Kwanza. Interesting days, interesting time. Baba is in Western. He started his tour, 4-day tour in VIHIGA, and all was flowing. People pledging their allegiance and commitment to the Azimio la Umoja Brigade. Well, let's get to know what exactly happened, and is this the ticket or what? KARUA was in Garissa, so things are falling in place. Things are looking up for this particular ticket, I believe. Let's get talking. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it. Allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio. You will be in this space for us to get talking. Interesting times to be in Kenya. Let the best man win. But this one, very surprising moments. Tatu Juma, karibu kwa show. Hello to you. Alum, asante sana. He said we have a new county for us, Luyas, Treasury County. Thank you so much. Kuna Washira Mpenda Kristo. Karibu sana, tunashukuru. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much. Boy child ule moja. Mujamo. Which one is that? You are mixing me up. It's okay, it's okay. Meryl, thank you so much. Gladys Nyachai, asante sana. Jackton Ogutu, welcome. Naomi Rono, karibu kwa show. Godfrey Msieba, karibu kwa show. Kipkeno Koskei, karibu kwa show. Nancy Humble, thank you so much. Valentine Jemu Jemtai, karibu kwa show. Kuna Ivu Charles Ivu, karibu kwa show. Kuna of course Naboro Ocheng. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much. And those of you that are joining, if you're able to get us, please make sure you invite 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people to join. Share the link with all your WhatsApp group friends and all your Facebook friends. Let the whole world tune to Mtembe TV. Let's have a great night together discussing the politics, the twist thereof, the changes, the doublespeak, the change of tune, and the dance keeps on going and going, songs changing, and it's like nobody is relenting. Kalonzo is at it again, submitted papers for presidential bid. There is a lot happening. I want to know what you think and feel about the same. This is Kenya. Our responsibility is to see to it that every Kenyan makes an informed decision based on right information. Thank you so much. Romians, how are you?
I'm very fine, Bernard. How are you?
I'm well. You went to listen to the ground, and what happened?
The
Did
Tower
the
of
ground
Babel.
swallow you?
Oh, yeah. I was never swallowed. I was just carrying out some critical investigation. Now I have
Okay.
tangible evidence that I have the tangible evidence that the, the
Yeah.
the the Tower of Babel
Yeah.
that was initially constructed, it was built using raw mud. Now it is now melting, not even collapsing. Okay, thank you so much for everyone. Let me contribute. I'll just be very brief. When it comes to master of double speak, that is we are used to. And initially we discussed this thing, and we used to say that if there is only truth, the only truth that deputy president can say is lies. The only truth that the UDA and Kenya Kwanza people speak are lies. So that's the only thing we can hear from them. So we do not expect anything from them because they are those people who forget so easily. For Mudavadi, Bernard, I saw what happened in Western, and I just pity my leader. Okay, let me say one of our leaders because I heard some people even speaking in Luya pitying him because the welcoming was not that of a son of the land. But today Baba has a stamped authority in VIHIGA, and we saw it right away from his home, and he showed that actually is far much away. 90% from Davadi, I think, is a dream game. Maybe it is a 0.00009%. That is what he's expecting, because sometimes we used to read the Kaya za Bunuwasi na kuna vitu vingine ambavyo ni vituko. Hii mambo ya Kenya Kwanza ni kucheka tu, but they are also adding us life because wakifanya hivyo vituko vyao ndio tunazidi kucheka. So Musalia Mudavadi should not be telling. In fact, he has no moral authority to stand before people and tell them that he is going to deliver 90%. Which 90%? Maybe in a dream that is possible. But what I saw today with Vihiga County, the movement, the caravan of Azimio, that is a dream. Baba did it right, Bernard, by choosing Mother Karua. There's a confusion in Kenya Kwanza. While Mother Karua is campaigning on the other side, Kenya Kwanza are following her, forgetting that there's other soldiers who are marching and fighting for fighting the battle in a different way. So they keep on trying to monitor Mother Karua, forgetting to campaign. Today, Bernard, we had Rigathi Gachagua in Nandi Hills. I happened to attend the rally and I saw. In fact, that there's just confusion in that movement. As much as this is the solid ground of deputy president, but people were not happy. And I heard some people saying that this person has no leadership in him. So he does not qualify to be that position. So if the sons of the land or the son of the soil can speak and say that the deputy president failed, now we see that they are nowhere that they are going. A, a coastal trip for Kenya Kwanza, I've also seen what happened with this lady called this Malindi MP. What happened was so haikufurahisha. When somebody called people umbwa, that is something that is shameful. And you see, the other time they were laughing Azimio. Wow, now it is within them. So they are just getting confused every day, and they'll get confused until the end. What they need to know is that Baba is master of politics, and nobody can beat Baba. When you think today, Baba is thinking 3 years ahead of you. So I pity these people, but let's just pray for them so that they're in school, they're in class, they're learning. So in future they'll become good leaders. Thank you.
In future, they've become good leaders. A very good
Yeah.
place to end. Thank you so much, Romians. We look forward to interact further. I appreciate all of you that are joining on all our platforms, that is Facebook and YouTube. Please, we encourage you to invite as many as possible to join into the discourse. This is one show that lasts as long as it can last. 8 hours of discussing politics. And so if you join and you find the studio is full, keep trying until you get in. Air what is on your heart. Let the world know that you understand what is happening and you're ready to make a right decision based on available information in choosing the leader you want to be in charge of this great country come 9th August 2022. We'll play one video and then Mr. Wangira can come in. Thank you so much. Mind your languages. Susan Akinyi, mind your language. If you don't take care of your language, your stay here is going to be very short-lived. No calling of names to anybody, no insulting anybody. We all met here. Let's respect each other. Those of you on the screen, make sure you keep your mic mute. You can't have your mic on and you stay on the screen. You're creating confusion by providing a feedback. Well, let's get this video.
An inland cargo depot in this county, just down the road in Naivasha, will transform Nakuru into the logistic hub of the greater North Rift. It will also expedite transport of people and goods by reducing costs and delays. The government is keen to collaborate with counties in such visionary and transformative strategies.
Mimi nataka niwaambie watu wa Mombasa, hiyo reli ndio itafungua Mombasa hii na tutairudisha. Ile port wameipeleka mpaka kule Naivasha, tutairudisha irudi hapa Mombasa na ifaidi watu wa Mombasa.
Which one is official? Which one is, by the way, which one is which? Our deputy president on the hot seat today, Mr. Wangira.
How are you, Bernard?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm doing fine. How is Steve?
Steve yuko poa, anakaa poa.
Dennis?
Huyu Dennis ako sawa. We ofisa, endelea okoa muda.
Bernard, master of doublespeak. Bernard, I think I cannot agree with you more. Because if there is any master of doublespeak in the Republic of Kenya, that gentleman is called William Samoei Ruto. You know, there's a clip, I watched it somewhere, I don't know whether I can be in a position to retrieve it, where sometimes back, you know, you remember that time when Joho was so vocal about the port of Mombasa. William Samoei Ruto said that it was only a madman who could imagine that the Indian Ocean could be relocated from Mombasa to Naivasha. There was that clip where he said that it's only a madman who can say that the Indian Ocean can be relocated from Mombasa to Naivasha. And what are we hearing from him today? Today is purporting that, you know, they took away his responsibilities and then committed they committed crimes against humanity or the people of Mombasa by removing the port from Mombasa to Naivasha. Then if you listen to this guy called William Samoei Ruto, then you wonder which is which. The other time he was telling us that, you know, it was only a madman, you know, who could say that the port could be relocated from Mombasa to Naivasha. Today he's telling us that, you know, they took away his responsibility and took advantage of that particular issue now to remove the port from Mombasa to Naivasha. You see. So listening to him, we can all we can do is to describe him as the master of doublespeak, Bernard. And luckily, as William Ruto himself always says, unajua Kenya ina upungufu wa wajinga, Bernard. Kenya kuna upungufu wa wajinga. Kenyans are not fools, Kenyans can analyze and they can distinguish, what is the truth and what is false, what is being populist and what is the reality, Bernard. So, to me, to the people of Mombasa, Bernard, I tend to think that they are not amused when they are listening to William Samoei Ruto. And again, as we brand him the master of double speak, Bernard, we need also to brand him as the guy who is holding record of being gifted with land wherever he's going. He's a guy who has told the people of Kenya that President Moi gifted him with land in Eldoret, and he sold that land. Sorry, and he sold that land to buy his first car. This is the guy who has told us that he was gifted the Muteshi land, Bernard. He's the same guy who has told us that the land where Western Hotel stands today, that was formerly owned by the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, was gifted to him, Bernard. The 9,000-acre Murumbi land in Krigoris, Bernard, he has always been telling us that he was gifted. And yesterday he told us that Criticals, the former MP for Taveta, gifted him with 2,500 acres of land. Bernard had been in Taveta personally on government assignment. The Kibaki government appointed me as a member of the National Consultative Committee, and we moved around this country, Bernard. In fact, I was a reporter, and I still have some of the records in my bedroom of the raw details of everything that we are collecting wherever we were going to. And when we went to Taveta, the bigger issue in Taveta was the issue of land. And the issue of land was in regard to this guy who is called Criticals. So if Criticals could not gift more than 4,000 squatters who are today living on his land, then how come that he managed to gift William Samoei Ruto with 2,500 acres, Bernard? And even if he gifted William Samoei Ruto tells us that anajali maslahi ya wale watu wadogo wadogo. And the real watu wadogo are the squatters in Taita Taveta, Bernard. I've been to Taita Taveta on government assignment there. And if you go there, especially in that area of Taveta, you'll discover that on the other side is Savo National Park, Bernard. Then there's Lake Jipe, there's Lake Chalo. Then the other side, niyo shamba ilikuwa ya makonge ya Criticals, Bernard. Then on the other side, you go to Moshi. As you go to Holili, then as you go to Moshi in Tanzania, Bernard. And the majority of people in that area are squatters, Bernard. Even that town called Taveta is a very small town, Bernard. Very small, because it is squeezed, Bernard. So I don't understand how Criticals can just see it sensible to give to William Ruto and not give to the 4,000 squatters who are living on that land, Bernard. You see, it does not make sense. And this is the gentleman who is telling us that he's going to solve the land issue in the coast. How are you going to solve the land issue at the coast when you alone have taken away 2,500 acres, Bernard? If I was William Ruto, perhaps I could have taken 500, then decided to give the 2,000 acres to the squatters in Taita Taveta. But imagine he has taken it entirely, 2,500, and he's even bragging that unajua hapa Mata, pia mimi ni mzee wa hapa Mata. After having taken 2,500 acres in a place where people hardly own 1 acre, Bernard. As I conclude, Bernard, for a long time, there was this talk that the Jubilee candidates in Mount Kenya were not putting the Raila's image on their posters. But funnily today, I understand that Cleophas Malala has also decided to drop William Samoei Ruto's image from his posters. And that just tells you one thing, that nobody in Western Kenya wants to see that image of William Samoei Ruto. And Malala, having read what is on the ground, he has discovered that perhaps if he has to survive, Bernard, he has to remove that particular poster that particular image that belongs to William Ruto from his poster, Bernard. Wacha niwachie hapo and I allow somebody else to come in. Asante.
Okay, asante sana bwana Wangira. Inaonekana yeye ndio ako na upako wa kupewa zawadi za mashamba. Sijui atatuwekelea mikono na sisi tupate mashamba ama itakuwa vipi, kwa sababu hii anointing inakaa iko powerful sana. Yaani ukifika tu unapewa 1000 kadhaa ya mashamba. Mungu atatusaidia. Stephen, karibu namna gani?
Yes, good evening, Bernard, and my fellow panelists. I want to take note with the master of doublespeak. Yeah, it's becoming serious now. Yeah, huyu bwana vitu anaongea asubuhi, jioni anaongea vitu tu tofauti. It's clear that this guy is unfit for the highest office in the land. Kenyans will be committing a very big mistake to vote for this guy to lead this country. No, this guy doesn't deserve that office. The doublespeak in him is just on another level. Huyu bwana anatisha. I don't think we deserve him as a president of this country. It's just a mistake how he ended up being a vice president, and let's end at that. He doesn't deserve anything further from there. I think we should just do away with him. On August, we vote wisely. We forget about him and move on as a country with people who have interest of this country's at heart, people who are genuine, people who don't double speak, people who know what they talk in the morning. They are consistent with the same thing. They can talk 3 days, 4 days to come, but the inconsistency with the deputy president is just sickening, you know. I wonder how he convinces his followers. I don't know what these people who follow him, who campaign for him, where are his advisors? Surely, is this man is he unleashed, you know, to just destroy himself, you know? Maybe it's a blessing in disguise because the double speak is just on another level, you know. I don't understand what's happening with him, but I think it's the best thing happening with him. Let him continue like that. Wacha aende paka aseme mama bibi yake si bibi yake. Wacha tu aendelee kujiharibu mwenyewe as we gain on our side. Okay, the other thing I want to take note is about the Mudavadi. I watched a video, I don't know, it was Quisero somewhere where he was on top of a car with the other guy, huyo tuma na kutolea huyo. They were on top of a car. So it's just, there's no interest from anybody, you know. It's just cold. There's no even reception, you know. Hii 90% huyu jamaa atatoa wapi? Surely Mudavadi is just somebody who should check in Madare mental hospital as soon as possible, because he's living in denial. He's living in another world. It's not possible. It will never be possible in this country. Not today, not tomorrow. As long as Raila Odinga is alive, as long as Raila Odinga keeps fighting for this country, Western Kenya will never vote against him. Come what may, it will never happen. It's high time wajue kuwa he's just doing nothing, you know. He'll never get even 10%. I'm sure about that. We'll come back here after the voting and we'll discuss the same matters. 10% in Western will not happen. I'm sure about that. It will never happen, because now even Malala has realized that I'm putting a portrait of somebody who has these words in the morning, in the evening has other words. So how will even the Western people be convinced that the CS position is there? Because today he speaks this, tomorrow he speaks that, you know. I think he's destroying himself, and Mudavadi and the Papa Waroma, these guys have lost it. They are done political, they are done. I'm even wondering if Watengola is going to retain his senatorial seat. If somebody serious comes from Azimio, I think he's going to lose it, because people have lost interest with them. They have been seen for whom they are, you see. So it's so sad to see that they stand somewhere and say that we'll get 90%. Itatoka wapi? Hii Kenya itatoka wapi? Unless somebody, the first guy who spoke 0.099%, hiyo atapata, lakini 90 si leo si kesho. Okay, nikirudi hapa nyumbani sasa, nimeona vituko leo. Mama Kiuno bwana anaita watu maumbwa bwana. Huyu mama ako na vituko. Hizi vitu wanatumia hawa jamaa. Kama si glue basi ni ile ingine nzito ile. Kuna vitu hao wanatumia before watoke kwa hizi mikutano zao. Hizi vitu wanatumia ni mzuri. Waendelee kutumia. Tusiwaambie wasitumie, waendelee kutumia. We really need that confusion, you know? We need that confusion, we need that infighting. We need their real characters to come out to the public, you know, so that the voters can see them who they are. You see? It's so happy what they are doing. Let them continue on the distraction part. Let's not interfere with them. Let them continue on that mpaka tarehe 9 tumalizane na wao, tusafishe nchi yetu, tuendelee mbele kama nchi ya usafi, nchi ya ukweli na usawa. Asante Ben, nitamalizia hapo.
Okay, asante sana bwana Stephen, tusonge mbele. Wayne Paul, namna gani?
Niko salama sana Mr. Bernard, how are you?
Niko salama nashukuru.
Yeah, I'm just hearing here. I'm in a opposition party here. I can see everyone is Azimio here. But my point is, I'm in Kenya Kwanza.
Tell us.
Yeah, now my point is here. If you see the popularity of William Ruto is very high, the chances of him and the popularity, the skill that he have in election that he's doing is something that is very high, which is you cannot compare the vote that William Ruto have. For instance, if Ruto captures the central peoples and the Rift Valley, he just needs half of the western votes where he can capture. That's why he's sending the Akina Mudavadi and the Papa Roma in those sites. In other sites, he can share some parts where he can send the Akina, the deputy president, the deputy president of him in those Rift Valley areas. In other area, this politician will never tell you everything which is good in which by. There's no that a politician can tell you the truth. Even if you see the other side of Raila is just promising about the 6,000 money in the people's the mama what they are all the mamas or what. There's no that is going to when for instance he picks the election of the August. There's no way that the account, it can account of that money that people can get those. If you do the summation of the money that is speaking that everyone will get that 6K, that is a lie. One thing. Okay, one thing I know, Raila will never compete with Ruto. In 2007, Ruto is the one who gave Raila the votes, who made him to have more votes in it, the popularity of it. If you look at the constitution that Ruto didn't want about when Kibaki was in the president, he mobilized the 70% of the Rift Valley voted for no. In the other side, you cannot compare the political, the scientists of the politics that Ruto is having to popularize the peoples, which by now for instance you see centrals. I know they can campaign all there, but one thing, let me ask you, do you think that Mother KARUA can bring votes from Central to Raila? That's a big lie, one thing of it. Can you put Mother KARUA wanted to be a governor? So if you put the structure about Mother KARUA and Anne Waiguru is more political, and the political of Anne Waiguru is higher to compare to Mother KARUA. Mother KARUA is the term that is working in a political whereby there's no way that it can compete with that. So the running mate of Raila will always lose and automatically and put this the nearest bank. Mother KARUA cannot bring a lot of votes to Raila. And I know that, and I put that, and that is my end of the topic. And if someone is going to second me, I respect that. Thank you, Mr. Bernard.
I will not second you. I will question you. I tried so hard to resist questioning you. Now let's go back to historical facts. Okay? How many times has William Ruto run for president?
Chances of William Ruto.
How many times has he ever run for presidency in Kenya?
I'm talking in Kenya. One. This is the first time that he's running.
This is the first time.
Yeah.
Good. And when he rallied the country against the constitution, what percentage of voters voted no in the referendum of 2010?
Okay, when we talk about the political strategies, about the percentages.
No, I'm not asking.
Answer the question.
Yeah, I'm asking. Okay? I'm hearing your question. I'm here to answer them.
Relax, Paul. Relax. 2010 Constitution, no versus yes. Okay.
Yeah.
How many votes did William Ruto get with the no campaign in 2010? In terms of percentage.
I think the guy is clueless. The guy is clueless. Just leave him alone, Ben. Endelea mbele, Ben.
Makiadi ndio anatetea watu. All the same, let's set the record clear. Let's set the record clear. This is the first time William Ruto is running for president. We don't know how many votes he can get. He's attempting it for the first time. The number of votes he can get, we can only trace it to 2010 Constitution when he opposed it and got somehow 28% of the Kenyan vote. So that's where we scale him to be. Until he proves otherwise, we don't know what he can get when we are doing general election. If he runs against whoever is running, the match he can get is 28% until it's proved otherwise. On the 9th of August, 20. Iyo story ingine, Mother KARUA has run for president before. Kashagwa has never run for president. So at least Mother KARUA begins with 43,000 votes. Okay, Kashagwa begins with how many? 0. He has never been on the national politics. Things are, let's compare things that can be compared, not just to talk about who is popular, who has built up their popularity. Bwana Edwin, karibu ama ngoja video moja tu alafu uingie Bwana Edwin.
Sisi Waswahili tunasema mwizi hana majina mawili. Mwizi ni mwizi, na lazima uite mwizi nini? Mwizi. Mimi nataka niseme kwa yote ambaye nimesema pale awali, wengine wanatamba huku wakisema ati Governor Joho must apologize. I want to tell you here today, mchana, I will never apologize for standing with the truth. Siombi msamaha kusema ukweli. Si namna hiyo. Na mimi nataka niwaambie hivi. Haya maneno ambayo yamesemwa hapa, hawa watu ambao wametangulia kusema hapa, wamesema hata mimi naungana na hawa. Afadhali uwe hauna kitu, lakini uwe katika serikali ambayo inatumikia wananchi wako. Mimi kule Mombasa juzi nilishindwa, nilienda ati mimi Governor 001. Ati mimi naitwa kwenda kupigia watu makofi kwa mradi ambaye ulianzishwa na Raila Amolo Odinga. How? Mimi nataka niwaambie hapa, na nime challenge Jubilee, kama kweli waoneshe miradi ambayo wamefanya na pesa yao ambayo wamechukua kodi kwa wananchi. Kwa mwaka huu, muhula huu, kuanzia 2013 mpaka 2017. Si namna hiyo? Mimi nasema hivi, hata wanifanye nini. In fact, let me tell you, tangu nitoke Ghana kwa mara ya kwanza, leo nimetembea bila walinzi. And I can tell you, I am the happiest man on earth. I've driven myself to this venue and I'm going to drive myself home. Na kama ni kuchungwa, nyinyi mtanichunga. Naomba serikali ya Jubilee, mimi siombi Jubilee. Leo tunaomba kitu kimoja. Tafadhali, kwa heshima, Jubilee, wekeni walinzi wenu kwenu, si wataki kamwe. Do me the favor, weka walinzi so that we can permanently end the debate on matters to do security assigned to me and my brother Governor 003 Amason Jeffa Kingi. We do not need your security. Kwanza, sisi ni watu ambaye tunaamini Mwenyezi Mungu. Hata nani hawezi chukua maisha yangu mpaka siku yangu ifike. Na la pili, mimi ni Muislamu. Wakiniangusha saa 6, saa 7 nimezikwa na msimamo bado unaendelea. So Mwenyezi Mungu ametupatia nafasi kutetea Wakenya. Hayo tu ndiyo tutakayofanya. Kitu ambaye nataka niwaombe, tukumbukeni historia yetu, pale tulipotoka na pale tunataka kwenda. Mwaka wa 2002 ulikuwa tofauti na mwaka wa 1992. 1992 there was a much stronger movement ya watu ambayo walikuwa wanataka mabadiliko. Ford, the late Jaramogi Oginga Odinga na wengineo wengi walikuwa wamesimama imara wakitaka mabadiliko. Lakini serikali ya Moi iliweza kupasua ndugu zetu na wazee wetu katikati, wakaenda katika debe wakiwa wamesambaratika. 2002, kando ya kuwa Moi alikuwa na nguvu nyingi sana, lakini kwa sababu ya umoja na nguvu za wananchi, Moi na watu wake walienda wapi? Home. Sasa mimi nataka nigeuke hivi niwaambie hawa viongozi, kwa heshima na tahadhima, kwa sababu hao nitazungumza nao kwa heshima na tahadhima, ni viongozi wangu, kuanzia Musalia Mudavadi, Kalonzo Musyoka, my party leader, Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga, my brother Moses Weta, Nick Salat na wengineo ambayo wako pale nje wanakuja. You have no choice but to hold together. Na sisi huku na tumeamua. Sisi huku na tufanya nini? Tumeamua. Tumewaambia sisi kama Wakenya, maisha yetu yameteseka kutosha kwa miaka michache. Matrilioni ambaye ingeboresha maisha ya watoto wetu yameibiwa, yameenda mifukoni kwa watu. Maisha yetu yamedhoofika, mashamba yetu yameibiwa, rasilimali zetu zimeliwa, elimu imepotea. Madaktari leo tukizungumza hapa hawako kazini under serikali ya Jubilee. So we want to tell you, and I want you to join me. Wakenya wanatuangalia kote. I want you to join me. Tuambie viongozi wetu, you must hold together. Hebu turudie hiyo, you must hold together. You must hold together. Sasa tuwalete hapa washikane mkono. Tuwalete hapa. Waje hapa. Wasema wamesikia. I request you, sir, please come forward.
Thank you. Let's move on. We'll get the other part later on. Bwana Edwin, karibu.
Asante sana Mr. Bernard. Unanisikia?
Yes, endelea, inua sauti kiasi.
Yeah, kwanza waje niwasalimie kila mtu hapo kwa studio. Habari zenu? Waje niseme kwanza, kwangu ni mara yangu ya kwanza kuingia hapa, lakini huwa nafuatilia sana. Hii station inasaidia kujanua wa Kenya, countrywide, the whole world, kila mtu anaangalia, ana watch. Na asante Bwana Bernard kwa kutusaidia. So kwangu mambo ni mawili tu ningependa kuongea. Ya kwanza, Bwana Ruto sio mtu wa kuaminika Kenya hii. Ukiangalia mambo yake vile anaongea, ukimfuata siasa yake vile anafanya, anaongeanga leo, kesho ni kama anasahau chenye aliongea jana. Ataongea leo akiwa Nyeri, ukimpata kesho akiwa Mombasa ataongea kitu kingine tofauti. Alafu kuna mwingine hapo alikuwa anaongea, amechangia mbele yangu, alikuwa anaitwa Boro, anasema kwamba ati Martha Karua alishindwa gavana Kirinyaga. Mimi mwenyewe nakaa Kirinyaga, nakaa mahali panaitwa Sagana. Na siasa ya Mount Kenya, wacha niwaambie ukweli kwamba imebadilika. Sisi ni watu wa Azimio. So wale wanasema kwamba ati baba ana wafuasi Mount Kenya ni urongo mtupu. Sisi tumekaa huku from 2013, nimepiga kura yangu huku, na wale wenye hawajui, kama kuna mtu anaweza verify, napigia kura yangu ya hapa kitu ambayo inaitwa Rowa Sagana boring station. Hapo ndio napigia kura yangu. So ground tunajua vile hiko, vile watu wanaongea. Huyu mtu ambaye wanaita Gachagua walichagua chuzi, huyu ndiye amespoil kura za Ruto in Mount Kenya. Huwezi ukachagua mtu mwenye hata wakati anaongea inabidi watoto wetu tuwafiche ama tumute TV, kwa sababu mnajua ile mambo ambao wanatamuka kutoka kwa midomo yao sio mambo ya kuridhisha, sio mambo ya kuelimisha watoto wetu. Hata sisi wenyewe tunaogopa kuyasikiza. Hata ukiwa na wageni, unasikia mtu anaongea ni kama saa zingine unashindwa ni kama ako kwa ndoto ama ni kama ako kwa club. Angalia sampuli ya kina Marara vile wanaongea leo. Hadi wanatuambia ati polisi wanafaa wale watu wenye wachaenda shule. Sasa polisi kama inazafika ati wametengeneza serikali, polisi wamekuwa ati watu wenye wachaenda shule, hawajui mambo ya sheria. Wanaweza handle wao wenyewe, wanaweza wando acha wakati wanafanya hizi crimes. Hawana any information. So inchi yetu wanaweza ilani aje? Itakuwa ni inchi ya machambas na wakora. Na hatuwezi kubali inchi yetu tuiachie wakora kama hawa. Hatuwezi kubali hata dakika moja. We love our country and we need the best of our future. Na yale mambo ambayo tunapigania saa hii lazima ina affect watoto wetu in one way or the another. Lakini tukimake decision yenye haifai, watoto wetu wataendelea kuteseka, pia sisi tunaendelea kuteseka. Ukiangalia serikali ya Kibaki wakati alisimama, baba alimwambia Kibaki tosha. Lakini ukiangalia wakati Kibaki alipata accident, baba alifanya kampeni yake countrywide. Ni mtu anakubalika kila mahali. Angalia Martha Karua, historia yake. Sio mtu wa kubahatisha, ni mtu tunajua historia yake, ni mchapakazi, mama wa misimamo, na ni mama anasimama na maslahi ya wananchi. Sasa unaweza kuombea Rigathi Gachagua na Martha Karua aje? Huwezi ukaweka hiyo majina mbili kwa sentence moja. So hata ile kitu ningependa kuhimiza wananchi wenzetu. Mimi natoka pande ile ya Nyamira, Kisii huko kwa kina Matiang'i. Hivyo unaona wamegawana nchi, wanaambia Rigathi amesema kwamba ati Kenya kwanza, Mount Kenya ni 50%. Walipatia Western 30%, tumebaki na 20%. Unataka kuniambia Rift Valley watajukua hiyo 20% na wale wengine watapata nini? That's the kind of country we want to have. Hao ni watu wa uongo, hawajui chenye wanaongea, na yale ukifuatilia hata sera zao zote wanaongea sio mambo wanafuata ama yenye wanaamini yenye wanafanya. Walipinga mambo ya PPI, sasa hivi wameweka mambo ya nini, ya
Prime Minister, wamepatia Mudavadi. Ukiangalia Ruto ni yule yule, ajielewi, ajiamini. Ile mambo anafanyanga tu ni kudanganya wananchi, juu anateka advantage. Kuna wenye wako informed, maybe hawajaelimika, hawajasoma, hawana any information vile wanafanyanga mambo, so wanafikirianga ni kudanganya kila mtu. Wananchi kama tunapenda nchi yetu, wacha upili hii gospel kwamba watu wachague viongozi ambao wanaweza simama na wananchi na wanaweza fanya maamuzi ambayo itasaidia wananchi, lakini sio hawa wakora. Na kwa saa hii angalia mtu Aisha Jumwa, mama kiuno, baba alimtoa huko chini, amempandisha, amefika hapa. Angalia vile anaita watu ati maumbwa, na ni wapiga kura. Hao sio viongozi ati wako na leadership ndani yao. Ni wale viongozi wanaendanga tu na wevu. Na mtu yote ambaye amehusika na Ruto, ukimwangalia vizuri, anabadilikanga tabia. Angalia Amason Kingi, saa hii ati anafanya pressure up juu ya pickup. Amason Kingi, yule baba ambaye alitoa huko chini, amefika mahali ati amejoin Ruto, ni pressure up anafanya juu ya gari. Imagine which kind of leadership do we have? Ya, ukiwaangalia wote, angalia akina Mudavadi, saa hii ndio wanaita baba ati kitendawili, ati yule mganga. Na hao watu wote wametembea pamoja 2017. Ni nini imechange? Kwani mtu yote ambaye anaungana na Ruto lazima kuna mahali anaendanga anaombewa, anashika hiyo karakta ya kina Sudi? Ni matusi usiku na mchana, hata huwezi jua kama ni viongozi. So wananchi wenzangu, kama tunapenda nchi yetu, tusimame imara, tuseme no to corruption and no to machambas. Hii serikali ya machambas hii wache iende nyumbani. At least kwa upinzani watawezana na watajifunza vile wataongea na wananchi wakiwa na adabu. So kwa hayo, Bernard, mimi nashukuru. Wacha tuendelee hivyo na tusimame na nchi yetu na tuombee viongozi wetu ili wakati wanaichukua serikali wakuje kufanya yale mambo ambayo ama yale matakwa ambayo sisi wenyewe tunahitaji na nchi yetu isonge mbele. Asante Bwana Bernard, tuko pamoja.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Edwin. We appreciate it. It's about time we began to ask right questions to get right answers. We hold our leaders to account, but we seem to have one of the most reckless leadership in the history of this country. Looking in history lane, all the people that aspired to lead this country, they were people with brains. They had the interests of the country at heart. The struggle was never about self-survival. It had everything to do with the progress of the country. But today we have everything opposite. Kila mtu anajaribu jinsi ya kutumia nchi, kujilinda, kujilimbikizia mali na kutumia ofisi vibaya. So ni muhimu tuanze kuuliza haya maswali mapema na tukatae viongozi ambao ni wabaya, viongozi ambao hawafai. Hatuwezi kuwa na nchi inayoheshimika wakati tunapeana uongozi kwa watu wasio na heshima, watu wasiojua kule wanatoka, kule wanakokwenda. Kama huwezi kujiheshimu, basi huwezi kuheshimika, na ukipewa nafasi ya kuongoza nchi unapaka doa hiyo nchi kwa sababu wewe mwenyewe una dosari na unataka transact on behalf of the government. So as we debate, let us be able to up the game and be able to hold our leaders to account. It really disturbs me when we begin to hold brief for things that are not acceptable, not on the family level, not on the national level, not on the international level, but we want to find an excuse for the same. William Ruto is one person that lies with a straight face. He does not respect himself. He does not respect this country. And in my opinion, he has a long way to go in becoming a national leader for this great country if we want this country to move forward. Today he says majukumu yake ilichukuliwa yote, ndio poti ikahamishwa kutoka Mombasa kwa utapeli ikapelekwa Naivasha. William Ruto ndiye aliongea kwa niaba ya rais kwa conference Nakuru, akatupatia umuhimu wa port kusonga wapi? Naivasha, kwa sababu itaajiri watu wa Nakuru, itafungua Nakuru ikuwe city. Alafu sasa anasema port ilihamishwa wakati yeye majukumu yake yamechukuliwa. Yani yeye anaona nani mjinga? So let's look at it closely. Spingi Kenya Kwanza, lakini napinga uovu wake, uongo na utapeli. Samahani lakini Hosea, karibu.
Yes. Habari yako bwana Bernard na wenzangu wenye wanachangia mata hii ya leo.
Tuko salama, karibu.
Nimeshukuru. Sasa mimi leo nataka niongelee tu kwa hii mata kwa kiduchu tu kidogo. Ukiona watu wa Kenya Kwanza, hata ukidebate nao ni kama una debate na watu wenye wanaishi Pluto. For example, ule kijana mwenye amekuwa hapa naitwa Stewie Paul. Unamuuliza tu swali simple. Huyu Ruto amesimama mara ngapi? Yaani wanapiga kitu yenye hata hawajui. Unaelewa hapo hiyo? Alafu ukiona mtu kama Musalia Mudavadi ni mtu huko kwetu Western. Sasa wakati amempatia target ya 70. Alafu na Musalia anakuja na kuambia mimi nitaleta 90. Yaani anakejeli anakejeli Ruto. Sasa hiyo ni kama 90 90 minus 100, yani anamwambia nitakupatia tu 10, usijali 10 utapata tu. For example, uliona ile video yake hiyo, ako Western huko kwao kabisa huko. Lakini anapita na gari amesimama na huyu anaitwa Ukalisosa Weta. Yaani wanasalamia tu midi. Hata mtu alikuwa anasema hapo, hata mwezi. Alafu kitu kingine, wakati Mheshimiwa Ruto alikuwa anachukua running mate na pia huyu kiongozi wetu Raila Amolo Odinga, wakati alikuwa anachukua tena TP wake, walikuwa wanaangalia vitu vyekezo fulani hivi. For example, huku kwetu kwa Azimio tulikuwa tunaangalia kitu kama integrity. Tukaona Martha Karua amepita huko. Na hii site yao wanaangalia kitu kama wash, unaweza fanya biashara ya wash. Sasa mtu kama hawangechukua Kindiki, kwa sababu Kindiki hawezi patikana kwa hiyo vitu ya wash. Unaweza fanya money laundering. So unaona Kindiki hawezi fanya laundering. Alafu ukiangalia kitu kama hiyo bottom up. Yaani mtu mwenye amepata max, for example, unajua Kindiki alipata kura more than 40 something. Lakini wakachukua mtu mwenye ako na kura 4. Sasa hiyo ndio bottom. So nasikia. So naomba wenzangu pia wachangie.
Okay, asante sana bwana Hosea, inaonekana. Okay, tusonge mbele. Asante sana. Nani huyu? Political channel, samahani. Hapa tunasimamia ukweli. Hatusimamii story ya wewe kujaribu kufanya kile unachojaribu kufanya. Mimi sijasema chochote ambacho Deputy President hajasema. Na kama unatafuta uongozi wa nchi, lazima utafute uongozi wa nchi kwa ukweli, sio kwa uongo. Na Wakenya wasitumiwe vibaya wakati mtu mzima na ndevu zake na jamii yake anasimama mbele ya umati, anasema maneno yasiyo ya ukweli, na anajua si ya ukweli. At least kama hajui tunaweza msamehe, lakini anajua si ya ukweli, alafu anajaribu kuhadaa Wakenya. Hiyo haiwezi kusamehewa. Na tukitaka kurekebisha nchi, lazima tuache kutetea uovu, tusimame na ukweli. And that's the reason why we are here on this channel. We are not here to defend one person against the other. We are here to stand for the truth. What will help this country is when we begin to demand the highest standards for the people who are asking for the highest office. Kama unaweza danganya swala ambalo ulipitisha ukiwa cabinet, ukaenda ukalizungumza mbele ya magavana kwa conference, alafu umegeuka sasa unasema ulitolewa kwa cabinet, ndio uongo ukafanyika, poti ikahamishwa. You're on record ukiita governor wa Mombasa kuwa academic dwarf, at bahari itahamishwaje iende Mombasa? We have all that records. So tafadhali bwana political channel, before you defend, come, in fact kuja, kuna chance bado, kuna watu wangapi tunahitaji kuja, njoo huku utueleze vizuri. Maswala yangu ya kuhubiri Biblia hapo tena, shida ndio hiyo tu, huku nipigia kura hahitaji kupigiwa kura hahitaji support yako ni wito ambao Mungu aliita mwenyewe. Kwanza hakutuma malaika, alikuja mwenyewe. Kwa hivyo kama uko na shida yoyote, peleka habari kwake kwamba ile mtu uliita anafanya kipindi cha siasa, umtoe katika huo wito. Lakini kama utoboi hapo, basi tulia mahali ulipo, tufanye siasa pamoja, lakini hii nchi lazima ipone. Sorry for taking too much. Let me bring in this video before Charo can make their submission. It's becoming interesting. Please, thank you those of you that are inviting people to watch. Please, let's keep it up. Don't relent. Let's keep inviting as many as possible to join and follow the discourse. It will help a great deal. Let's listen to this.
Kama kati ya wafuasi wa chama cha UDA na wale wa chama cha PA katika kaunti ya Kilifi wakati wa mkutano wa Kenya Kwanza ambao uliongozwa naye naibu wa rais William Ruto.
Ili kuzuia tofauti zaidi, Ruto alihutubia umma akiwa kwenye gari na wala si kwenye jukwaa ambalo awali lilitumika kama uwanja wa kurushiana vijembe.
Tobias Chanje na taarifa zaidi kutoka Kilifi.
Ilikuwa siku ya pili ya ziara ya naibu rais William Ruto na kikosi chake cha Kenya Kwanza ambacho kilitua katika uwanja wa Msabaha mjini Malindi, kaunti ya Kilifi. Kabla ya kuwasili kwa Ruto, ubabe wa kisiasa ulishuhudiwa kati ya mbunge wa Malindi Aisha Jumwa na George Kithi, wote wanaowania kiti cha ugavana Kilifi. Jumwa anawakilisha chama cha UDA huku Kithi akipeperusha bendera ya chama cha PA.
Gavana wetu ni nani? Gavana wetu ni nani? Gavana wa wageni ni nani? Ni Aisha Jumwa. Waliopo na wageni, gavana ni mmoja.
Watawaongee mchana, usiku watalala. Na mimi nikiwa hapa chini na wapiga barada na waambia hamtoshi, tupatane tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8. Mheshimiwa Aisha, Waswahili wanasema Mumba ukimjua jina hakuumi tena.
Japo vyama vyote vimo ndani ya muungano wa Kenya Kwanza, tofauti za wanasiasa hawa na wafuasi wao zilikuwa wazi.
Wataweza kweli kushindana nasi hata wakiungana, hata wakitutusi?
Na alipowasili Ruto mwendo wa saa 9:30, alisisitiza umoja wa vyama hivi viwili, japo alionekana kumpigia debe Aisha Jumwa.
Huyu mama Aisha Jumwa si anatafuta gavana wa hapa Malindi, hapa Kilifi. Huyu Aisha anatosha matoshi. Mama Aisha anatosha matoshi. Anatosha matoshi. Mtapatia huyu mama jameni kura akwe gavana wa sehemu hii.
Ruto akiendelea kupiga siasa zake kwa kumtupia cheche mgombea wa urais kupitia tikiti ya Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance Raila Odinga.
Wewe umekuwa ukishiriki serikali ya handshake miaka 4. Ninyi mlikuja mkanipokonya majukumu ya naibu wa rais. Wewe ukakuwa co-president kwa miaka 4. Mbona haujarudisha operations ya port miaka 4? Mbona unangojea August?
Na baada ya Kilifi, meli ya Kenya Kwanza itakuwa inaelekea katika kaunti za Mombasa na Kwale hiyo kesho. Tobias Chanji, KTN News, kaunti ya Kilifi.
Naye mgombea mwenza wa Kenya Kwanza Rigathi
Haya, bwana Charo, karibu tupatie uhondo tuwesonge mbele.
Okay, mnanisikia? Asante sana bwana Bernard, na wasalimia nyote hapo kwa panel. Yangu tu itakuwa kama tu machache kama ile ya jana na story inaendelea. Jana nilizungumza hapa nikasema kufa kwa nyani miti yote huteleza, na vile hawa jamaa wa Kenya Kwanza, hawa Kenya Kwisha wanavyoendelea kukosana, ndio hata wanatupatia umaarufu zaidi, kwa sababu mimi kama ni Kingi namjua vizuri, nimeishi naye kwa boma moja. Kama ni hiyo Isha Jumwa ninamjua vizuri. Huyo George Kiti ni mtu namjua personal. Wakina Maita ni watu nawajua personal, ni watu nikikuwa huko nyumbani tunakuwa pamoja kabisa. Lakini vile walivyokuwa wamebebwa na baba vizuri, na wote hao wote walipitia kwa baba mikononi kabla wafike huko. Sio Kingi aliingia kivyake. Kingi alipitia kwa baba. Hata anaweza kupatia historia yake, maana tulisoma pamoja, tukaishi pamoja before the university huko Kenyatta, na hata akienda alifanya kuchangiwa na watu wa mtaani ndio wapate kwenda pale, na kutoka pale akapatana na baba, kwa sababu alikuwa anafanya practice yake ya lawyer hapa Mombasa kwa lawyer fulani hapo ofisi sitaitaja. Sasa akapatana na baba hapo, baba akamwenua mpaka akafika kule alikofika. Ile mara ya kwanza akampatia cheo fulani huko cha East Africa sijui nini na nini, alafu mara ya pili akambeba tena. Isha Jumwa alikuwa ameolewa na mzee mwingine diwani huko vitani huko, na baadaye akakosana na yule mzee, maana walikuwa wameoana Kiswahili, wakaenda huko Malindi. Sasa huko Malindi nako ndo akaenda kutafuta women rep, akapata, akashikana na Kingi akaproduce kwa baba, wote wakaenda na baba. Karibu wote wale unawaona area za Mombasa Coast wengi wamepitia kutoka kwa baba. Lakini sasa hii wameungana na huyu Kenya Kwisha, wanaanza kumtusi baba, kumtupia maneno. Lakini sasa unaona wao wamefanya yote hayo, na sasa wamekuja pamoja wakaingia kwa Kenya Kwisha, sijui akili zimelipuka sijui nini. Huyo mama Kiuno leo alikuwa anasema watu ni maumbwa wanamsikiza, wasiumbwa ukimwambia anasikiza umbo yake wenyewe kwa wenyewe. Sasa wale wanavyogombana wenyewe kwa wenyewe, hata sisi tunasikia raha sana. Kazi yetu iliyobaki sisi ni kueneza injili ya baba kila pahali, kila mmoja asikie na aelewe historia ya baba vile iko, na aelewe baba atafanya nini. Manake kuna wengine pia wanakosa kuelewa historia ya baba ya pesa hii ya shilingi 6,000 hii. Wameambiwa ni family zile haziwezi kabisa, zile family haziwezi kabisa wapate 6,600 kila mwezi. Lakini watu wengine watafikiria vibaya, wataanza kusema si tuliambiwa tukienda pale kwa mkutano wa baba tutapawa 6,000. Sasa hiyo ndio makosa. Kwa hivyo tujaribu sana kuelimisha hawa wenzetu ambao wako nyuma, tuwapatie full information how things are going, everything. Uongo tuwache kabisa, na tukiwacha uongo nafikiri Kenya itakuwa vizuri sana. Lakini sasa kuacha uongo saa nyingine nafikiri inakuwa ni shida. Kama mtu unasikia anatafutwa na polisi kwa sababu ametumia gari ya serikali, amepaka rangi hizo za udaku, lakini analindwa na polisi. Sasa hapa nikashangaa mimi kutoka jana, huyu kama analindwa na polisi, si ilikuwa tu ni polisi mleteni huku? Lakini yeye mpaka leo hata anasema mimi siwezi shikwa, manake hata baba anatumia magari ya serikali. Lakini hata kama baba anatumia magari ya serikali, hajapiga picha rangi gari za serikali na chama chake cha Azimio. So kitu ambacho kinashangaza sana ni huyu Ruto. Huyu Mr. Ruto bwana ni mtu ambaye yani yashangaza kweli kweli. Manake jana kulikuwa kuna mkutano huko sehemu nafikiri ni Kwale, akasema yeye atanunua mashamba kule apatie wale maskota ambao wako pale, na yeye anataka kununua mashamba apatie maskota ambao wako kule Kwale, na still pale anasema alipawa shamba pale Taita Taveta pale ina maeka mingi sana ndani, kuna maskota, hajapeana hata ekari moja hata kwa skota moja akampatia. So the same thing yeye anafanya, anataka anunue hayo mashamba halafu aseme ni yake ndio aanze kufukuza watu sasa. Na hivyo ndivyo anafanya, na hiyo ndio alikuwa amekuwa akifanya the whole time. Hata sijui kama ni mtu gani anaweza msikiza sasa hivi, lakini watu wengi wamezoea kudanganywa. Unajua mtu akidanganywa anakubali haraka kushinda akiambiwa ukweli. Sasa sisi tujaribu hapa katika hii platform tuelimishe watu ule ukweli uko wapi, na tumpigie kura baba, na tuseme ukweli wa baba, na uongo wa Ruto utajitenga. Sasa hii unaanza kujitenga kila pale ambapo kuna hii Kenya Kwanza, Kenya Kwisha, wote wanakosana tu, na watu watakosana kila siku. Hivi basi imeanza na watakosana kila daima, na watataka kurudi mbio huko kwa baba, kwa sababu baba ndio kiongozi wao na ndio Mungu wao. Watashindwa pahali pa kuangalia. mtu kama Kingi, huyo mama Kiuno, hata huyo ambaye wamekosana hapo na mama Kiuno pia na yeye ametoka through baba ndo akajulikana. Wote wale Coast. Lakini watu wa Coast wao wakija kuambiwa na Ruto kuwa mimi nitawanunulia mashamba na warudishie, hata hawataki kujua ile mengine imeenda vipi, wanasema sawa. Sasa Ruto ananunua alafu anafukuzwa. Manake yale mashamba yote mengi sana, kwanza hiyo Mombasa, hiyo Coast ya mzee mmoja anaitwa Saleh Nguru, na hiyo upande mwingine ni Kenyatta. Lakini hata Kenyatta alipata zile shamba wakati wa mkoloni, na pale hata wao watu wa Coast wenyewe kulikuwa hakuna mtu, watu walikuwa huko kaya Shungwaya huko. Sasa walikuja baadaye, walikuja before, tunampatia tu history kidogo, manake mimi ni mtu wa Coast. Watu wa Coast wamekuwa huko kaya Shungwaya, walipokuwa hawataki kuja huko town. Kenyatta uhuru ulipopatikana alipata kule hakuna mtu. Sasa hakuna mtu anaweza kusema Kenyatta amechukua shamba yangu, manake walipata shamba, Kenyatta alipata ni wazungu kwa fukuza na ikawa empty. Wagiriama walikuwa huko ndani, kukatokea mzee mmoja alikuwa anaitwa Marehemu Ngala wa Vito, naye alikuja sasa akaanza kuonyesha Wagiriama huko ndio kwenu tunaweza songa huko, na usimda pia akafunga chama chake cha KADU na pia akawa marehemu akaenda. Na huyo Ngala ni jirani yangu, kutoka hapo kwake mpaka kwangu ni kama 200 meters, na hata akaleta mtoto wake alikuwa ameenda masomoni huko Britain, anaitwa Noah Katana Ngala, na huyo sasa amekuwa mzee pia, alikuwa hata minister mpaka alipewa minister wa tourism na Moi. Lakini pia akanunua huko sehemu moja inaitwa Ganze, na huko Ganze ni a part of Kilifi, na hiyo Ganze ndio the worst constituency ambayo tuko nayo nafikiri Kenya nzima. Hakuna chochote, hakuna maji, hakuna chakula, na hiyo inatawalwa na Kingi. Hata nafikiri last month ama 2 months ago baba alienda kupeana chakula huko, kwa naona hapa naifuatilia vizuri. So kusema ukweli, ile Kenya bila baba haiwezi kuwa Kenya, na kama sisi tutakubali uongozi wa kama Mr. Ruto, then we are finished. Hiyo tuache tuchukue 100%. Tukikubali Ruto, Kenya imekwisha na itakwisha. Maana hata huo ukiona tu vile anavyofanya, vile alivyofanya, zile tabia zake, wale wanaomsimamia nyuma wanaofuata wale, basi wengi wanapata pesa, na wengine wamekuwa na so much cases ambazo wanaona yeye akipita zile kesi hazitafuatwa. Baba akipita ile kesi lazima itafufuliwa. Kama hiyo ya Mr. Kingi hapo, kama ya Mr. Isha Jumwa alienda kwa mzee mwingine huko, mzee Gumbao alienda kwa mkutano sijui ilikuwaje, siku hapo kwa huyo mkutano, lakini kesi inaendelea mpaka leo. So watu wanasikiza tu vile wanavyodanganywa, wanakubali. Na unakuta hata kuna vijana wengi sana ambao ni vijana mlika, ambaye unamuona ameenda skuli akiambiwa kitu ataelewa, anashindwa kuelewa kuwa yadanganywa. Saa hizi wajua, hata sasa hivi watatoa kumetoka kwa unga mmoja unaitwa Bambuli, unga ya sima, na hiyo unga ya sima sasa hivi upatwa kampeni itauzwa 80 shillings. Wacha kampeni ipite, waanze kulia tena inauzwa 250. Sasa hivi watakula hiyo pesa, ndio kama ni kukula kwa Ruto, wacha wakule, lakini kura kwa Azimio. Na tuhakikishe na Bernard, kazi unaofanya mimi nakushukuru sana, hata huacha kazi zangu mimi mpaka hii program nione, ndio kama nikulala nilale, kwa sababu nataka kukupatia support na tufanye hii kazi pamoja. Wakenya wote waelimike, wapate elimu. Mimi huwa nashinda kupiga simu kuulizia, je, ground iko vipi? Na ulijua kila kitu, naulizia, naambiwa kila kitu, kila mkutano akifanya naulizia, naambiwa. Hata juzi mimi mwenyewe kwa nimeenda kutengeza barabara, ambayo barabara ilikuwa niitengenezwe na Kingi na nilitengeza mimi. Kuna mitaa haijaona maji, hata mimi nimejenga water tanks hapo. Nilienda huko last 3 months nikachukua license Kilifi ya kupatia watu maji, wakunywa maji kwa hizo water tanks hapo. So watu kama wakina Kingi, wakina nani, hizo siasa za kwanza za Kilifi county mimi nazijua vizuri sana. Anashukuru Mungu, tumuombee baba sana, na nimepata platform ambayo hapa tutaweza kuelimisha watu. So Bernard, mimi sina mengi, lakini nakushukuru sana. Kitu kikubwa na washukuru wote ambao mko hapa, special Bernard na hii Utembee TV, kujulisha Wakenya ule ukweli uko wapi. Na kabla Wakenya wajue ukweli, tutaumia. Huyu jamaa akichagua kabineti yake sahihi, tayari hiyo kabineti ikiingia, huyu Kenya kuisha akipita na achague kabineti, hiyo ndio Wakenya wataanza kuweka hapa vilio kwa Facebook. Sisi tutakuwa tunawachekea tu. kwa sababu wenyewe saizi kuna wengine wanapiga ngoma kule, wengine wanapiga viuno, lakini baba huyu Mr. Ruto akipanga kabineti yake ndio watu watalia. Kwa hivyo tusikubali kabisa uongo kabisa wake huu jamaa, manaka amedanganya vitu vingi open sana, vitu vingi open. Yeye ndo alikuja akaanza kusema watu wa Coast sisi hatuwezi beba bahari tupeleke sijui wapi, na hata kule amebeba pia ni Kenya. Okay, saa hizi wale ambao wanapata vibarua kule Naivasha, na yeye amekuja Mombasa, anaanza complain kuwa ataileta kutoka na Naivasha. Hawa vijana ambao wamepata vibarua pale Naivasha atawaweka wapi? Na yule mama mboga pale ambao vijana wanafanya kibarua, anaenda tunua tomata zake, atawaweka wapi? So I'm wondering, I'm really wondering. So kitu ambayo iko hapo tu ni kufuata sheria, zifuatwe kisawasawa, tuelimishane vizuri, tumpigie debe baba aingie, Kenya ibadilike. Sisi tunataka kuishi vizuri pia. Asante.
Asante sana Bwana Jaro, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na maoni yako. Tunaamini kila mmoja anakupata kwa njia safi na tunakuelewa vizuri. Muhimu kila Mkenya amakinike. Hii siasa isiwe mchezo.
Kabisa.
Uchaguzi wa 2022 sio mchezo, huu ni uchaguzi wa kihistoria. Tunabadilisha viongozi. Kwa hivyo ni lazima umakinike kuhakikisha kwamba unachagua ile mtu unaamini. Kama mtu haaminiki, hapaswi kupewa uongozi. Mimi ni mwalimu wa Biblia na Biblia ina recommend tafuta watu waaminifu ambao wataweza kufundisha wengine. Sio watu wenye uwezo watakaojifunza uaminifu. Waaminifu watakaokuwa na uwezo wa kufundisha wengine. Kwa hivyo uaminifu is priority as far as leadership is concerned at all levels. So mtu kama akona ujasiri wa kudanganya umati, basi hakuna lolote ambalo hawezi kulifanya kinyume na sheria. Kwa hivyo ni muhimu kila mmoja aangalie kwa kina. So tusitumie umaarufu peke yake, tusitumie kujulikana peke yake, tuangalie uaminifu. Is he faithful? Can he keep his word? If he presided over the transfer, and hakuna shida. Port SGR haikuwa inatembea na port. SGR ilikuwa inasafirisha inaitwa mizigo. Yes, mizigo from wherever to wherever. So SGR kwenda Naivasha sio shida. Shida ni wewe kuhamisha operations. The cargo from being cleared at the port, you want it to be cleared inside the country. In fact, I don't see the reason why you're clearing it from inside, because it's already inside. The purpose for it to be cleared at the port is so that if it's not viable, irudi kule imetoka. Lakini sasa kishaingia tena utarudisha, ndio inapotea hivi, inaenda kuchoma miguu za Moses Kuria kwa sababu ishaingia kwa inji, hauwezi kuirudisha, it's already inside the country. So let's do things the right way. But if you presided over it, on up. Sema tu vizuri, mimi nilikuwa kwa cabinet, tukakubaliana, tukahamisha port, lakini tumeona ilikuwa makosa, sasa tunataka kufanya nini? Kurekebisha. Sio wewe kuanza sasa kuhadaa wa Kenya, kuanza kuambia eti wakati ilikuwa inafanywa huku kuepo, eti ilikuwa handshake, at nini. William Ruto should be held accountable for all the lies he has spoken to Kenyans. And for that purpose, he should be denied leadership responsibility at all levels. Hata kusimamia cattle dip asipewe. Jakindu Bey, karibu. Lakini
before Jakindu Bey, Bernard, nawasalimia wote. Hamjambo?
Hamjambo dadi. Subiri kidogo, kuna swala mahali hapa. Nani anaongea?
Nilikuwa nataka kuongea lakini nimemute kwanza.
Mute kwanza. Zamu yako inakuja. Tuliza hapo tunakuja.
Sawa Bernard.
Yeah, keep your mic mute please. Jakindu Bey, karibu.
Asante Bernard, nafurahi sana kwamba mmekubaliana na mimi sasa. Watu wanakubaliana na mimi sasa kwamba uongo au mtu kusema ati huyo mtu anasema porojo. Hapana, nchi haiongozwi na porojo. Nchi haiongozwi na uongo. Nchi inaongozwa na ukweli, na ukweli ni lazima tuseme siku zote, kwa sababu ukianza kusema uongo, uongo inaleta vita na uongo hubomoa. Lazima tuseme ukweli, na nchi tu inaweza kujengwa na ukweli, kwa sababu hiyo ukweli ndio itafanya urekebishe kitu ambayo umefanya ni makosa, urekebishe. Lakini kama unasema uongo kila siku, mimi kitu ambacho inanisikitisha ni kwamba nasikitika sana na sisi wa Kenya. Sijui siku gani tutaacha hii. Mimi nikiwa mdogo, watu wengi walikuwa wanaheshimu jina, hawakuwa wanaheshimu, hawakuwa wanajali pesa sana, walikuwa wanajali jina. Jina hiyo ndio ilikuwa muhimu. Hata mtu akitaka kuoa unaulizwa wao ni watu wa namna gani, wana jina la namna gani, si kwamba wana pesa ngapi. Saa hii tumeacha hiyo jina, na mimi nataka kuambia, unajua wazungu wanatushinda kwa sababu wazungu wanaamini jina kuliko kitu chochote. Jina, kwamba jina lake lisiwekwe kwa matope. Wanaheshimu jina. Ndio maana hawa watu resign. Mtu tu akimgusa kwa kitu kidogo ana resign ndio asafishe jina lake. Sisi wakati tulipata uhuru, wakati za mwanzo watu walikuwa wanaheshimu majina. Ulikuwa unaona mtu akipewa kazi anafanya hiyo kazi kwa sababu ya jina, ionekana amefanya kazi nzuri. Saa hizi tumeacha hiyo, tunafanya tu mradi una pesa. Hata kama ni ya kuibiwa, hata kama ni ya mauaji, wewe unachukua tu pesa. Hiyo ni kitu ambayo sisi wa Kenya, nimewaambia hapa, watu wanasema ati akileta pesa chukua. Hapana, unachukua pesa ya wizi, unachukua pesa ya mauaji. Unachukuaje pesa hii? Inatakiwa ujue pesa ambayo mtu anakuletea ambayo ni ya bure, hiyo ni pesa hatari, kwa sababu tayari akisha kupatia hiyo pesa, wewe ni mwizi, wewe ni jambazi kama yeye. Ni lazima sisi tujifunze, nimewaambia kila siku, tuwe masikini jeuri, kwa sababu ukiwa masikini jeuri utakuwa na yani sehemu ambayo unaishi itakuwa sehemu ambayo ni tulivu, sehemu ambayo hakuna majambazi. Lakini ukikubali pesa tu, unachukua pesa, ndio maana unakaribisha majambazi, unakaribisha uhalifu. So sisi kama Wakenya ni lazima tukatae mambo ya uongo. Hatuwezi kubali namba mbili kwa uongozi wa nchi yetu, anadanganya usiku na mchana. Mimi nilishawaambia Bwana Ruto hafai kwa uongozi wowote, na nilisema tangu zamani hafai kwa uongozi kwa sababu ya uongo wake, na vile vile hafai uongozi kwa, mimi nasema bila kuogopa, kwa sababu sahihi anatoka Rift Valley. Hatutaki namna hiyo, tunataka uongozi ambao una hekima. Mimi nataka kuambia wenzangu, sisi wa Kenya nasema tunasemekana tumesoma, lakini hatujaelimika, kwa sababu elimu ni hekima. Hekima ya mtu ndio elimu. Sio mtu kwenda kusoma darasani. Mtu anaweza kusoma darasani lakini hana elimu, hajaelimika, kwa sababu hajui, haheshimu. Kwa sababu inatakiwa uheshimu viumbe vyote hapa duniani, lakini utakuta mtu mwingine amesoma lakini haheshimu, yeye mwenyewe hajiheshimu. Hiyo ni kusema hana elimu. Mtu siseme eti tu mtu una degree tunasema, kwa sababu ukiangalia sahihi wale wote ambao wanafanya corruption ni watu ambao wamesoma. Sasa maana ya kusoma ni nini? Maana ya kusoma inatakiwa uelewe kwamba nikiiba ninaua na nyang'anya watu madawa, na wanyang'anya watoto karo za shule, na nyang'anya watu barabara na mahitaji mengi. Sasa mtu amesoma alafu anakuja anaiba. Sasa alienda kusoma kwa nini? Lazima tusome na tuelimike. Tusisome tu kwa sababu ni kusoma. Lazima usome na vile vile uelemike, kwa sababu wengi wapo ambao hawajasoma hivyo vile kwenda darasani, lakini wana elimu, ni watu wana hekima. Hekima ni kitu cha muhimu. Lazima tuwe na utu, kujua kwamba hawa wote ni wenzetu. Hatuwezi kukaa tu ukifikiria sisi wa Kenya tunafikiria. Ndio maana watu wanamfuata Ruto, kwa sababu anasema atawapatia pesa. Tusipende vitu za bure, kwa sababu ukiangalia vile Ruto anasema sijui bottom up sijui nini, na ukimuuliza hawawezi kufafanua, wala hiyo bottom up haifanyiki. Wanasema eti wao inafanyika Amerika. Watu wanaishi Amerika wanasema hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Sasa tunakubali namna gani sisi wa Kenya kudanganywa? Mimi ninawaambia kila siku kwamba tukitaka kubomoa nchi yetu au kuharibu nchi yetu, tukubali na uongo. Angalieni baba na timu yake, Raila Amolo Odinga na timu yake, wale watu ambao wako around him, na uangalia Ruto. Piga hiyo picha, useme sasa Ruto president, alafu hao watu ndio wanataka kutuongoza. Tunataka kuongozwa na Ndindi Nyoro, tunataka kuongozwa na nani huyu Gashago, mtu ambaye anasema alipiga watu kwa sababu aliambiwa. Anapiga watu kwa sababu ameambiwa apige, na yeye sijui alikuwa ni district commissioner, sijui alikuwa mtu ambaye anafaa, amesoma, amesemekana alikuwa University of Nairobi. Sasa alisomea nini basi? Wapi elimu yake? Elimu iko wapi? Huyo mimi nawaambia, na tena hii na challenge wale watu wanasema wanajidai wamesoma. Unasoma alafu unarudi unaiba wazazi wako, unaiba ndugu zako, unawanyang'anya pesa ambazo zinatakiwa ziwatibu hospitali, mnarudi tunawanyang'anya. Hiyo ni umesoma nini? Kwa sababu inatakiwa ukisoma uje, ni kama mtu unaenda kutafuta chakula. Ukienda kusoma ni kama unaenda kutafuta chakula uje uwapatie ndugu zako. Yani unaenda kutafuta maarifa ya kuja kuendeleza nchi yako, sio kubomoa nchi yako, kwa sababu wengi wanabomoa nchi yetu. Hawa wanabomoa, ukiiba pesa za hospitali, pesa za barabara, ukiiba pesa za yani pesa ambayo inafaa kupatia watu kama maji, unaiba stima, unaiba hizo, ati wewe ujitajirisha. Hiyo ni kufilisi nchi yako. So ni lazima tukatae. Mimi na wasihi wa Kenya, tusijaribu kufanya upuzi wa kuchagua bwana Ruto. Bwana Ruto hafai kabisa katika nchi yetu, hafai uongozi wowote katika nchi yetu. Ni jambo ambalo inaweza kushitua hata ulimwengu mzima. Huyu ni mtu ambaye hata dunia nzima inajua. Na unaangalia hata chaguo, mtu ambaye amechagua kuwa makamu wake, mnaona ako na kasoro. Kwa hiyo mimi nawasihi, na nimesema hii kitu kila siku, huyu ndio mtu ambaye mara kwa nyingi anawaambia watu mfunge macho tuombe. Unaona, anachafua hata jina, anachafua jina la Ukristo, anachafua jina la Mungu, kwa sababu vitu inafanya mtu ukiangalia nasema. Mimi nawaambia ukweli, saa zingine mimi nashangaa kwa nini ukienda Uingereza hata makanisa hakuna watu. Kuna wengine unawakuta hajui hata kanisa ni nini, lakini anatii sheria na anajali jina lake. Waingereza mnaweza kuwa mko na mtu mwingine ako na qualification kidogo na mwingine ana qualification nyingi sana, lakini ile recommendation, huyu mwingine ambaye ako na qualification kidogo akipata recommendation ya kwamba ni mtu honest, mtu hard working, atapewa hiyo kazi, kwa sababu wanaangalia uaminifu wa mtu, uaminifu, tabia ya mtu. Hii mambo yetu ambapo unaona saa hii tunataka kuchagua kiongozi ambaye tayari amekuwa impeached, kiongozi ambaye ako na kesi, anasema hapana, mpaka pelekwe kotini mpaka hiyo ni sangapi? Tabia ya mtu, tabia.
Sawa dadi, chunga muda, line mrefu.
Asante, nitaendelea manake nina mengi sana ya kusema, inaniudhi sana watu wetu. Kwa hiyo ngoja vile umesema, wacha nikatia hapo.
Sawa, asante dadi, tunashukuru kwa wasia wako na mchango wako. Ni muhimu kila mmoja makinike. Lazima tutetee nchi yetu, tuitoe mahali ilipo, tuipeleke mahali ambapo ni bora, si kwa ajili yetu, ni kwa ajili ya vizazi vijavyo. I don't reconcile on how our children and our children's children are going to live in this country if we do nothing about the ills that are being groomed, cultivated, and planted at this time. I don't see why you should be at ease when people are determined to run down the country, eat everything now, and nothing is left for the future generations. If we don't do anything right now, our children's children will blame us, will curse our graves because we folded our hands and did nothing when people were determined to derail the country and plant it into lawlessness. It is about time we made our voice to be heard and to be listened to by ensuring that every questionable characters are kept from public office. Kept from public office. If they are put there by any means, let the public get rid of them because we have a country to take care of. Naomba tusikilize video alafu Sanford aje. Naomba pia tuchunge muda ili line isikuwe refu sana. Listen to the crop of leaders that we have.
Fanya makosa kwa kutumia gari ya CDF. Ndio waseme mimi nimefanya makosa, mimi nimechaguliwa, ni mjumbe ambaye ako kwa kiti, Raila hajachaguliwa, alijiapisha peke yake, yeye ni mhalifu na anatumia magari 22 ya serikali. Kabla hamjakuja kukamata huyu kijana ya mjane, kamata Raila Amolo Odinga, kwanza yeye aenda afungwe kwanza. Ndio muje mnikamate mimi. Na mimi si mtu, mimi nikaa mtu ya kuogopa kweli? Kama mama ya kupiga chang'aa akiambiwa polisi wanakuja, anachukua shilingi 500 anaweka kwa mfuko. Mimi ndio kuogopa polisi? Mimi ndio kuogopa polisi kweli? Ya mwisho,
that's the kind of future we are looking at and the crop of leaders.
Bernard, ungeweka ile ya Malala kwanza pia.
Bado inadondoka, nitaiweka. Stafford.
Yes, good evening. I hope your day has gone down well. So I'm happy to be here again on this platform. Quickly, let me my submission. Today, I want to give a platform a biblical approach because I feel we've been following the proceedings. I've had people the Bible and what have you. So I'm gonna give it a biblical approach before I enter into this. You know, upon our suffering, God has got some reasons. God wants us to learn from our mistakes. That is a very good parent of us. He wants us to grow. So that's from the book of Hebrews. That God wants us to grow. And God wants something. That's why maybe all this is coming from our political leaders who have been serving us for quite a while. There's a time Israelites were asking for a certain leadership. Achilia tu akawaambia hiyo ndo mnataka, ndio hiyo. And then after muda kidogo hivi wakaanza kulia Mungu atu. So it's wise that we learn from the history. We should of leaders that we have, and they are running office. Fanye makosa. I mean, we are getting to a point where our DP alikuwa, you know, was it the first time or the second time? Wakati alituahidi stadiums in every county. Bernard, I hope you have the clips where he used to give a million promises. And now, see, 10 years are lapsing. No stadium. Even the ones that are there are so pathetic. So sometimes we should learn. I don't say that he doesn't have followers. Yes, across the country he has. Kuna wale wanaamini kwa uongozi wake. But no, it has come to a point that we should now shy away from the kind of politics. They are deceive politics. Yani ile ya kutaka kudharau wengine, kuwatusi. I mean, I try to follow up, naona vitu kama hizi za baraza, uongo mingi, kufanya makosa so intentionally. So there are other things that we should learn to keep away. If for you to make a leader, you have to keep away some things, be very responsible to what you're doing. I mean, ukue public figure. Somebody like the DP, amekuwa kwa uongozi since the Moi era. All the time he's been a member of parliament, a minister. But what's the track record? Ukiangalia ni ile, kuna ingine ile mzee alikuwa anasema when they were launching Azimio, aligula. Ikakuliwa hiyo wizara, ilikuwa ya kilimo. Ikakuliwa. Sasa akiingia kwa hapo ndio apata na control the economy. Atafanya nini? In fact, he'll build an empire somewhere in Kimororo, where in Sugoi. Ahamishe Central Bank, apeleke Sugoi. Ahamishe kila kitu ya Kenya. So by the time atakuwa ametoka, atakuwa amemaliza uchumi. So I mean, a lot of lies we should not entertain. But wacha tumpe platform. Kama ni pesa aliiba, wacha akimbie nayo, arudishe ingine irudi kwa circulation. So by the time akimaliza campaign, at least atakuwa amerudisha ile yenye alikuwa ameiba. Tuokoe uchumi. So I mean, for today, I feel we have a better discussion. It's more biblical. Hatutaki uongo. Na walisema ukweli ukidhihirika, uongo ujitenga. So people, they are struggling out here, hawana cha kuambia watu saizi. So we are seeing where we are headed to. Na sisi tunasema siku zote mgara muue, lakini haki yake mpe. Sasa a time has come. Unajua hii sasa hii ndio lane baba anakimbia, the right lane. Sasa hizi hakuna atakayemnyima haki yake. Eventually now, ile liberation, the second ilikuwa the first liberation, second, this is the third, will succeed. So that's my submission for the day, and thank you the panelists for having a wise discussion. Asante.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's restrict ourselves to 2 to 3 minutes so that we don't keep the queue long. We already all finishing the second hour and the people have not said anything. I really appreciate all of you. And those of you that are inviting others to watch, please, let's keep it up. Kuna mtu anauliza link ya kutumia invite people. You go to the watching section. To the watching section, you pick that link and share it in your WhatsApp group, share it in your Facebook groups. Let the whole world tune in and be part of what is happening. Thank you, those of you who are doing that. And don't relent. Let's keep doing the right thing because we have been called upon to watch out for the best of this great country. Now we will go to the gender balance parity law. Naomba kina ndugu wote msubiri kidogo tu tusikilize kina dada alafu tutarudi baadaye. So najua mahali niko, I will come back to you for Boniface, Lamek na Ngoma. Tunarudi kwenu. Wacha tusikilize kina dada kwanza ili nao peane sauti yao kwa mchango wa leo. We begin with Juliet. Juliet, how are you?
Asante sana, Bernard. I have been watching your show, Mtembei, and thank you for the work that you do. Kwa majina naitwa Juliet Mahapila, na huwa ninaona kazi ambazo watu wanafanya tu, na mimi niko hapa na ninafurahia kuwa hapa kwa sababu mimi ndio ninasimama katika political party ambayo inaitwa Republican Liberty Party, na nitarudia tena, Republican Liberty Party. Kwa short ni Republican RLP. So mimi nimesema leo nitembee hapa na ninafurahia sana kuwa hapa kwa sababu ya mjadiliano ambayo mnazungumzia. Kwa sababu ni wakati wa campaign, nataka kusema kwa Wakenya, Kenyans, fellow Kenyans, tafadhali, this is a new dawn, a new beginning. Mimi naomba kama Wakenya tuondoe watu wote ambao hawajawahi deliver. Since 1963, I want to bring it to your attention that every single time we hear the same stories, the same things, and when it comes to election is when you start seeing these people. I call upon you Kenyans, ninawaomba tuchague uongozi mpya, tuchague akina mama. Mimi Juliet Mahapila nimesema nijiweke katika ile ballot paper ili tuweze kuwa na uongozi mpya. Nasema vipi? Kenya mpya. Nasema tena nini? Kenya mpya, na pia nasema haki zetu kama Wakenya, na pia fresh politics. Nasema fresh politics, na pia nasema tosha gari, liberty powers of the people. Ninawaita Wakenya tuungane mkono sisi wote pamoja ili all these old politicians iweze kuwa ni jambo mpya katika Kenya letu, kwa sababu tumechoka na uongo, tumechoka na corruption, tumechoka na mambo ambayo haiwezekani Tafadhali ule mtu ananipigia simu, tafadhali wacha kupiga simu. Ninaomba kwa heshima usiweze kupiga simu yangu saa hii kwa sababu tuko live. Kwa hivyo Wakenya wenzetu, Bernard, na watu wote, wacha tuelimishe Wakenya. Let's be people of visionaries. Tuwe watu ambao tuna change our mindset. We change our mindset because of our country. Our country inaumia, our country imeona vile inaona, na ninawaomba Wakenya kwa usalama wa Kenya, na waomba tuwe na ungwana. There has to be a winner, there has to be a loser. This time round, tuchague watu wapya. Nasema nini? Old politics kando. Nasema pia, na narudia tena, katika Republican Liberty Party, mimi kama Juliet wamenichagua, na pia watu wengi wameniuliza nani deputy. Sisi tulisema tuchague a youth. Thank you so much. Youth wetu anaitwa Jarad. Kwa hivyo tunasema our Jarad, he's a computer science. Mimi nasikia kama mama, Kenya yetu imeungua, na ninasema turudishe uchumi wetu. Pia nasema our healthcare systems needs us. Nasema our farmers needs us. Nasema our diasporians needs us. Nasema persons with disabilities all need us. Nasema raising standards for all our Kenyans. Na ndio kwa maana nasema leo, hata leo umeona nimejitolea. Wakati nimeona Mtembea ametuma hapo StreamYard, nimejaribu mpaka nikaingia, kwa sababu lazima sisi wote tuelimike. Na nashukuru sana hiki kipindi chenu, kwa sababu hiki kipindi kinaweza kuonesha mambo na leaders ambao tumekuwa zamani. Nashukuru IEBC kwa sababu imeweza kuleta maendeleo na inazidi kutuletea maendeleo, lakini kwa wakati huu Wakenya ndio wako na hiyo one vote. Kwa hivyo Kenyans, na waomba popote ambapo uko Kenya mzima, muende kwa hiyo ballot paper. Si hao watu wanawapatia shilingi 400 shillings, 500 shillings. Museme enough is enough. Enough is enough for our youth. Enough is enough for our country. Enough is enough. Kwa hivyo transform Kenya. Kenya is in our hands, Kenyans, na ninawaambia wakati huu Kenyans ndio watazungumza. Na hiyo Kenyans, mtu akienda kuvote, vote for me, na waomba kura zenu ili Kenya iweze kuendelea. Asanteni sana kwa opportunity hii, kwa sababu nimeingia tu na nimejaribu sana, lakini ninasikiliza kwa makini, na hakuna siku sisikilizi watu tofauti tofauti. Watu wananiuliza maswali hapa, ninaona watu wananiuliza, lakini kama mnataka kunifuatilia, mnaweza kuuliza Bernard nambari yangu. Asante sana.
Subiri kwanza, Juliet, thank you so much for participating into the show. We'll request you to, at the private chat, there's a private chat on the side of the, wherever, the platform. You can leave your
sauti kidogo.
I am saying, mute your mic. Mute your mic so that you can get what I'm saying.
Yeah. I've done that.
Okay, now, thank you. I'm saying there is a private chat section on the platform. You can leave your number so that we can slot for you a show where you will talk to Kenyans in an exclusive interview with us on Tembei TV platform, so that you can share part of what, extensively what you want to share. Because this is a debate and it is directed to address what we are addressing today. And so that's why people are complaining that you're not talking about what we are talking. But it's okay. You're welcome to Mtembei TV. And we're here to give voice to people like you, to talk to Kenyans and let the Kenyans decide what is the best leadership going forward. So thank you very much. On the private chat section, drop your number, then we'll contact you, then be able to slot you a show where you will share with Kenyans sera zako na mipango yako ulio nayo, na umesema Liberty what? Republican
Liberty Party, na tuko na watu Kenya nzima, Republican Liberty Party, 194 of them. Look out for them. Lakini kama mnataka kuniuliza maswali, na wacha nambari yangu hapo na Bernard atawapa.
Kwa tunataka kujua maoni yako kwa topic ambayo iko hapo.
Aya, niulize swali?
Subiri kwanza, leo. Kindube, asante. Ili tuokoe muda, nataka kumleta kumleta Unfit atoe maoni yake mbio mbio. Kumbuka tumeruka watu watatu.
Maoni yangu ni kwamba Kenyans lazima waangalie track records. Na track record ya hawa kama ambavyo mmeonyeshwa, that is why I'm saying old politics kando, na tuweze kuchagua good leaders that have got a good track record, na wale wanaweza kudeliver, si ambao hao tunaoneshwa. So that is maoni yangu.
Okay, thank you. Unfit, karibu.
Good evening, everyone. I'm glad to be back to the show. I saw today
good evening to you. You will need to increase your volume so that we can get you audibly.
Sorry?
Yeah, raise your voice or get closer to the mic so that we get what you're saying. Thank you.
Okay, can you get me now?
That's better. Go ahead.
Okay, I was just saying, according this, our deputy president, Mr. William Ruto, I think he doesn't have the qualities of a leader. He should not even be called a leader, because one of the qualities of a good leader is integrity. A leader should be tolerance, patience, and he doesn't have those ones. This is someone who is setting a bad example to us, to our people, to even the children to come. What will you tell our children? Like, if he becomes a leader, like it's just normal to stand somewhere and then say one thing today, say the opposite tomorrow, and then it's just normal for you. Like, it's normal to lie, to do anything that is bad. It's not good. This is someone that we should condemn. It's not good. It's not a good example to us. We need leaders should lead by example, and this is not a good example at all. This is not a leader. I think he's there. It was there by mistake or something like that. He should learn first. We should not allow leaders like people like this to be our leaders, because they'll take us back where we don't want to go. We are moving forward and backward never. And then if I look at the rally in Western, I don't think these people will get the even 30%, because I saw their rally with, I compared it with Baba's rallies. Baba will sweep Western. So I don't know where Mudavadi and Weta will get the 70%, or they will get 10%. I don't know. I'm not quite sure how the percentage that they will get, but it's below 40. Maybe they can get 30. And then Martha Karua, I love just the way she's the real deal. When Baba said he needs a Joshua, I think he made the right choice, and we thank God for that, because Martha is the real Joshua. She is doing what is supposed to be done, and there's no backing out. There's no backing out now. We are moving forward with Martha, with Martha and Baba and all the other leaders. We are moving forward. We want to take Kenya forward, because, you know, I would it for the first time, because I voted, the first time I voted was the last election, but I said I'll never vote again. But I'm going to vote, because Baba has to go to State House. Because of the deal, I'm going to vote again. I'm going to be a voter, because, you know, before it was like I said, like, there's no point. You can't just go there and then queue there in the sun only for your vote not to count. But this time round, it's a sure bet, and my vote cannot sleep. It has to count, and Baba has to go to State House to make Kenya a country that we've always dreamed of, the country that we've always wanted, a country that we want to be proud of, not a country that you feel like you don't belong. You don't even feel like you are a Kenyan, you know. Everyone wants to feel like a Kenyan. We want to have equal opportunities. We want to have everything that has to do with Kenya. We want to be proud to be called Kenyans. And that, for now, for the coastal campaigns, I don't know, because we have Joe there. The time they will come out, I don't think these people will have anything to claim in the coast. So for now, I'll stop there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Yufin. We appreciate it, and glad that you are now ready to vote. Let everybody go and vote. It is not just your constitutional right, it is the right thing to do. Regardless of who you are voting for, participate into these elections. Let your voice be heard, even by just appearing in the booth. Even if it will not be counted, be on the line, be on the right side of history. Let us ensure that the changes that are happening in this country, we are part of it, regardless of which direction you choose. But I advise that you choose the right direction. Leaders that cannot stand by what they said last year, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 5 years ago, are not to be trusted. They should be taken with great suspicion. Let's listen to this before Were comes in. Naomba tusonge mbio mbio ili tuokoe muda. Let's listen out to this as we move forward.
Nasema hapa, and people made mockery out of this conversation. Niliwaambia bandari utendakazi wahamishwa, and they laughed at me. But you will not stop me from saying you are now implementing it. I'm even contemplating going to court. Our young people that are suffering with joblessness, watazidi kuwa wahalifu. Sahi now it is mandatory for certain cargo to be moved on SGR. We have told you SGR is a noble project but wrongly implemented.
Wewe mtu ya Mombasa, nataka nikuulize, eti sisi tutahamisha port kutoka hapa kwenda Naivasha? Yaani bahari hii tutahamisha mpaka ifike Naivasha? Hata kama mtu huna akili hiyo niwaambie kwanza, tumekubaliana na watu wa pwani ya kwamba zile port operations zote tutazibadilisha sheria, tutabadilisha sera, ndio mambo ya port operation irudi Mombasa. Mombasa leo ama hapa pwani isikae kama Mahame, watu hawana ajira, biashara zimeenda chini, Mombasa imeenda chini.
Nataka niwaulize kwa sekunde sifuri, ngoja vijana hapo, ngoja. Nataka niwaulize, mnakumbuka nilisimama nikipigania bandari? Mnakumbuka? Mnakumbuka? Mtu mmoja ambaye alipigana na mimi na akanijibu alikuwa anaitwa nani? Yule ambaye aliniambia mimi sijaenda shule, sijui mambo ya bandari na hii ni mambo ya uchumi ya kuelekea taifa ni nani? Ni nani? Ni nani? Sasa huyu Ruto ni mwendazimu kiasi gani? Amesema wote, alafu juzi amekuja hapa akasema mimi nikichaguliwa nitarudisha bandari Mombasa. Wewe ni mwendawazimu, wewe ni baradhuli, wewe ni fedhuli, wewe ni mdhabdhabina, wewe ni mrongo, huna mbele wala nyuma. Ni kweli si kweli? Ni kweli si kweli? Nilimwambia mimi nifundishe wote, lakini usijaribu kunifundisha mambo ya bandari. Kwa muda huo wameleta mazungumzo yote, wamezungumza gavana siku hizi yuko
Boniface Were, go ahead.
Good evening, Bernard and the entire team.
Good evening to you. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Today, I'm a very sad Kenyan because hizi video ambayo umecheza Bernard imenirudisha. Nilikuwa nataka kuongelea topic nyingine ya nyumbani, lakini sasa imenirudisha kwa topic ambayo ni ya leo. Nikikumbuka vizuri, tukirudi nyuma, wakati SGR ilikuwa inajengwa, mwanzo Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga alisema kwamba hiyo SGR ni sawa, ni nzuri, lakini ilikuwa imekuwa overcoated, itatumiza Wakenya baadaye wakati huo. Lakini waliokuwa wapingamizi wa kwanza walikuwa Mheshimiwa Deputy President. Ikakuja ikasemekana baadaye hiyo SGR, huyu Hassan Joho mwenyewe alisema kwamba hiyo SGR itafanya Mombasa wakose ya maajira watu wa Mombasa. Ruto mwenyewe akapingana pia. Sasa hivi ninashangaa leo naona kwenye televisheni anasema sasa anarudisha reli. Sasa inafaa sasa yaulizwe, sababu aliuliza Joho bahari haiwezi bebwa kutoka Mombasa kwenda Naivasha. Inafaa sasa naye Joho amuulize hii reli ibebwe kutoka sasa Naivasha irudishe Mombasa. Sababu inabidi sasa kama ni kujibizana watu wajibizane, sababu tuambiane ukweli, tumedanganywa. Kenyans are being lied. Na unadanganywa kitu yenye unaona kabisa. Mimi mwenyewe Bwana Bernard, kama mpiga kura ambaye nilikuwa nina support William Ruto na nikatoka kwake nikaingia kwa Azimio, amenifanya sasa hata kama nilikuwa nimewacha slippers. Unajua ukihama au bebangi kila kitu kwa nyumba, unaangalia hii kifagio nitanunua ingine mbele, waacha hii kae. Itabidi nirudi kwa hiyo nyumba nibebe mpaka ile kifagio niliwacha nyuma. Ile duster ilikuwa imeharibika kidogo, nimeacha nyuma, nitabeba sasa nihame kabisa. Manake tunataka uongozi. Na uongozi ni kuangalia Wakenya, mahali ya Wakenya bila mapendeleo. Uongozi ni kujali maslahi ya Wakenya sehemu zote. Na ikiwa Ruto atakuwa muongo hivi ama amekuwa akiwa muongo hivi, sijui akikalia kiti atadanganya namna gani. Wacha niwachane na hiyo, sababu itakuwa bado ninafungua kidonda cha zamani. Tukienda kwa mambo ya baba mwana wa Ana Mudavadi, ukiangalia kwa topic ya leo tunaongelea 70%, akapromise ni 90. Sasa hata mimi leo nimeshangaa nikajiuliza, hii video yenye ilikuwa inaonekana leo ya Mheshimiwa Raila ni ya zamani ama ni ya leo? Sababu nikikompea na jana Wetangula na gari yake na Mudavadi, ninaona bwana, hii kitu bwana Bernard ni kama sijui ushaiona mkulima anaenda kwa shamba lake kuangalia wanyama wanamtoroka. Sasa mimi leo nilichanganyikiwa nikajiuliza kama huku ndio pahali walisema 90% nyumbani hapa na hakuna watu wanaweza kuja hata kumuona huyo mtu ambaye anakuja kuchukua hizi 90%. Inakuwa sasa ni Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga anakuja anachukua, watu wanakuwa wengi hivi. So inamaanisha kwamba hii 90% yenye Ruto amepatiwa ni ya uongo. Mimi kitu ambaye ningependa kusema ni kwamba Mheshimiwa Deputy President is a strategist, kenye najua. Huyu ni mtu mwenye anapiga hesabu kali. Na katika chama cha kikundi cha Azimio kumekosekana mwanajeshi mmoja. Na mwanajeshi mmoja ni yupi? Ule mwenye ni propagandist. Azimio haina propagandist. Ni watu wanasema ukweli. Lakini huko kwingine kwa Kenya Kwanza wana propagandist wa kutosha. Tungelikuwa na propagandist mmoja tena upande hii tuende draw, ingekuwa vizuri sana. Lakini Mheshimiwa Ruto ameshajua kwamba kukalia kiti ya urais ni ngumu. Amejua na anajua ile hesabu ambaye anapiga kama mwanasiasa mwenye anaona mbele, anang'ang'ania awe na wabunge wake wengi, awe na magavana wake wengi, awe na maseneta wake wengi. Na sababu gani? Ukienda katika rally ya Kenya Kwanza unakuta anamsupport mgombea wa chama cha UDA. Mfano kama Kilifi leo amemsupport Aisha Juma, na kwamba kulikuwa na mwaniaji mwingine wa ugavana wa hiyo chama ya Kingi. So inaonesha nini? Ashajua kwamba huku mbele ikawa atapoteza kiti ya urais, awe na wabunge na magavana wengi hapa nyuma. Ndio niposa inambidi sasa afanye nini? Asupport watu wake wa chama chake. Swali rahisi ni hivi, Mheshimiwa Mudavadi, nikienda kumalizia, Mheshimiwa Mudavadi, yeye nilikuwa nataka kuingia kwenye studio jana lakini singeweza, nieleze kitu ambayo what I'm predicting. Very soon Mheshimiwa Mudavadi atatembea na Ruto tena. Very soon. Because ukiangalia kama jana hiyo ni kama waliambiwa nyinyi mnanifuata mpaka Mombasa na huko nyumbani hiyo 70-90 mmeniambia tuoni dalili yake, kimbieni mkaunte nyumbani. Ndio wamekuja mbio nyumbani. Yeye mwenyewe akijiuliza kama Mheshimiwa Deputy President anataka kumpatia support ama anataka kuwa na yeye katika serikali. Mbona Mheshimiwa Deputy President amwambie Mheshimiwa Mudavadi, wewe area yako ni Western. Sisimamishi Kimilili, sisimamishi mbunge wangu wa UDA ama ule mbunge wangu Didmas, wacha defect aingie NC. Sisimamishi huko Butere ama sehemu zingine za Western kwamba mbunge wa UDA isikuwe strong tuweke wakuwe MC. So that when after this election Mudavadi utakuja kwa table na wabunge ambao wako wamepita katika meza tukiongea. Lakini sasa Mudavadi saa hii hata ukiuliza, mimi hata ukiniuliza saa hii kama Sabatia mwenye amesimama na chama NG, mimi sijui hata jina yake, simujui. Aya, ukiingia VIHIGA yenyewe Mheshimiwa Kaniri anasimama na DAP, the senator wa Mudavadi. The current governor ni ODM. So Mheshimiwa Ruto anajua hesabu ambayo anapiga. Anataka awe na wabunge wengi wa chama yake ya UDA katika bunge. Kwa sababu anajua nationally kiti ya urais huenda akawa atakosa. Lakini kwa ubunge chama chake kama UDA, wacha kama coalition like UDA iwe na wanachama wengi katika bunge, seneti, bunge la ya taifa na hata magavana awe nao wengi. Hiyo ndio hesabu ambayo Ruto anapiga kwa sasa. Lakini mambo ya 90% Western tawe, hiyo hakuna. Hiyo asubuhi na mapema, hiyo hakuna. That is the reality of things. Na ningependa kuchangia kwa mwanadada ametoka hapo anaitwa Mheshimiwa Juliet. Ana topic nzuri, lakini nafikiria kwa leo hiyo sisi tunaongelea mambo hapa ya nyumbani ya Azimio. So na yeye tunamkaribisha hata kama anasimama, lakini tunamkaribisha pia aingie katika Azimio, aendelee kujikuza, ajulikane, ndio mwishowe baadaye tutaangalia mambo yake. Ni hayo tu kwa sasa Bernard, kama kuna swali pia nitajibu, lakini nashukuru kwa haya. Niko but I'm still around.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Boniface Were. We appreciate it. I appreciate those of you on the comment section. Thank you. Those of you are inviting people to join. Please keep it up. Keep it up. Let us cross that number to 1,000 plus as we continue sharing information with Kenyans. Let us insist on what is good for this country, not what is good for one person who wants to mortgage this country for his personal gain. Anybody doing that is participating in running down this country. We will not let our children's children have no country simply because we accommodated incompetent people and placed them in a leadership position where they used it to abuse everything within the country. Let's listen to the crop of leaders we have before Ngoma aingie. Viongozi, aswa viongozi vijana. Aswa viongozi vijana. Wale watu ambao they are running their mouth without engaging their brains and they are looking for elective seats. Be on the front line in ensuring that they are voted out. Mtu anayeongea bila kufikiria na anawaza tu elections na wazi Kenya ni nini, Kenya inaelekea wapi. We must be able to name them, shame them and deny them leadership responsibility. Ili na sisi tuwajibike, hiyo kura yetu iongee, sio kutumiwa bure. Listen to these two videos and then we bring in Ngoma. All right. Where is this? Ya kwanza hiyo.
Kazi ya askari si ni kushika bunduki tu peke yake. Hiyo inahitaji masomo yoyote kweli? Mheshimiwa, sababu kazi ya askari si ni kushika bunduki tu peke yake. Hiyo inahitaji masomo yoyote kweli? Mheshimiwa Msalia, kama mtu alienda form 4 na alipata C+, tupeleke yeye aende university asome. Kazi ya askari ni hao majamaa ambao wako hapa, hao ambao waliacha shule na hawakufanikiwa kumaliza shule. Ama mimi naongea vibaya? Niseme nisiseme? Na jambo la Naivasha. Kweli kuna tofauti ya watu waliokwenda kusoma darasani na wale walienda madukani kununua makaratasi ya certificate. Tunaelewana ama tuelewani? Basi wewe mtu ya Mombasa, nataka nikuulize, eti sisi tutahamisha poti kutoka hapa kwenda Naivasha? Yaani bahari hii tutahamisha mpaka ifike Naivasha? Hata kama mtu huna akili, hiyo itafanyika kwa njia gani? Mimi nataka the establishment of an inland cargo depot in this county just down the road in Naivasha will transform Nakuru into the logistic hub of the greater North Rift. It will also expedite transport of people and goods by reducing costs and delays. The government is keen to collaborate with counties in such visionary and transformative strategies.
Mimi nataka niwaambie watu wa Mombasa, hiyo reli ndio itafungua Mombasa hii na tutairudisha. Ile port wameipeleka mpaka kule Naivasha, tutairudisha irudi hapa Mombasa na ifaidi watu wa Mombasa.
Ngoma Munyika. Ngoma Munyika, are you there? Okay, Lamek, take it.
Thank you, Bernard. Good evening, my fellow panelists.
Good evening to you. Welcome.
Thank you very much for having me. And I think I want to be very brief to take the little time I can. And again, maybe next time you try to moderate this element. Timing is very key. One, I agree with most sentiments from my colleagues, but there's one thing we need to agree. Kenyan politics is roko. We have to agree with that. And if you look at the element of the leaders we have, the people who have had the strategy and they have learned most Kenyans that after 5 years, we'll go back to those Kenyans. Me included, Kenyans, we are fools. People can come and lie to us the first year after they have been elected. Then after 5 years, they're coming with a different narrative. Look at the DB today. The DB has an energy and he has a strategy. And it's a person who can move the crowd. We like it or we don't like it. It's a person who has the strategy and is focused with all the propaganda he has, with all whatever he's telling the followers, is a bit focused. What has made the DB now declining some elements is the element where the Azimio got a choice of the running mate. That's made the bit difficult for the DB now to be confused. Wherever you see is talking around, mentioning around the followers, is because the team there is confused. Look at the people like Mudavadi before he joined the DB. That guy is a guy who has brains. He's a guy who can articulate issues, especially the economy. But again, look at him now. He has been reduced to a Makanga type of leadership. What do I mean? The leaders of this country, what comes to their mind is about self-interest. So what I'm encouraging, and I want to ask my fellow Kenyans, let's vote in the right people this time around. But again, as the norm is, what happens, Bernard, if you want to be an aspirant of a certain constituency? You go there, start dishing a lot of money to the Kenyans. They will vote you in. So this a narrative, it's a conversation we need to take to the highest level, that the kind of leadership we need to elect, the people who have all the elements in terms of integrity, honest, and they work for the people. Look at the current president, our president, Uhuru Kenyatta. He has done a lot. This handshake which came with the Azimio presidential candidate, that was the best thing which happens to Kenyans, to this country. We have seen progress. Those people are not seeing progress, that the people are making a lot of noise around here. But if Kenyans will go down and they see what Uhuru has done as a president, you never want to go back and start electing jokers. Bernard, my final word is, those leaders who are contesting in different positions, once they are elected, Kenyans must make sure they are accountable in every step, accountable in every aspect. We will not be saying the Azimio, they have no self-interest, the Kwanza team, but getting the right person. As an individual, I think come August, we'll be able to know now where the right track is. For now, there are a lot of things, there's a lot of confusion. Everybody's talking about this and this. Like now, what the DB said in Mombasa about the port. The governor of Mombasa was against that, but come at the middle of some years, he agreed for that. He went quiet. What does that mean? Self-interest comes in. So these leaders are not angels. They know what they get when they're fighting for those positions. So Bernard, thank you very much. I will have a chance maybe the next time to contribute to any debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bwana Lamek. We appreciate it. Alex, go ahead. I thought Jakindube amenua mkono nilionekana na dance.
No, Jakindube must be watching football.
It's okay. Alex, come in, please.
Bernard, my camera looks, my phone fell down, my camera inanisumbua, but it's okay. It's been a very interesting day. And because essentially, I was waiting to see how the Kenya Kwanza are going to counter Raila's entry to VIHIGA, the tough home of Mr. Mudavadi. Honestly speaking, with all due respect, I am one person who comes from the school of thought that we should never dismantle leadership. Hata ukiwa na mtoto ambaye ni kilema, ni mtoto wako, lazima umfunze, lazima umlishe na lazima umchunge. Mudavadi ni mtoto ya Waluya, lakini amepea Waluya shida nyingi sana. Na leo umemsikia Mkhisa Kitui how he was narrating of the problems he's having with Mudavadi. He insinuated something that Mudavadi brains have hemorrhaged and have left him. And he's short of bankrupt. And what remains is a Sudi type of mentality. And I don't think he was saying it for a political expediency. It hurts him that he spent time being a campaign manager for a man who have fallen short of the glory of wisdom. And you could listen the whole speech. I wish you could put it so that our viewers can understand what I'm saying. This is what he said. I respect the man. We have worked together. He is a presidential candidate material. He has led this country. That is what essentially he was saying. So when he was going to Kenya Kwanza, he was going to infuse the wealth of experience that he has garnered in his public service. But the moment he reached there, he was initiated into the mentality of Sudi. And he was questioning that idea and asking, is this what we really deserve as leadership? Bernard, when you look at a book written by my great author, Flavdil, the great revolutionist of Russia, he says it takes 7 years to create a community or a country kingpin. And when a country or a community kingpin goes, a vacuum is left for another 7 years for you to bring out. So the truth is that if truly at one point Mudavadi was the Luya kingpin, as he was given that title a couple of years ago, the honest part of it is, had Atuoli not made so much sacrifice in terms of energy, in terms of human capacity development, in terms of even his own money, because he has said he used a lot of money to that Bugunku 1 and even Bugunku 2, the Luyas will be left orphans. After Wamalwa, it has become difficult even to unite two parties just to form one single party to show even the Luyas that there is a simple unity. Now, Sasa, when your leaders start hemorrhaging knowledge and common sense, what follows is a barrage of other things that we saw like today. Now, I'm coming to Baraza, Didmas Baraza. Didmas Baraza essentially told us today, it's not even about the CDF car. That one is totally out of it. He said, ikiwa mtu ya changa anapeana tu 500 na anatoka ndani. Sasa nyinyi mnafikiria mimi nitaingia ndani kweli? Askari wakija nitawapea pesa na there is nothing that will happen to me. Impunity. Malala is there being guarded by police officers, disparaging. And you could look, better play that clip again. That police officer was so uncomfortable. Malala is saying, kwani kazi ya kubeba bunduki. And I think Makiadi did a good job. He sent me a clip whereby in Twitter, iyo bunduki yake ati, kwani kushika bunduki, kwani ni masomo. And that police is there guarding him while he's speaking that, I swear to God, if I was Matiang'i today, Malala will not get any security until I am out of that office. Impunity. If I was Matiang'i today, I will take every police officer guarding them because kazi yao ni hawakusoma, ni kubeba bunduki na bunduki hahitaji masomo. If I was Matiang'i today, I will withdraw the security of William Samoei Ruto with impunity, and I will wait myself to go to court and show this clip to the Chief Justice or whoever that this case will be presented to. And if they will not listen to me, I will withdraw again the security of the judiciary. These kind of impunities are the ones we keep on disparaging to a point that askari wamefikiria kazi yao ni kubeba bunduki, kazi yao ni kupewa tu 500, and then it has become a normality in our country. This is the government of Kenya Kwanza. Bernard, this is the government of Kenya Kwanza. There is nothing short of that. So it's a double speak of William Ruto. Mara anasema, you know, we don't need BBI. The next thing anasema, ataambia nani akuwe nani, Mudavadi atakuwa chief minister. Mara anasema hataki hii, the next day anakuja na kitu ingine. Mara anasema Naivasha ndio itakuwa dry port, leo anasema atatoa huko arudishe huko. I mean, it's not today he has become, you know, a master of a double speak. The guy, I think, was born like that. He does not remember that he's a mendacious, liarful person. And it hurts me that young people have fallen into this trap. They totally believe this guy, Bernard. And that is why when we come here, when such kind of clips are shown, we must be very careful so that we bring the previous talk and the talk now. Then from there, we deconstruct him completely. When it comes to security, this clip should be played over and over and over so that we know that vitu Kenya Kwanza inataka is to create the worst form of government, which is anarchy, whereby you disrespect the security, you disrespect the law. You know, Barasa was essentially saying, I cannot be arrested by anybody. Even if I have to go to court, I can't go to anybody's court. Impunity, Bernard. So this is the government of Kenya Kwisha, because their leader believes in that and he subscribes to that kind of ideology. So today I'm sitting here to challenge people like this fighter. I don't know what kind of fighter is. People like Atuya, people like Black, to come here and we ask them, aren't we supposed to respect our security even to the minimum? If not, then what's the need for the present government to give them any security? They can get anybody, awachunge basi. Those are my short remarks, Bernard, but it hurts me that Malala could speak with impunity in front of that police officer who was guarding him. Bernard, that is sad. Replay that clip again for me.
Thank you, Alex. We are playing the clip again. On a lighter note, there is Edwin, Kelvin Edwin, anasema, Mr. Bernard, please let Alex adjust his camera ama hii mkutano ikwisha. So, so Alex, adjust your camera, mkutano itakwisha.
Haitakuisha Bernard. Wewe tuwekee hiyo clip. Nikifika kwa nyumba in 30 minutes my camera will be okay. I'll interchange my phones.
Sir. Thank you, sir.
But play that clip, Bernard, please, so that we can understand and speak about their double speak, because we must really, we must hit it harder for them.
Kazi ya askari si kushika bunduki tu peke yake. Hiyo inahitaji masomo yoyote kweli? Mheshimiwa Msalia, kama mtu alienda form 4 na alipata C+, tupeleke yeye aende university asome. Kazi ya askari ni hao majamaa ambao wako hapa, hao ambao waliacha shule na hawakufanikiwa kumaliza shule. Ama mimi naongea vibaya? Niseme nisiseme? Na jambo la sababu kazi ya askari si kushika bunduki tu peke yake. Hiyo inahitaji masomo yoyote kweli? Mheshimiwa Msalia, kama mtu alienda form 4 na alipata C+, tupeleke yeye aende university asome. Kazi ya askari ni hao majamaa ambao wako hapa, hao ambao waliacha shule na hawakufanikiwa kumaliza shule. Ama mimi naongea vibaya? Niseme nisiseme? Na jambo la
kwa kutumia gari ya CDF. Ndio waseme mimi
Bernard, you can imagine that kind of impunity. I swear Matiang'i,
Raila hajachaguliwa, alijiapisha peke yake, yeye ni mhalifu na anatumia magari 22 ya serikali. Kabla mjakuja kukamata huyu kijana ya mjane, kamata Raila Amolo Odinga kwanza, yeye aenda afungwe kwanza, ndio muje mnikamate mimi. Na mimi si mtu ya mimi nikaa mtu ya kuogopa kweli? Kama mama ya kupiga chang'aa akiambiwa polisi wanakuja, anachukua shilingi 500 anaweka kwa mfuko. Mimi ndio ya kuogopa polisi? Mimi ndio ya kuogopa polisi kweli? Ya mwisho,
hayo ndio mambo Bernard. Very unfortunate. We live in a country whereby Matiang'i should be serious.
It is sad. It's sad also to realize that those are the crop of younger leaders who need to inherit leadership from the elderly leaders. If that is the future of Kenya, I don't want to have any part with it. Malala and Didmas should all be put together and be thrown away, far away from public leadership, completely. We don't need them. We rather go get some head boy of some high school somewhere. They will provide better leadership than this kind of people who think they can whip people's emotions using mimi ni mtoto wa mjane. Nani sio mtoto wa mjane? Well, people need to we must stop these leaders from taking advantage of Kenyans. Gari ya CDF, wewe umeenda umebadilisha number plate, umeweka personal number plate, hiyo ni wizi ya kwanza. Then you're using it for campaign. Then you come on the podium and say Raila should be arrested first. Didmas, Baraza, and Raila, put them on political scale. Didmas Baraza is not even a paperweight. It's not featherweight. He's not in that league. Anajipendekeza kwa Raila kama nani? To get what? Mad people. Jakindube, unasemaje? Mbio muda ndio huo.
Nataka kusema kwamba Bernard, nilisema hapo, hawa watu wamesoma kwa shule lakini sio educated, kwa sababu unawezaje kumwambia mtu ana bunduki, unasema ati huyu hakuenda shule? Sio tayari unamtusi. Ana bunduki na wewe unamtusi. Alex, hao ni watu ambao nimesema watu wengi sahii wanatu let down kwa sababu wameenda shule lakini hawana education. Yani hawana elimu. Elimu ni hekima. Hekima ni adabu. Adabu ni heshima. Kama huna heshima, wewe kwa kweli hakuna kitu kama huna heshima, huna masomo. Asante Bernard.
Okay, thank you.
Na wale Wakenya wanaambiwa, alafu Wakenya wanapiga makofi. Yani anatusi mtu. Sasa mtu kama Baraza anaweza kusema Raila anatumia gari ya serikali, ana uthibitisho kwamba Raila ametumia gari ya serikali. Hata juzi Raila alikuwa ameenda Uingereza, alisema anatumia pesa zake mwenyewe, hajatumia pesa ya serikali, na yeye wao wanatumia pesa ya serikali. Hii ndio uongo, mimi sipendi kitu kama hiyo.
Thank you Jakindu Bey. Siasa za Kenya lazima zisafishwe, na njia moja ya kuzisafisha ni wale watu ambao wafai wasipewe nafasi ya uongozi. Clip kama hiyo inapaswa kutumiwa na Chebukati to disqualify this kind of people from vying. So kabla wa Kenya wa vote out, let them be disqualified from the ballot. Mtu ambaye haheshimu polisi, haheshimu mikakati vile polisi wanasajiliwa, yeye anataka makanga wapewe nini? Wale watu wajasoma wapewe bunduki ili ifanyweje? All they want is to plant this country into chaos. They are looking for an opportunity. We had a clip where the where is this West Pokot governor, okay, was complaining about the 800 firearms that were distributed by the deputy president. So they are looking for that opportunity whereby everybody to be given a gun so that they can use them to wreak havoc in this country. That's too illiterate to be expressed by somebody who is looking, and somebody who has served for 5 years as a senator. Kenyans, let's wake up. 2017 ilisemekana kulikuwa na vifaranga za computer. This time, wacha hiyo inaitwa nini, incubator ya hizo vifaranga itupe mbali. We don't need this crop of leaders anywhere leadership is required. We must redeem this country, and we must begin to be decisive about it. Didmas Baraza out, Malala out until further notice. Bantu Warrior, mbio mbio.
Asante sana na wasalimia nyote hapo, Bwana Bernard na panels wote hapo mko hapo.
One minute, somebody find me the clip ya Aisha Jumwa akizozana na wapiga kura. Kama uko nayo unitumie kwa WhatsApp. Najaribu kuitafuta sijapata. Kuna mtu hapa anaidemand sana. Thank you Banturi.
Asante sana Bwana Bernard. Sina mengi sana kuongea, lakini inasikitisha sana kama vile wenzangu wameongea mbeleni, kuonesha vile standard ya Kenya wapi imefikia sasa. It is the lowest standard ambayo Kenya imefika, na wananchi wenyewe mnaona vile hawa viongozi wakina Oscar Sudi na wakina Aisha Jumwa, hawa watu kama hawa you call the waheshimiwa. Unajua maana ya waheshimiwa nini? Maana His Excellency ama mheshimiwa mtu, yani mheshimiwa Kiswahili ni mtu mwenye kuheshimiwa. Hawa ni watu hawawezi kupatiwa jina la kwanza la mheshimiwa fulani, kwa sababu hawa si watu wa kuheshimiwa. These are jokers. Hawa watu na mimi na kitu nashindwa ni hawa vijana ambao watakuwa viongozi wa siku za mbeleni, ambao wamevaa t-shirt manjano, ambao IQ zao ziko very low, the lowest IQ. Ama kama wanaelewa ni kitu gani kinaendelea, wanajiunga na watu kama hao, inaonekana wao ni kama hao. These people they are in one team. Kenya imefikia low class. Huku sisi tunaita wale watu ovyo, tunaita the low class, unsocial, watu ambao hawawezi kuishi na watu wengine. Hata ile siasa inaendelea sio ile siasa ya kushindana, alafu akishinda mtu una shake hand. Hata si hiyo. These people they are taking to the ground, they are taking the country to the ground and they don't care. Wananchi, tupigeni kura, tufanye bidii, tuwaondoe hawa watu, wasiingie kama anaposema Bwana Bernard, wasikaribie kabisa. Sio 2022, sio 2017, sio 2032, wala sio 2100. Hawa hawafai kuingia forever. Watu kama hawa kina Dismas Baraza mnaona vile. You can call them waheshimiwa. Hawa si waheshimiwa ndugu zangu. Japokuwa nimetoka katika ile agenda ya mazungumzo, lakini tunatakikana tuongee anything ambayo itasaidia hii nchi yetu, ambayo inaenda katika ground na haitarudi tena kuwa pale vile ilikuwa. They're taking this country down, kama ambao hii si nchi yao. Ndugu zangu, sina mengi ya kusema, ni haya mafupi, lakini inasikitisha sana. Pole sana Mama Selina, inabidi kuongea, sengine vinahitaji kuongea. The country is falling apart ikiwa tutawachia hawa watu. Asante sana bwana.
Okay, thank you very much. Any person who is supporting that kind of leadership or mentality is sick, like those people who are perpetuating that mindset. And so it is important, as caring and responsible citizens, we should hold leaders to account. Anybody who sees nothing wrong with that is sick and needs help urgently. There is a statement done by the inspector of it's called what, the Office of Inspector General, National Police, about what Malala has said. There are people on the comment section who are in support of that madness. Please take that madness elsewhere. We need a country that can be governed by the law. And if you think you can introduce lawlessness in this country and still be respected, we don't have such patience to respect people who can't respect the law and can't respect people who are serving. Even the house help in the house, she is to be respected in her docket. You cannot say that kasi ya police ni kushika bunduki. And you want us to make you governor of Kakamega County? Sure. Let's get serious. Tucheze video mara moja tukileta Mama Selina. Richard and nani mtasubiri kidogo tu. Let's see these people of 90% as they traverse, as they get the 90%. Look at it.
Watu wanasalimia hata watu.
Haya, wao ndio wana mmoja anaitwa nini, ugali, mwingine anaitwa ugali sosa, ama 90% who will deliver the votes to Kenya Kwanza. Musalia Mudavadi and Weta trying to garner the 90% they want to deliver to Kenya Kwanza in Western Province. In my opinion, wako na kazi ngumu. Mungu awapatie neema. Mama Selina, vipi leo?
Penat, poa sana.
Karibu karibu.
Baba na mama, Kakamega Western wametuonyesha the real love. Acha Penat, kuna mapenzi na kuna kulasimishwa. Hiyo tumeona Western imeritisha ya kwamba Wakenya wameamua. Sasa hii topic ya unajua mtu akiwa mkora ni mkora Penat. Kama mtu amekuwa na uongo, huwezi badilisha. You can speak it today, kesho anasema hii, kesho ingine anasema hii. Anasema sijaipa leo, lakini jana niliipa. Akiulizwa tena anasema kwa sababu hii mambo tunasumbu na Kenyans. Sijui Kenya ni kuamua pia wanataka kudanganywa, ama Wakenya pia wanataka kuendelea kumuonyesha. Unajua, I don't understand. Unajua Kenya sasa mali imefika, kila mkutano wanataka, lakini you not a real meeting. Kama hizo hii ya leo Mandera, Karsend, ile mkutano ya wamama ya maendeleo, hiyo mkutano ya baba, unaona mpaka hata mama anapepa kuku. Hiyo ni kitu tu ameona apatie baba. Na nashukuru baba juu watu walitaka kusuia hiyo mama na akasema muache alete. Sasa Amason Kingi anaruka mpaka anafanya somersault, ama mnaita nini hiyo? These people are crazy. Hii watu Bernard, hii masomo ngawa mnatuambia jana ati nyinyi masomo ya Kenya ndio hayo. Baba msima, baba ya watoto anaenda kuinama kwa lori, anasherekea kuanguka. You know, kuna kitu kama, unaona kama mtu ako na girlfriend, alafu mwanamke amemkataa, lakini akiwa mbele ya wanaume hawezi onyesha, na asema hiyo bibi huyo nimeweza. Lakini bahati mbaya mwanamke akatokea saa hiyo, atatafuta mahali ya kujificha katikati ya wanaume. Hiyo ndio vitu tunaona Kenya. Surely. Lakini hii 2 months, ile kitu imenifurahisha ni kwamba nilisikia Chebukati akituambia sava ni ward. Uko mahali unapika kura yako penalty, that is the last resort. Hakuna kubadilisha. Hiyo ndio hope wa Kenya tutakuwa nayo, ya kwamba hii watu hata kama wanatuonyesha vile wanataka, tunajua end of the day your polling station. So make sure mumepika kura na mumelinda kura itangazwe, na amesema mkitaka kukuwa na darling center senyu, mkitaka kupika mapicha, yes, watu kama si kukata miti, watu wengi watalala hospitali, wengine hata wenye wanafanya somersault wanaweza kukufa. But uongo ndiye mbaya penalty. Na sisi kama kina mama, samani mulikuwa mnasema msheneni wa mama. Wamama walirudi wakabadilika. Sasa tuliwasaidia hiyo nafasi, na ndiye mnaendesha usiku na mchana, you know. So now we want to see all these men vile walichukua msiko ya wamama. So asanteni sana kina mama, tukue na ukweli, tusimame juu watoto ni wetu, nchi ni yetu. Tupike kura, kwa sababu sasa samani wamama, kama baba yuko nyumbani ungefunga mlango karibu hata na drama mingi sana ati kwa sababu baba yuko. Sasa mababa ya sasa ndio hawa tunawaona. So I don't think nyinyi kina mama mfunge manyumba yenu na mchunge, kwa sababu sasa nchi penat, I'm really disturbed. But atuchoki kwa sababu tuko na baba na tuko na mama. So kasi ya baba, na leo unaona mkutano sote 2, 3. Ile mkutano ilikuwa Garissa, Karsen, na mkutano ya Western. Alafu na mkutano ya Mombasa ama Coast. Yes. Utajua mkutano yenye iko na wanaume tu, sijui hiyo inji wa mama waliendanga wapi. Kenya Kwanza wa mama walituma wapi penalty? Mtataka kutuchungusia. Isipokuwa ile wa mama wamefalishwa uniform. I've never seen at a meeting that wako naye unaona wa mama. Lakini mkutano ya baba unaona wa mama na watoto na wanakaa. Vile pia niliona mkutano ya mama. So penalty 90% ya Mudavadi ndio hiyo tumeona leo. So 70% hata hawezi ona, lakini yako na 90%. So 90 minus 70 penalty, hata 10% hawezi ona, but it was okay. Alijaribu. So wacha tuone, lakini baba pia anatoka Western. Tunaambiwa machirani wawili. Ninamaliza phone first, don't worry. Yale tunasema kwa hii mkutano ya Mtembei TV, we want always to try kusema ukweli, na ni wakati ya kuambia Wakenya the truth. So asante sana Bernard. Mambo ya polisi, huyu askari angepiga risasi, sijui hata kama Balala angeweza simama. You know, vitu zingine hii wanaume wanachezea watu. Hii askari moja hii anasema ataenda shule, angeweka tu risasi moja juu, hakuna binadamu angesimama, wangekimbia. Hata tuwaulize, kwani mnatoroka wenye wataenda shule? Ya mwisho nikimaliza Bernard, nataka huku kwetu America, Texas, kuna kijana ya 18 years ameweza kuua watoto wengi sana na mwalimu. Tunasikia uchungu. Hii ni mambo ya gun control huko America. Tumepoteza watoto wadogo wengi, karibu 14, karibu 20 na mwalimu. So hata kama tunaongea hii vijana wadogo, dunia ni mbaya Bernard. Ukiona mtoto mdogo lakini ameuawa hata yeye, polisi waliweza kupiga yeye risasi. So jana nilikuwa nafikiria sana, kwa sababu unajua tuko na watu yetu Texas, lakini hata kama si watu yetu ni binadamu. Tunataka kusema pole kwa hawa jamii ya Texas, wamepoteza watoto wadogo. Na hiyo ni responsibility. Unasikia Republicans wanasema, wanaambiwa mambo ya punduki, wanakataa. Wanaweka punduki kwa manyumba, na si punduki hizi ndoko Bernard, ile tunaokopa kama sile siko Pokot. Unakuta mtu ako na gun machine kwa nyumba. Wacha pistol. Amerika hata wajui pistol ni nini. Wako na ile inaitwa machine. Mtu ako na karibu 8. So saa zingine tunashangaa, kuna watu wanachungwa na Mungu na kuna watu wanataka wachungwe na risasi. So tukiendelea na mambo yetu ya Kenya, pia tuone mambo ya ulimwengu vile inafanyika, ndio hii vijana waone maisha si mzuri. Asante sana Bernard, na Alex atatuambia baadaye akikuja, kwa sababu jana ilinisumbua sana. Ingawa ni watoto ni watoto. We don't want to say kama tumepoteza binadamu ni binadamu. So mchue dunia mzima si safe. Asante.
Thank you, Mama Selina. It's sad that the people who are given a leadership responsibility, they don't take it with the seriousness it deserves, and that is the same thing when a country does not embrace the value for God and respect for the elderly. Anarchism comes in. And so we all have a responsibility to restore the values. In the past, taking somebody's life, it was something unimaginable. Leave alone taking an action to do it. It was unimaginable. It was done by serial killers, the people who have gone beyond repair. But now anybody can take anybody's life. That means we are doing so badly in terms of establishing people in understanding what is good for us. And for us to get to proper place of securing the future, we must return to those traditional biblical values. They are good, and even African heritage. Mtu akiua mtu ilikuwa anakuwa banished from the community. It was severely punished. Na kile kitu mimi naona viongozi, sababu ya viongozi kuvunja sheria na kufurahia kama Didmas Barasa na hao wengine wote, ni kwa sababu punishment haitolewi ya kutosha. Jebukati na timu yake, mtu kama huyu Malala, Didmas, wasipatikane kwa ballot, if for no other reason, for the impunity they are trying to demonstrate that they can get away with anything in this country kwa sababu wako na 500 shillings. Kwa hiyo statement peke yake let them be off the ballot. We need good leaders who will help this country recover. Na sio mchezo ambao hawa watu wanataka kutufundisha eti siasa ni kudanganyana, siasa ni kuhadaa wa Kenya. Siasa ni kutetea maslahi ya Wakenya. Kama wewe utetei maslahi ya Wakenya na uko hapo kutetea tumbo yako na maslahi yako, wewe hufai kuwa katika uongozi wowote wakati wowote. Asante sana. Naomba sasa tu recover. Asante sana. We will give 2 to 3 minutes. Richard, David, tukufululiza hivyo ndio tuende kwa Felix. Richard, karibu.
Okay.
One moment, Richard. One moment. Wacha tusikilize Kilifi, Mama Kiuno na mgorogano wake na
hawa wako kazini, nyinyi mmekuja mkutano, sawa sawa. Nyamazeni, haya wanyamazishe. Maana kila mtu
hoye. Asanteni sana. UDA hoye. Tufanye hivi Mnanisikia?
Mheshimiwa JK, kila mbwa anaongeleshwa na mtu wake. Ongea na watu wako sasa.
Richard, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bernard. To comment for the last clip which you have played just now, that is the happiness of Asmio. The more they get confused, the more we gain. Let me come to the DP. The DP from the beginning, he has been a liar. He has been a liar, he will be a liar, and he will continue to be a liar until on 9th August, when he will put his hands down and the Papa will take the government. From there is when we will. If I come to the point of impunity, in fact, what Malala is talking, I don't know where he was by that time, but that is a very, very bad image and very much disrespectful for our police officers. Like now, my brother is at Kanduyi near Bungoma. He's a senior sergeant and he's a graduate. He has a second class honors in criminology from Kenyatta University. He's there, he's a police officer. And Malala is talking that the police officers are not educated. What kind of enumeration is that? You know, that is very, 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 very bad. And that police officer is the one who is taking care of him. For those people who understand the law, these MPs or the members of parliament, there is that constitutional line or that constitutional absolute powers they have, that in case he talks anything, he can be guided by the constitution or guarded by the constitution that he was defending the people. You know, that is what they use to humiliate other people. But to me, what that Malala said is beyond. He's supposed to be arrested immediately. But because of that powers they have, they say that it is absolute power. That's where they use to humiliate other people. But that is very bad. Like now, if I come to Barasa, that is a very open thing. The car was there, it was seen, it is there. What kind of investigation are they doing now? What kind of investigation? Barasa is supposed to be arrested. That kind of impunity which is going on, that is what we don't want in Kenya. I hope that on August 9th, when Papa will take the government, all things will come to a standstill. All these things will come to an end. The only thing which we are encouraging our people, especially as new, please come out in large numbers and vote. If we want Papa to help the country, let us come out and vote for Papa. And those people who are supporting Kenya Kwanza, I don't see what you are defending. See what William Ruto was talking today, and see what he was talking there before. He was in the plan all the time of SGR. He's the planner, and now he's condemning the handshake. That's a liar, which is very wrong. What we want in Kenya is peace. I think these people, they have realized they have been defeated. They want to create a scenario where chaotic will start coming, so that they can start saying that the government is becoming rude on them. But please, let us plead peace, and let us come out in good and large numbers to vote for Papa, so that Papa can help our Kenya. Thank you, Bwana.
Asante sana Bwana Richard, nashukuru, na amini ujumbe umefika, na kila mmoja amakinike mahala popote ili inji songe mbele. Don't take Kenya back. Let's take Kenya to where it's supposed to go, and that is forward by putting credible leaders in their rightful position to deliver the Kenya we dream to have. David, namna gani? Unmute, the mic is beside your name on the screen.
Nime-unmute.
Yes,
Asante
karibu sasa, mawili matatu kisonga hivi.
Asante Bernard, nashukuru sana. Nataka kuguzia mambo moja mawili matatu. Kwanza nataka kukondem impunity ya Didmas Baraza na wengine kukashifu askari wetu. Askari wale ambao tunao kwa sasa ni watu ambao wamesoma, watu wamehitimu. Hata kutumia bunduki unahitaji masomo, au unahitaji kutumia bunduki bila akili. Na hawa watu wetu wote wanachungwa na polisi. Tungeanza kwanza Matiang'i, kama angeweza aondoe wale polisi wote wanachunga hao watu, ndio tuone kama watalia vile Ruto alipunguziwa polisi wakawa wanalia kila mahali. Secondly, hao watu wamekosa agenda. Tukiona vile wameanza kututapeli na kutudanganya, wamekosa agenda. Kuanzia na kinara wao William Ruto, wamekosa kuongelea agenda zile ambazo wangekuwa wanataka kufanyia wananchi. Tumetapeliwa tukidanganywa kuwa wanatafutia kina mama mboga kazi, na hili hali ukiona pande ingine tunaona kina Mudavadi wakitafutiwa kazi na kina Wetangula na wenzao. Sasa tunauliza kuwa hiyo hao kina Mudavadi wamekuwa kina mama mboga wanatafutiwa kazi. Pili, wanataja kila wakati kwa kampeni zao wanataja Raila. Raila amekuwa ajenda yao ya kuuzia Wakenya. Sisi tunajua yale mambo yote ambayo Raila anasimamia, tunajua zile agendas baba anasimamia, na baba hajakuwa akiongea mambo ya Ruto. Baba amekuwa anaongelea agenda ya zile ambaye angetaka kufanyia Wakenya kazi, jinsi vile angetaka kutenda kazi, sio mambo ya kukuja kutudanganya. So from the word go, Ruto has been used to selling lies to Kenyans, and they think he will walk away with this all the time. He has used power. They say you use power absolutely. They've destroyed that power absolutely. In fact, as of now, as we speak, Ruto should even have resigned to seek mandate as a normal citizen. I don't see why IBC is so lenient on these people. If you are vying for a political office and you are still holding office, Ruto should have vacated even the DP's residential place, the Arambe also office, so that he can seek mandate from the people. Na sisi wakati huu wale Wakenya wajinga ni wachache sana. Sisi round hii tumejipanga, wasidhani wataendelea kututapeli na uongo. Tumemakinika, tumefuata kila mwanasiasa. Tunajua hii kuuziwa uongo, tumejua kuuziwa uoga, na tunangoja tarehe 9 ndio tufanye huo msimamo. Jambo la mwisho ni kuwa kule tunapoelekea, na tunajua hii uoga ambaye tunauziwa hapa na pale, tusimame msingi, tujitokeze ile wakati ya kupiga kura, tupige kura na tuhakikishe tumepeleka baba State House, na nina uhakika hii azimio inawezekana. Tujipange, na nashukuru Bernard kwa mjadala wa leo. Asante.
Okay, thank you, David. We appreciate it. The maxim goes, power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Absolutely.
That is the impunity that these people want us to buy in. Felix, namna gani?
Yes, asante sana Bernard. Nina machache sana ya kusema. Nasema hivi, huyu Malala nadhani ajui maana ya education, kwa sababu you cannot say that a police is someone who is his work is only to carry the gun, kwa sababu yeye mwenyewe anaamini yule ambaye anasoma ni mwenye ako na degree. Of course Bernard, we have different types of education. Sasa wakati anasema ati polisi ni yule ambaye hajasoma, hiyo ni kukosa heshima. Secondly, I can say that huyu Deputy Ruto hana agenda yoyote, kwa sababu every time ana campaign lazima mtaje kitendawili. By the time Martha KARUA was chosen as a running mate, najua walishtuka sana, lakini hadi yale mambo ambayo wao wenyewe walikuwa wanafanya kwa kampeni za Martha, kutuma vijana waharibu kampeni za Martha KARUA, venye waliambiwa walikomea. Na kama Wakenya tunajua hii Kenya vizuri, na kama tunataka yale mambo ambayo yatatusaidia katika maisha yetu, lazima tuchague yule kiongozi ambaye anajali maslahi yetu. I heard Rigathi Gachagua, I think it was ilikuwa juzi, akiongea ati anataka kutoa Safaricom na kupea mama mboga na bodaboda hizo pesa. Kwa nini tunajiuliza kwa nini hizo pesa ambazo wako nazo sahi waanze kupeana kwa mama mboga na bodaboda? Alafu ukitaka kujua kwamba huyu Ruto ni mtapeli, ni mwongo, ni mfisadi, wakati ambao Gavana Joho alikuwa anapigania bandari irudishwe kule Mombasa, yeye Ruto mwenyewe alisema ati Joho is an academic dwarf na ambaye hafai kuongea penye watu wanaongea. Sasa tunajiuliza saa hii, ule wakati Joho alikuwa academic dwarf, sasa saa hii yeye Ruto anatuambia atachukua bandari arudishe kule Mombasa. Sasa Wakenya wanafaa wafikirie ni nani ambaye anafaa pewe huu uongozi atuongoze kama sisi wa Kenya. Na huu uchumi ambao sasa hivi umepanda, nadhani Raila Amolo Odinga baba atatutengenezea huu uchumi ukuwe mzuri, kwa sababu baba tunajua amepigania hii Kenya, na sidhani kama yale yote ambayo anasema hakuna hata mmoja ambayo ataweza kuleta. Atazileta, na najua uchumi wetu utakuwa sawa. Nina imani kwa baba. Last but not least, Western tumejua is a umekuwa umegawanyika, na hii mambo ya 70% ati Mudavadi na Wetangula kumpelekea Ruto, hiyo asahau, kwa sababu today from the picture we saw in VIHIGA and yesterday's Wetangula and Mudavadi's rally, we can conclude that hiyo 70% atawasahau. Asante sana Bernard.
Okay, asante bwana Felix. 70% wasahau haipo. Kuna mwanamuziki wa kitambo wa Western Kenya anaitwa Sukuma Binongaro. Anasema kuna watu wawili walikuwa wanashindana tofauti ya ng'ombe na punda. So mtu mmoja akaamua kwamba punda na ng'ombe ziko sawa. So akaenda akanunua punda, lakini ilipofika wakati wa kukamua ndipo aligundua kwamba punda kumbe iko na matiti mawili sio manne kama ng'ombe. Kwa hivyo siasa za Western ni hivyo hivyo. Kuna watu watakundua kwamba Western inakuanga na msimamo, na msimamo wake huwa hatufuati waoga hata kwa kifo, haiwezekani. So for Musalia and Weta to deliver Western vote, wanahitaji maombi. Chaga, kabla ya Chaga kuingia tu dakika moja, wacha tucheze hii video. Endelea kukaribisha mtu tafadhali, endelea kukaribisha mtu kujoin hii Mtembei TV, amakinike ajue kile kinachojiri na jinsi ya kurespond kwayo. Yeah, we have done that. Okay, let's get into this. We're coming back to something else.
Huku uchaguzi mkuu wa Agosti 9 ukikaribia kwa haraka, leo ilikuwa ni siku ya mwisho kwa wagombea urais kuwasilisha kwa tume ya IEBC saini zisizopungua 1048 kutoka angalau kaunti 24 nchini.
Kilichosalia sasa ni wagombea hao kujiwasilisha mbele ya tume hiyo ili kuwasilisha karatasi zao kuanzia wiki ijayo.
Na kama mwandishi wetu wa masuala ya kisiasa anavyotuarifu, tarehe rasmi ya kuanza kampeni ni tarehe 30 mwezi huu wa Mei hadi Agosti tarehe 6.
Huku zikiwa zimebaki siku 75 pekee kabla uchaguzi mkuu wa Agosti 9, makataa ya IEBC pia yanakaribia kwa kasi kila kukicha, huku wale wanaowania nafasi mbalimbali za uchaguzi wakiendelea kuweka mikakati kuhusu kampeni zao wakifuata ratiba ya IEBC. Hii leo tarehe 25 mwezi Mei ilikuwa tarehe ya mwisho ya wanaogombea wadhifa wa urais kuwasilisha sahini 48,000 kutoka angalau kaunti 24, kaunti 47. Hii inamaanisha kuwa idadi ya wagombea urais huenda ikapungua kutoka 55 hadi 20 hivi. Baada ya zoezi hilo, wale walioidhinishwa wanatarajiwa kuwasilisha karatasi zao za uteuzi kati ya tarehe 30 Mei hadi tarehe 6 Juni. Mgombea wa rais Kenya Kwanza, naibu wa rais William Ruto, atakuwa na mwadi na IEBC tarehe 4 Juni ili kuwasilisha karatasi zake za uteuzi, huku mpinzani wake katika Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance Raila Odinga akitarajiwa mbele ya tume hiyo tarehe 5 mwezi Juni. Wagombeaji wengine kwa kiti cha ugavana, useneta na ubunge wanatarajiwa kuidhinishwa kabla ya tarehe 7 mwezi Juni katika afisi za IEBC maeneo bunge yao. Katika siku 5 zijazo, wanasiasa sasa watakuwa na huru wa kuzindua kampeni zao, kwani tarehe kamili ya kuanza kampeni ni tarehe 30 mwezi huu hadi tarehe 6 Agosti, siku 3 tu kabla ya uchaguzi mkuu. Na wakati wagombea viti mbalimbali watakuwa wakifanya kampeni, basi tume ya IEBC itakuwa ikijitayarisha kufanya uchaguzi wa huru na haki. Kati ya Ijumaa Mei tarehe 27 na Jumamosi tarehe 25, tume ya IEBC itakuwa ikipitia taratibu za usimamizi wa vifaa vya uchaguzi. Uchaguzi mkuu utafanyika Jumanne tarehe 9 Agosti na baadaye matokeo uchaguzi huo yataanza kutolewa. Iwapo kutakuwa na minunguniko kuhusu kura ya urais, basi walalamishi watakuwa na siku 7 za kuwasilisha malalamishi yao kwenye mahakama ya upeo, na kisha mahakama hiyo itakuwa na siku 14 za kusikiza na kuwasilisha uamuzi wake.
Haya, tumshangilie kwa makofi.
Kwa mujibu wa katiba, rais anapaswa kuapishwa siku 7 baada ya uamuzi wa mahakama ya juu. Hii inamaanisha kuwa huenda rais watano wakaapishwa kati ya Septemba 7 na Septemba 15. IEBC itakuwa na siku 60 ili kuandaa na kufanya uchaguzi mwingine iwapo mahakama itaamuru uchaguzi urudiwe. Hii pia ina maana kwamba mwishowe utaongeza muda wa rais wa sasa hadi Disemba iwapo kutakuwa na malalamishi kuhusu uchaguzi uliorudiwa. Chris Dairo, KTN News, Nairobi.
Na mtazamaji, kunazo taarifa zaidi ambazo tumekuandalia. Tunaingia madukani ila muda usiokuwa mrefu tutakaporudi.
Na mtazamaji, Raila Odinga ameanza kampeni yake rasmi magharibi ya Kenya, huku kinara wa
Okay, sorry about that. I believe that information is good for us to be able to focus right and know when and what is taking place, so that nobody's confused. But we still insist faithfulness is top on the list of considerations for people asking for public office. We can't go down on that if we want to have a country that we can call a country. Chaga, karibu.
Okay, asante sana Bernard. Sio kama mnanipata. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Yes. Kwanza asante sana kwa hii fursa, na pia ni nadhani mmesalimika wenzangu wengine, na pia kwa nafasi hii. Jambo la kwanza ambalo naweza kalizungumzia ni lazima utofautishe kiongozi na boss. Hiyo ni vitu ambavyo lazima tufikirie, kwa sababu sifa ya kiongozi ni mwenye ambaye anatatua tatizo. Panapotokea tatizo anakuwa na suluhu. Ni mwenye ambaye ana msimamo wa kweli. Lakini boss ni kwamba yeye ni lazima umpigie magoti, kwa sababu ya pesa zake ama kwa utajiri wake, lazima utampigia magoti. Maana kuzungumza hivyo ni kwamba kiukweli DP nimefuatilia muda mrefu sana. Si mkweli, ni muongo, na uongo wake sasa umejitokeza peupe. Masuala kusema kwamba bandari yeye ataingia ataileta tena Pwani ni uongo. Kwa maana bandari hiyo iliyopelekwa Naivasha haijapelekwa tu kwa sababu kwamba labda inahamishwa Pwani, no. Kulikuwa na mpango thabiti kabisa ulikuwa umepangika ili kutoa nafasi na pia kuweza kwamba bidhaa hizo ambazo kwa zinasongamana hapa ziweze kuwa kuna nafasi, kuna mahali zinahifadhiwa ili kuteka tu soko la Afrika Mashariki yote. Yaani mzigo usiwe hapa. Usizagae tu hapa bandarini tu, na nafasi haiko ya kutosha. Na ndiposa kuna huo mradi wa Dongo Kundu ambao ni kuongezwa tena upana, at least kuwa na nafasi ya kutosha. So kulikuwa na mpango thabiti, si kwamba lilifanyika tu. Na kibaya zaidi yeye pia alichangia kabisa. Leo hii akiwa Coast anawadanganya wale ambao sitasema hawana elimu ya kutosha kwa maneno matamu kana kwamba ndio. Na kibaya zaidi kinachoniumiza ni cha hawa viongozi, mfano Kingi na Aisha Juma. na kina Mvurya pia nao wameelekea mkondo wa kuweza kutuangamiza. Sasa badala ya kwamba tuwe na kura ya kutosha kaunti zote 6 za pwani, sasa hii Kilifi ndio hiyo inaanza kuingia metini ikiwa ina yumba nusu yake wakiunga mkono upande wa Kingi. Kwale nayo ndio hiyo imemalizwa kabisa na Mvurya. So tumebaki na kaunti kidogo kiasi kwamba yani baba awe macho, asifikirie tu ngome ya pwani ni ngome yangu tu, arudi kwenye drawing board na chama chake cha ODM pamoja na timu yake ya Azimio, wafikirie sana pwani kwa makini zaidi, kwa sababu huyu jamaa ameingia pwani na ameingia na uongo ambao unakaribiana na ukweli kiasi kwamba anaweza akateka pwani pakubwa, kwa sababu huko juu watu wameshaerevuka, uongo wake uko peupe. Nikirejea na swala la Mudavadi na Waitangula, hawa watu huwezi kuwa wewe Bernard, tumeelewana, nimekupa pesa zangu nifanyie kazi fulani, then katika hiyo kazi uwe na sauti, lazima unisikize, kama nilivyotangulia kusema kwamba kuna tofauti wa kiongozi na bosi. Kwa hivyo sasa hivi kuwa na makali, maana yule mpikaji mwenye alikuwa anawapika vizuri, anawaelekeza vizuri, ndio huyo waliomnyelea wakamwacha wakakimbia kwa Ruto. Sasa hivi Ruto kule kwamba yeye ndio mwenye sauti, ndio kusema. Kwa hivyo hakuna ANC, hakuna Ford Kenya, wala hakuna nini pale. Timu iko pale ni timu ya UDA, na plani yake kama alivyotangulia msemaji mwenzangu hapo kwamba plani yake ni kuhakikisha ameteka viti vingi na awe na sauti katika serikali itakayoundwa, maana hana uhakika kwamba atakaa, na analijua hilo. Sasa hawa wengine wenye walikimbia kina King na kina Mtua ni kwa sababu ya tamaa tu, kwamba tuenda kule kwa sababu tufaidike, maana tumemaliza mida yetu na hatuna mahali kwa kuenda, wacha tukimbie kwenye mahali kuna pesa. So hata kuwa na sauti hata wao. The same thing applies kwa hawa Mudavadi na Wetangula, kwa kudeliver kura 70% kwa UDA. That will be a heavy stuff. Sidhani kama wataweza, kwa sababu kwanza hawana sauti, kwa sababu katika siasa yenye wameanza Kenya kwa sijasikia sauti ya Ford Kenya, sijamuona hata aspirant mmoja wa Ford Kenya wala NC anayemuunga mkono. Kilifi leo alikuwa tu kwa mkutano wa Kilifi na amesimamisha na kaunga mkono Aisha Juma, mwenye pia hapo napo ameleta vurugu, kwa sababu ule mama naye ni kifua, yani ni dume mtu. So for real kudeliver 70% ya Western, hiyo kitu haitawezekana, ndoto ya mchana. Then kwa jambo la mwisho tuangalie tu kura ambayo siasa ambayo inapigwa yenye ya ukomavu, yenye tija, yenye mwelekeo na yenye malengo mazuri kwa Wakenya. Ni siasa iliyopigwa vizuri Garissa na mama wanga mama KARUA, na ukitazama pia na siasa iliyopigwa Western na baba, ni vitu ambavyo wewe mwenyewe unakuwa na imani kabisa, unajua huu ndio mrengo ambao hakika Kenya hii itakuwa safe. Na ndiposa rais wetu Uhuru alikuwa mwepesi wa kungamua mapema kabisa kwamba Wakenya watakuwa salama mikononi mwa baba. Ni kitu aliyaona kabisa, kwa sababu katika kipindi chake cha miaka 5 na DP wake alimsoma vizuri. Yeye pia alikuwa hana sauti mbele za DP wake, kila kitu DP alikuwa mbele yake. Na hata baada hiyo election, baada huo mkurogano wa kisiasa wa 2017, kama angemfuatilia sidhani kama tungekuwa tunaongea Bernard sasa hivi. Lakini alivyongamua kwamba mimi lazima nitengeze legacy yangu na ni mahali nitatoka, akabidi sasa aachane naye, aangalie ni njia gani ambayo mimi nitasimama, kwanza nimalize siku zangu, tena nihakikisha kwamba nimefanya kazi yangu ya urais miaka yangu 10 safe, na nikitoka ndio ni nani nimemweka. Kwa hiyo Wakenya wenzangu, haswa wenye wanatusikiza na sisi ambao tuko hapa, ni jukumu letu, kwa sababu miezi ndio hiyo imesonga, imebaki tu miezi 2, ni tulete wenzetu hapa na tuwe wenye kunadi haswa, ila at least tuokoke, maana huyu jamaa anaingia kwa gea nyingine ambayo si ya kawaida. lakini kama ni uongo tunauona peupe. Kama leo ameahidi kwamba sio ataweka bilioni 2 si wapi, atatoa bilioni 2 si wapi. Yani ni vitu ambavyo ni ahadi tu, lakini kwa Mkenya ambaye ana shida, akitazama hali ya maisha mahali ilipo, gharama ya unga, gharama ya mafuta, ni mwepesi haswa wa kumfuata huyu jamaa. Kwa hivyo itamata kwamba sisi haswa ambao tunauelewa na tunauona mwelekeo, tulete wenzetu na tujaribu kadri tuwezavyo, tuhakikishe kwamba huyu jamaa hataweza kutuonyesha haya mambo ya uongo na propaganda ambayo haina tija. Dalmas Baraza, ukiwa na kiongozi mbaya na wewe unakuwa mbaya, si kutaka kwake hayo matamshi, lakini muongozo anaofuata anajua ndio ambao umemharibu, na ndio maana anakuta chochote kile siwezi fanya lolote Kenya hii, lakini tu ajue kwamba kuna mmoja ambaye ndo mwenye haki. Hili halitofumbua macho na imani halitafumbua macho. Lazima sheria itachukua mkondo wake. Kwa hiyo uongozi wake ambao unakuta katika kundi lote la DP, yani wenye makosa kichaka wanachojificha ni hapo. Hakuna ambaye yuko safi. Ukifuatilia karibu wote utawakuta wote wanadoa. Ukirudi kwa upande wa Azimio, ni asilimia yote ni kidogo sana wenye, sidhani hata kama kuna mmoja ambaye yuko na maskendal, na kama wapo basi ni kidogo tu, si hawa jamaa. So tuwe macho, maana siku ya mwisho ndio hiyo, na watajitokeza manabii wengi wa uongo wakisema mimi ndio Bwana, mimi ndio Yesu, ndio kama hivyo. Kwa hivyo kwa hayo machache nisema asante.
Okay, thank you, Chag. We appreciate that. Kila Mkenya una wajibu wa kuhakikisha kwamba kiongozi unayempatia uwezo wa kukuongoza anao uwezo wa kuongoza, na siku njema uonekana asubuhi. Naona eti Malala ametoa apology to the men in cloth. That apology is rejected from my desk. Okay, the business of politicians giving reckless statements then follow it up with apology is one and the same thing. Leadership is about responsibility. It's not running your mouth and then writing an apology. Apology for what? Uwezi kupanda kwa gari, uchukue microphone, useme mambo ambayo hujayafikiria, alafu baadaye ndio unasema you regret. You regret what? Malala, Didmas, back home in the village. Wajifunza adabu kwanza, ndio wapewe nafasi karibu na uongozi. Na viongozi wote ambao wanataka kusaidia ama kusupport mambo kama hayo, wote pia wamekataa uongozi. We need to get leaders who are responsible. Whatever you say, the children are looking at you. They are following in your footsteps. You have already taught the lesson. You cannot come and say, now you are writing apology to the police. But the children who heard you say the statement have already adopted that as a way of going about leadership. The children who are in school saying, when I grow up, I want to be a police officer, you have already told them they don't need to go to school to be a police officer. They should drop out of school in order to become police officer. Alafu unafuatisha nini apology letter? Hapana. Tafuta watu wa kuchezea nao. Naomba tumsikilize nani? Abuya.
Jambo, nawasalimia nyote.
Karibu.
Yes, Bernard. I can see you're extremely pissed off by Mr. Malala. Yeah, Malala.
Hataki mchezo na uongozi anymore. Now, the higher we go, the cooler it becomes. Lazima we should control the air they are breathing. Waanze kutumia akili. Hii maneno ya kutuchezea, umetuchezea kutosha.
Yeah, Malala, Malala is an interesting character, and the reason why is when Malala joined politics, he was a very clean guy. He could debate well. You could exchange matters development. But when
the minute you join Kenya Kwanza, or the minute, let me say, the minute you get entangled with the DP, something happens to you. And the genesis of Malala's behavior is basically the money that he has been receiving from the DP. And this is not something that I'm making up. This is an interview by Rachid Echesa, who was the one carrying the money and giving it to Malala in bits. The house that Malala stays has been built by the DP. So anything, when you get entangled with a thief, a person who is of questionable character, you tend to adopt those bad habits. So Malala is somebody who I don't know whether he can be helped, but maybe he should go back to school and further his education. Maybe it will help. But he's a person who is now drunk with power, free money here and there. So it has made him lose direction totally. Let me not even dwell about him so much. About the DP and a master of doublespeak. It has reached a stage where I think the DP has this in his mind that money will do the job. Basically, that is what he knows. Because if you remember when they got into power in 2015, and they were declaring their wealth. The DP is somebody who declared his total wealth to be at 175 million Kenya shillings. Barely, let me say, the last 10 days alone, I think he has spent more than that in terms of expenditure in his presidential campaign. Maybe his fundraising, I don't know. But you can see now the DP has gotten to a level where he believes money will do miracles. That is where he's able to lie to the people. Majority of his audience are people who have been ferried, promised cash, and whenever he talks with their bellies or something to go and get a meal in the evening, they don't even take time to internalize what he's saying. And I really want to put the blame on Uhuru Kenyatta, because Uhuru Kenyatta at one time, I think he went to sleep. He left this gentleman to amass a lot of wealth corruptly. And these are the repercussions of that. He went to sleep. He let this man, he overtrusted him. Now this money is the one that is eating the country. He has a lot of money. He can do anything. Now he has reached a stage where he can lie to you, and as long as he's the one who is footing the bills, his audience is bought, the leaders around him are on a payroll. So he has the audacity to continue lying to the country. This is a gentleman that has on live television being interviewed by I think Ken Mijungu and several other journalists. He is asked, why did you lie to the public? And he has no answer. And when you find young Kenyans educated who are still believe in what he says, you wonder where this country is heading to. So I think I'll leave it at that. And regarding the coastal campaigns and Aisha Juma and her power counterparts. This lady, like I said, anybody who joins the KK group loses decorum. This lady, if you look at this lady 6 years ago or 5 years ago, when she was in ODM, she had a lot of good manners. She could debate. She was articulate. She has now gotten gotten to a level where she's greedy for power, because it is uncalled for to call people, tell Kithi that kila umbo anaongeleshwa na mtu wake. How dare you say that in front of her? But you see, the poverty is the cause of all this, because these people are there who have been promised cash to attend the rallies, so they'll just persevere as long as they have something to put on the table at the end of the day. 500 shillings is a lot of money. The poverty that is in Kilifi County, I think the survey that was done, I think, is among the poorest counties. Is so much that that 500 shillings the people will appreciate, but they little do they know that the 500 shillings they are receiving will come at a very heavy cost later. But it's only because they do not have any choice. Mudavadi, about Mudavadi's case, I think when you have your own MCA cannot even come from your own party. I don't think I want to talk about Mudavadi anymore. He's a spent force. He's a man who has believed that he must be spoon-fed, and he has never worked hard for anything. And I don't pity him. And it has reached a stage where the DP is actually using him like as he wishes. He does not value Mudavadi at all. If Mudavadi has any brains remaining, he should see. And it is only a matter of time. God forbid, if the DP gets to power, Mudavadi will be more than a ball boy. He will have no say. He will not be, his contribution will not be taken seriously. So if he has not realized that by now, I think he's also becoming one of the desperate people who are on a payroll. Thank you for now. I'll be joining the conversation as we proceed. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana. Bwana Wangira, briefly, tukisonga hivyo kwa Henry and then Baz, or it's vice versa. Baz and then Henry.
Oh, Bernard, asante. Thank you very much. Let me say something small about Cleophas Malala. You know, we are living in a society that likes stereotyping people and their careers. And let me just say that I am a son of a policeman, and I still remember my father's number, 200942, Senior Superintendent of Police, Bernard. Let me tell you, there have been stereotypes in this country that policemen are illiterate people, that to join the police force, what you need to have is your full dental formula and perhaps some physique, and that will help you join the Kenya Police, which is not true. Even to the founders of the post-independence police force, people like Wakina Ben Ngedi, Bernard Hinga, Nderi, Michael Arum, Mulama, people like Wakina Moka, including my own father, were not illiterate people. Even the police force of the 1970s was not a police force of the illiterate people. And you know, the police force has upgraded itself today. The police force we have today is not the police force of the 1970s, Bernard. The police force that we have today is a police force that has upgraded itself. And even in the 1970s, to join the Kenya Police as an inspector, you needed a second division to get into the police as what they used to call cadet inspector. To get into the police force those times, as a police constable, you needed at least a standard 7 certificate, Bernard. The police force has never employed illiterate people. Today, we know that for you to become a police constable, you need at least a D+ certificate at KCSE, and for you to become a cadet inspector, you need a university degree. So what is Malala telling us, Bernard, here? You know, this is just stereotyping a noble profession, Bernard, a profession that we should be encouraging any other young person who wants to pursue it, Bernard. According to the Kenyan Constitution, Bernard, the police force must strive to the highest standard of professionalism and discipline. Bernard, the police force must comply to the constitutional standards of human rights and fundamental freedoms. And the police service must foster and promote relationships with the broader society. If you want to build such a police force, Bernard, a police service, sorry, Bernard, do you employ illiterate people, as Malala was saying? And even if you talk about illiteracy, Bernard, in this country, do we still have illiterate people? An average Kenyan today, even that border guy, is averagely a Form 4 person with perhaps a D plus. So in this country, do we still have illiterate people? To you to portray that a particular service needs illiterate people, we no longer have illiterate people in this country, Bernard. So these are people who are used to stereotyping particular fields. We know that people will stereotype primary school teachers, people will stereotype nurses, thinking that these people are not educated. These are people that should be looked down upon. That is stereotyping, the type of misbehavior that we are used to. And that's why you'll hear a person like Barasa today. Barasa today was in a meeting that was attended by Wetangula and Wetangula and Mudavadi, and he was saying in open that if they want to arrest me, they should go first and arrest Raila Odinga. And even if they come to me, I have money in my pocket. I can just remove 500 shillings and I give out. Look at that type of mentality, Bernard. Look at that type of contempt people have towards the Kenya Police Service, Bernard. For our policemen and women to feel appreciated, Bernard, we need to move away from such type of stereotype that puts them on contempt, Bernard. My second contribution goes on this lady called Kiuno Kinakazi Zake. Kiuno Kinakazi Zake, Aisha Jumwa. Things are becoming, funny, Bernard. And the earth is becoming hard for this lady called Kiuno Kinakazi Zake. Today I've just seen some 3 pictures, Bernard, where King is on top of William Ruto's car, and this lady is pleading to be given an opportunity, to speak. And then there's another second picture where she seems to have now given up, and now there's another third picture where now Amason King is somersaulting on top of William Ruto's car, Bernard. Just try to imagine the scenario of those pictures, Bernard. Finally, Bernard, I want to address this issue of 6 Ps that is being advocated by the UDA party within the Kenya Kwanza alliance. UDA as a political party is full of political conmen. They cheated Wakina Mudavadi, they cheated Wakina Wetangula that they were getting into a political coalition that is not recognized by law. That's the first place. And here is now William Ruto going to Kiambu and telling people in Kiambu, vote only for guys who are in UDA. He was in Nyandarua the other time. He was telling people that vote for guys who are in UDA. In Kakamega, there are equal problems where, UDA seems to have majority of the candidates in Kakamega. I don't know how even Mudavadi allowed it to happen. If I was Mudavadi, I could have ring-fenced Kakamega and told William Ruto not to have candidates in Kakamega. And in Kakamega now, UDA seems to have most of the candidates in Kakamega, Bernard. And he's telling them that vote for UDA candidates. And the reason why he's telling voters to vote for only UDA candidates, it's just safeguarding his political party. That at the end of the day, if his political party has most of the elected members in that particular coalition and there are issues around the Kenya Kwanza, he can just tell Mudavadi and Wetangula to take their walk, and he'll remain with his UDA party, and he'll be comfortable because at the end of the day he would have garnered the majority of elected representatives, Bernard. And that's why you are seeing guys like Wakina Kiunjuri, Bernard, they are not very happy. For some time now, Kiunjuri has not been accompanying. For some time now, we have not seen Kiunjuri accompanying William Ruto to any of the campaign meetings. And the reason is because of this 6-piece thing, because they are now being forced that they must swallow UDA. In Mount Kenya, they're being told that you must swallow UDA. The only party to be voted for is UDA. And these are the things that people like Wakina Kiunjuri are not taking it easily, because they know at the end of the day, if they agree to what William Ruto is doing to them, then come 9th of August, they will have been swallowed, and they will not be anywhere on the political map, Bernard. Let me just leave it at that, Asante.
Thank you very much, Bwana Wangira. We appreciate it. And 6-piece, no 6-piece. We want faithful leaders, capable leaders. Let everybody be keen. A bad MCA result to bad county governance. Bad county governance result to your poverty, your lack of water, lack of medication, and everything pertaining to your life. Let whoever desires the office of public service be a man of integrity, be a man of flawless and questionable, above bar in terms of trustworthiness. Tuingilie quality hawa viongozi wanaotafuta uongozi, ndio tutapata viongozi wanaofaa. Tusiseme mtu wetu shenyu ne shenyu, mimi nilizaliwa kwenu, mimi ni mtoto wenu. Hakuna cha mtoto wetu. Kama wewe huwezi kusimamia rasilimali ya umma vizuri kwa sababu tabia yako ni mbaya, lazima ukataliwe. Na kama IBC itakuclear, tukupate kwa ballot, tukukatae hapo. So kila Mkenya tumakinike. So sio story ya 6-piece peke yake. Kama 6-piece imeweka pamoja, unajua kuna hili inaitwa sandwich, okay? Mkate huku ni mzuri, ni fresh, mkate huku ni fresh, katikati nyama imeoza. Tumbo itasema mkate ilikuwa fresh. Lazima uangalie vizuri ili sandwich ile ambayo unakula iko fresh na ni nzuri kwa afya yako. Tunatafuta Kenya ambayo iko na afya bora, na kila Mkenya atafurahia akiongozwa na viongozi wanaoaminika, viongozi ambao watapatia vijana wetu motisha and a desire to become like that, not shortcut people who are watu wa wash. Kwanza hao watu wa wash, don't let them come anywhere leadership is. The wash people, the people who cannot explain how they became rich and they are rich today, the people who came with nothing and now they have everything. Wako na ile anointing ya Yakobo. Yakobo alikwenda alifika kwa nyumba ya nani na kijiti peke yake, lakini alirudi na mali. Uzuri wa Yakobo kwamba alikuja baada ya miaka 14. Haikukuwa miaka 5, miaka 14 ndio akapata hiyo mali, alirudi naye akisaidiwa na Mungu. Lazima tuulize maswali yanayofaa. Asante sana. Kuna nani huyo anauliza nini? Kuna Njoroge. There is something. Just a moment. Sarah Njoroge, still waiting for the day you will butcher the manifesto of each coalition and do it faithfully. Hata saa hatuna manifesto bwana, wherever dada yetu Sarah Njoroge. Saa hii tuko tuna point 10 za Raila Odinga. William Ruto amebadilisha mambo mingi, hata tujui manifesto yake ni gani. Amesema bottom up, mara hustler, mara wheelbarrow, mara nini. So ajaandika, akiandika akupatie uniletee, tutaichambua moja kwa moja. Kwa sasa hivi hata viongozi wa UDA na viongozi wa Kenya Kwanza hawawezi kutuelezea bottom up ni nini, kinatoka wapi, kinaenda wapi, kitafanya kazi kivipi. Wanasema ni kitu kama CDF, ni fund itapeana. Na ukweli tuseme kupeana pesa sio mwisho wa matatizo Kenya. Kuna Uwezo Fund sahi, kuna Women Fund, kuna Youth Fund, there is devolution. Hela kupeana sio mwisho wa matatizo. Uongozi bora ndio utasaidia maisha ya kila Mkenya. Thank you very much. Na so sio kuonea, ni tunapatia nafasi watu wa UDA hapa watuelezee bottom up. Tumewapatia muda, saa nyingine tunashona tu mdomo ili tunakuwa patient, wajaribu kutueleza, lakini katika hiyo hali wanashindwa, inawakanganya hao wenyewe. So Ni muhimu tusimame sehemu ambayo ukweli wa mambo ndio unafanya nini, unatuelekeza, sio tu eti nani alisema fulani naye akasema na akarudia. Tusikilize hii alafu tumlete Henry, tukisonga hivyo tuko karibu kutamatisha raundi ya kwanza.
KARUA and Rigathi is like day and night. There's something called idiosyncratic variable. The difference between Martha KARUA and Rigathi is like day and night. There's something called idiosyncratic variables that we use to gauge the capacity of leaders. So Martha's history and track record speak for itself. Look at Rigathi Gachagua, for example. He's not known. You have to go and Google, like, who is this? Then you'll find Molo Dio. He did what for President Moi during Nyayo House torture chambers. You will find his name over there. But Martha KARUA, she started this fight in 1992. She's one of those figures who fought for the second liberation. And Martha has never stopped fighting. So we can say Martha has brought some fire into this Azimio ticket. There is nowhere in this country that Martha cannot go and campaign alone without Raila Odinga. And we have seen the kind of energy, the charisma that she has brought into the team. Martha enjoys what is called in politics the name recognition. That is a serious capital in politics. For Rigathi Gachagua, immediately he was appointed running mate, we saw him in Nyeri trying to talk to the electorate that Raila is the one that caused them not to have electricity. They don't have running water in their homes because of Raila Odinga, that after the handshake, Uhuru actually took the money that was meant for the projects and handed over to Raila Odinga. And I was there wondering, like, how gullible are these voters? Because this person talking is the MP for Madeira. His brother was the governor for Nyeri. How come they did not do all these things? So I think he's trying to sell fear and hate. And that narrative, I think, is something that needs to stop. Martha, on the other side, goes to central Kenya and sell policies of Azimio. She never goes personal as compared to Rigathi. So at times I look at the kind of running mate that William Ruto picked, and I sympathize with them, because Rigathi is a nobody Trevor outside central Kenya. And to make it more worse, I've only seen this person, Mheshimiwa, let me call him Mheshimiwa, jumping from one local radio station to the other. Yesterday, or the day before yesterday, he was on a local radio TV saying how they are going to dismantle companies like Safaricom so that they create job opportunities. So there are people who cannot even explain their economic model of the bottom-up approach. How do you talk about dismantling Safaricom, which is a multinational corporation? And issues to do with the communication are things that the government cannot just leave to any other Tom, Dick, and Harry in the name of bottom-up economy. I also heard him talk about Kenya Airways. Kenya Airways is something that the government cannot just let go, because another thing, other than communication, things to do with the airlines, the government cannot just leave in the hands of private dealers. So when you're trying to draw parallels between Martha and Gachagua, I think Azimio is already scoring 80%. Martha is someone that you cannot compare with Rigathi Gachagua.
Bwana Henry Stanley, karibu.
Bernard na wenzangu, asante sana, na nashukuru kwa hii nafasi wa kutoa maoni kulingana na nchi yetu tukufu. I'm very happy, and I'm saying the contributions nowadays, you feel like you have to listen to. I've been watching, except that now I decided I have to say something, because all has been discussed. I agree, we concur for everything, and I see the contribution is good. That's why I wished if people back home can be listening to this one, because it could be of great importance, because it is our country. Whoever takes it, but we need some things corrected. So about these leaders who are in UDA, all of them have been compromised. We can't blame them, because it's like somebody gives you a house out of shelter and food and everything. Then you say now you don't listen to what this person says. You will be kicked out of the house and you will become homeless. So what Marara is saying, Now it's saying that the police officers, they are not educated. And they say, mnaona nimefanya makosa. You know, I may realize alifanya makosa. You know, I think we must have a lawyer. The police officers, I'm requesting them to have a good lawyer to take Marara to court to verify how many police officers are not educated. If it is all of them, then if their governments bring other officers who are educated, then we know. I've known today from Maraya, but I know that even those police officers, some of them have degrees, maybe masters, and like Maraya. Maraya is just talking because of the money. And when we come to people like Didmas, he's saying if writers be arrested first. And I don't know what's the problem with these Uda people. Everything. Hata mtoto wake akisikia tumbo anahara anasema hiyo ni chakula Raila anampatia. So why can't we leave aside? We don't talk about we are agitated, we are irritated because of their speeches. All they speak is Raila. Or what? And I appreciate them because of their speeches, because this is because of what Raila has done. Raila is a great leader. He has done everything for us. We are proud of him. Even them, they are proud. Almost, not all of them have gone under Raila. Look, in Mombasa today, from the clips you have played. Now, these leaders who are following Deputy President, when he say A today, tomorrow say B, then the day after tomorrow, he come to A again. Now, what are you following? Unafuata nini? Leo anakuambia ufanya hivi. Kesho anakuambia usifanye vile nilikuambia jana. So, where are we? If we are supposed to, our deputy president is out there to be just a president. He don't care whether we have Kenyans, whether you are existing, you don't exist, so long as he becomes president, and that's all he wants. If you don't sing his song, then you are not there. Now, let us face the reality. He say, Joe, you didn't go to school, now that's we are supposed to kuhamisha bandari nichukue Naivasha. Sasa mwingine nimesikia hapa amesema, can you hamisha reli kutoka hapa Naivasha urudishe Mombasa? So even the cheering, you can see the crowd which is there. Maybe they were given something small, that's why they attended. But look at the way the response. Wakisema mikono juu, no mikono kuinua juu. And I appreciate what I saw from when Kindiki stood to speak. The applauding was a bit higher than the previous people who talked before him. What does that one show? That one is a good show, and I wish after their rallies they go back and watch it again and see where there was a mistake. We don't have time out for this other as me. We don't have time out. If something comes like Didima say that one, like Marara, now maybe tomorrow you will hear them say we have a meeting in Karen. Why did you do this? It's a time out for their campaign. So let us be watchful, and let us just, we don't say that they're not fair to lead our country. That's the problem. The money these guys were given in Clevie, it is their money. It is their money which they paid, and from the other side, it was siphoned and was given, and now it's given to them. Now, money which you are given, free money is dangerous, it's expensive. Let us know, cheat ourselves, that this is to kingia pesa kwa mfuko, but if you will be asked, how will that money come to kwa mfuko, you don't explain leaders in this UDA cannot explain what's bottom up. So let us be just be truthful. Let us be honest. It is our country. Whether wakichukua, so long as they do what we need as a country, that's good. But what you are doing, they are going beyond overboard. If wakiingia bus, moto ile tawaka ni mbaya. But let me leave it there for other participants. And I appreciate so much for what is going on. And I keep saying, if God willing, this one becomes one of the TV channels back home, which is watched by, and this case, the other time, that was 2013, we had a WhatsApp group in my vernacular station. We used to analyze these leaders, and it was fun because we are saying the truth. We are posting pictures of the schools. They say they have built. They are used to have CDF money. Like now, this man is saying tutawaletea CDF. Now the CDF which has been brought, instead of helping the common mwananchi, wewe unachukua kwako, imetolewa kwako kwa garage yako, namba plate zimewekwa sijui sanduku yako, alafu unaanza kusema ati Raila ashike kwanza. Sasa Raila alikwambia uende kufanya hiyo, na Raila hata kama anatumia, the number plates they have is for the government. So let us not cheat ourselves. Asante Bernard na wengine.
Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Yes, Jakindube.
Bernard, kuna kitu inaniuma kwa sababu wewe ndio umesema, na mimi nataka tu kusema, wewe umesema tusichague our leaders. Mimi nataka uniambie, wakati Malala alikuwa anazungumza na Wakenya, na hao Wakenya walifanya nini? Walishangilia. Wakati Ruto alikuwa anazungumza kule Mombasa akisema Joho hajasoma, wale walikuwa wanashangilia walikuwa ni watu wa Mombasa, hao wananchi wa Kenya. Mimi nakuomba Bernard, kitu moja unaweza kutufanyia. Wewe ni pasta. Kitu nataka ufanye ile inaitwa kesha. Uombe wa Kenya. Sisi kuna kitu mbaya na sisi. Kwa sababu kama mtu anaweza kutusi polisi ambaye anatulinda na anamulinda yeye, anamtusi polisi. Na polisi yako na bunduki. Anasema ati huyu mtu anabeba tu bunduki. Na polisi yako na bunduki. Unaona huyo kusema kweli. Mnasema hapa kuna wasomi. Si mnasema hao ni wasomi. Sasa amesoma nini? Mimi nataka mniulize, na wauliza ninyi amesoma nini? Nikisema kwamba kusoma sio elimu. Elimu, wachana na elimu, ni hekima. Elimu ni utu wa kuheshimu binadamu wenzako. Polisi wanakulinda, alafu huyo polisi unamtusi na ako na bunduki, unasema hawa ni kati watu wa kubeba bunduki. Jamani, hao ni watu ambao hawafai kuwa viongozi wetu. Kwa hiyo Bernard, wewe ni muombaji, mimi nakuomba uulize maombi, ndio uombee watu. Nimewaambia watu hapa, tubadilisheni, tuokokeni, tutoke kwa hii giza ambayo tuko, kwa sababu hawa watu wanatusi na sisi tunashangilia, alafu tunakuja kulalamika. Mimi hao watu siwezi kuwasikiliza, ni watu ambao hawana utu. Asante, pole Bernard kama
Asante Jakindube, maombi tutayaomba, hata kesho taifanya hapa. Kwa hivyo wote ambao wanaweza kuomba, Biblia tunatuita tufanye hivyo. Cha muhimu pia ni kile tunachofanya, kuelimisha watu wajue ukweli. Unajua kuna ile inaitwa what is it called, mob psychology. Okay, mob psychology. Some of the things that people answer in a chorus is not something that is taught. They are just going through motions, and you see that even in church preaching. My father was he wasn't a church goer, but he had a very good friend who was a faithful church goer. They were very good buddies. So every time that friend visited, he had to make my dad take him to church. And then those early days, the Catholic Mass was conducted in Latin. So in the local village, but the Mass is conducted in Latin, and people will only respond by saying amen. So my dad, being smart and, of course, conniving as usual, he would come from church. He has gone with his friend, and then he'll go and take one or two for the road. Then he'll come and say, you people, you are not serious. You go to that church and that white man comes and says, "Mutakufa hivyo na umaskini wenu," then you accept. Amen. No,
we Bernard, omba nyumba ja kusikia ukisema hivyo. Unajua nyumba yako huko background. We cheza na
No. I'm just giving a story of my dad. I never. I'm just talking about my dad. He's late now, but what I'm saying is, at times people just answer in mob without thinking about what was said or even finding out what was said, because they have been programmed to always respond in a particular way. But taking responsibility is what we are doing now, scrutinizing and questioning things so that we can get the right response every time. Ubuntu iko nini? Subiri wewe. Sema umeinua mkono, kuna nini? Ubuntu umekwama ama kumeendaje? Unmute, the mic is beside your name on the screen.
So hello. Speaking on matters leadership, I think we're just missing the mark because yeah, can you hear me?
No.
You have a question or a comment?
No, I wanted to also add on the topic for today.
No, okay. You will come after Keep. We have a schedule, first come, first served. So when it's your turn, you'll be given opportunity to make your submission, and you are almost there. So just relax, Kiasi. All right.
So thank you. So
thank you. Keep coming, please.
Yeah. Wewe utazoea hiyo kanisa yetu wewe. Umetuzoea. Your late father was there. Mheshimu mzee bwana.
But I am one of you. I almost became a priest. I went to seminary. So dini naielewa vizuri sana.
Wewe ulikuwa altar boy alafu unasema hivyo bwana. But it's good to make fun of ourselves. It's good. Jana nilikuwa nafanya kazi, bado nafanya kazi, but this usually helps me to see how home is going. Sasa ni kusalamu kwa Jakindo Bay, Mr. Wangira, with your wisdoms, I like it. Henry, asante sana kutukumbusha juu ya nyumbani chaka. Mzuri kukuona. Ubuntu, I've seen you before. I like what you bring to the channel. Na Mama Selina, namuitanga the fire lady, the dragon lady herself hapa. We ni matrion hapa, so we've got both our matrion and patrion of the show, Jakindo Bay and Mama Selina. Wanatuchunganga hapa tusiende out of control as young people. Sasa tunasema hii mambo ya Ruto being a liar and saying two things half and half. I think back in the day in journalism, we would be very careful about using the word lie, but nowadays, after the Trump effect, we have to be candid. If somebody lied, he lied. So we need to double talk. It happens, and I'll tell you why it's a good campaign strategy. And I'll draw parallels to Trump. Ruto picked up from Trump's campaign book, but did it a bit too early. I think he should have learned better from that. Maybe he didn't have the opportunity to learn that. So you have to tap into the population's anger. Ukisikia wanaongea a lot of lies about the Jubilee government, about the handshake, about BBI. This is a very good strategy to bring a bit of anger into society, just like Trump did, and you can see it's worked. Yeah, because this you could not tell me 4 years ago that Ruto would have had such a clinch or a strong arm on the Kema community. I would not say the Kema community is central, let's say central, because the Gema community includes the Kikuyu people and the Meru people and the Embu people in Kisumu, Eldoret, Nakuru, Mombasa, and elsewhere. So that is what Ruto is using. He's using lies and anger as a tool to mobilize the population. But one thing about using lie and anger, I mean, Hitler did that, is the fact that the population gets very exhausted. And anger and lies should be done, at least it should have started last year. I'm not encouraging it. It's because the anger that Trump sparked took a span of a year, and by the time it was the second year when he was being elected as president, there was a lot of people that have been lied to, and they believed the lies, and they were angry about the deep state, they were angry about a lot of stuff. And the formula of a good liar is when a liar puts a bit of truth in it or touches a bit of your life, and then you can see that it works. Like, let me give you an example. The biggest example was with the BBI, and the BBI being a thing to share power, right? But there's a reason that there are good things and bad things about it. But if you focus on the bad part of it and lie about it and expand it, you can see it worked. You can see the campaign worked. People are still talking about it to date, but we're getting exhausted. So that is why Martha KARUA, when she came into Central with her campaign, it worked out. So this is outside topic very, very shortly. The watermelon looks like the man is coming back. He had a Zoom meeting. I think Martin, you'll see Martin Deto will appear out of nowhere in the comments. The man spoke to the hardliners of Wiper and told them to start campaigning for Raila. So you would soon be seeing Kalonzo coming in, and the only thing I see should happen is if these guys are coming back, we need to put these guys alongside the Azimio teams. I know I don't like them. Some of these hardliners, like the Mtulas, the Tuas, no, not the Mtuas, the Mtula Kalonzos and the likes, the guys who've been poisoning Kalonzo's mind. I think these guys should be put up in front so that watu huko village wataweza kuwaona, alafu waonekane na hata wafurahi, waone kwamba that Ukambani is back with us. I know this afternoon hizo signatures have been approved by IEBC for Wiper Party, but I'm beginning to believe Martin Deto's story about this man coming back. I don't know if you can confirm this for me, Bernard, but I think hiyo kiti yenye naogopa isipewa kwa mtu mwingine. I know it's been confirmed. Sorry, it's been confirmed. Hata haizipatiwa. I saw that within there was a circulation of Baba's team, and the speakership inakuja kwenu huko Western, which is very good. That's a very powerful position, the third most powerful in Western, and Kalonzo should not touch that. Hiyo ya Super CS, I'm just hoping that Ngilu gets it, and I'll still campaign for her to get it, and I'll continue to till the end to campaign for her to get that position as cabinet secretary chief. Sasa tunaona the rest of the topics I will jump in pole pole, but there was another thing I wanted to ask Bernard. I think we can discuss with management of Mutembei where they could ask the IEBC to be sending us the results so that we can display it ourselves on Mutembei. So we'll discuss that on the side. So we stream it here ourselves. We can discuss the technology, the technical aspect to that, and we'll also discuss with my friend Alex here. We can see how we can do that. Asante sana, and I'll wait for the next person to add on top, unless you have any questions.
Thank you. Streaming, of course, that has to take place. We will need to do that. We are working out on the capacity to be everywhere so that we don't just stream, we stream raw results, not filtered results by IEBC. We want raw results so that we have accurate results from the polling station, especially for the presidents.
Yes, so we can see how we can gather that data direct.
We'll work on that. And Mato was supposed to get back to us about getting airtime from a Celestial TV station that can be carrying out this show. The longer way is for us to get our own infrastructure, pay the communication authority and KBC to carry our show. The shortest cut is to get an already running TV station. They just feed into this particular show and then they stream it on the terrestrial system. Both ways are viable as long as we are ready to meet the expenses. But that's also housekeeping. We'll deal with that.
Great. That is great. Good work anyway. That's mutakuwa bigger and bigger every day.
Asante. So Ubuntu, karibu.
So to all the panelists also, so mine will be very short. So speaking matters leadership, we need to narrow it down on, I think I've had panelists here before and also government officials alluding to how Kenya was at par with Singapore at independence.
One Ubuntu.
Which is true.
One moment.
Yes,
Are you on Bluetooth?
No.
If we can't get you clearly, turn your earphone so that the mic can pick your words clearly. Sorry, Ubuntu. Umekwendaje? Okay, Ubuntu inaonekana network imekata. Okay, turudi kwa Alex. Alex, vipi? Leo unatupatia the laws of nature.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, Bernard, acha nirudi tena. Niweke maneno.
One moment Alex. Ni kama Ubuntu amerudi. Ubuntu? Ubuntu, sort out your internet issues, please. We can't have that on and off. Just organize it and then you come back. Alex, go ahead.
Yeah, Bernard, nilikutumia clip zingine hapo mbili uweke wakati nitaongea second time because I think we need to start dealing with Ruto not in propaganda but in respect to what we have read, what he has said and what we know. Leo maneno ilikuwa Western ilikuwa mingi na zingine zilikuwa zinafurahisha but this was comedy. Iko mama uko Western alisimama unajua nyinyi mko na wanawake wengi, kuna mama utamu, kuna mama nini, but iko mama alisimama huko leo akasema hatuwezi finywa usiku na tena tufinywe mchana. Huyo mama alinifurahisha sana. Usually Raila is very careful on what he comments. Then Raila comes later on anasema hata wamama wamesema hapa hawataki wafinywe usiku tena wafinywe mchana. So I was really thinking what Raila was saying. And the only interpretation I could link that to, I think it seems Baba is hammering Ruto room 350. Iko watu wanafinywa mchana kabla watu wajaenda campaign. Iko watu wanafinywa usiku Ruto akitoka campaign. Baba amesema afadhali wacha watu wafinywe.
Wewe.
No, Bernard, hiyo ilikuwa kwa siasa leo, lazima tuongee. Alafu iko clip Miguna aliongea, sijui alitoa wapi hiyo maneno, but Miguna alisema, and I want you to put that clip so that people may not think that I'm speaking at any propaganda. We are deconstructing what we are hearing, and we are, we are connecting the dots to kind of form, even if it's not a straight line, maybe a zigzag line to understand.
Just a moment. Let's see if it is ready.
Yeah, Bernard, put that clip for us. Your clip ni tamu sana. Wangira will be happy to hear that.
Kwa muda mrefu. Wamama oye! Wamama oye! Raundi hii tumesema wamama mufinywe usiku peke yake. Mchana tutafinywa.
Mama yule amesema ati akina mama wafinywe usiku peke yake. Lakini mchana wafanye kazi. Hatuwezi kufinya usiku na tena na mchana vile vile.
Lero.
Bernard, sisi.
Let's get this one.
The bottoms up economy.
Ruto has been involved in more than looting. Ruto is reputed to have had 27 children in 2 years. Between 2007 and 2012, Ruto had more than 30 children. The man has been on a riot in bed and on a riot in the looting spree. The man is dangerous to the economy of the Republic of Kenya and to social order. William Samoei Ruto cannot be the president of the Republic of Kenya. And William Ruto belongs to the KANU despotic regime that wants to spread its tentacles for more than a century. Citizens of Kenya must organize to stop William Ruto. These are tyrants who have absolutely no interest of Kenyans at heart. They don't care whether 55 million Kenyans live in squalor, live in extreme poverty, go without food, go without housing, go without the basic necessities of life. So I call upon Kenyans to say no. Say no to William Ruto.
Genghis Khan of Kenya. Genghis Khan here.
Mimi nasema viti ya watu Kenya kwanza wanaongea. Sisi hatujaongea hiyo maneno. The guy has been on a riot. Anafinya usiku, anafinya mchana. Lakini baba ametuambia sisi watu wa Azimio tunafinya usiku, mchana tunafanya kazi. Keep, umesikia hiyo advice? Sasa hapa watu tuachie hiyo maneno hapo. That was on a light note because I think watu wa Kenya kwanza, I think there is something wrong with them. They are on a riot. Their minds has gone berserk and insane. They are not thinking. Everything they are doing, it looks like it is just pleasurable. Even things that you are not supposed to speak on the podium, you speak it for the sake of pleasuring yourself. So I think Baba is right. Wacha mchana tufanye kazi, tufinyane tu siku. Thank you, Bernard, very much. On a lighter note.
Leo inaonekana ni leo kweli. Asante lakini. Wants to respond. Wangira. Wewe ndio uko karibu na room 350.
Bernard, mimi sisemi kitu leo, wacha nisiseme kitu tu.
Sawa, keep.
You're see, bottoms up, man. Sorry. The economy of bottoms up. But like in your story, 32 children. Aye. This guy is trying to build the nation, kweli, yeah. Come on.
That's not building the nation.
Anajenga nation ya Ruto.
We say in the church that God said, go and fill the earth, not the house. So
Bernard, hata Alfred Mutua alifinywa mkono mchana na Ruto, nakumbuka.
Zaya ameenda kufinyulwa.
Na nasaidiwa na Faruk.
Sawa. Okay, let's make progress. Let's move on. Kuna Stanley wawili. So which Stanley is which? So get rid of both of them and then find out who is who where. And both of them are asleep, Ama. Okay, all right. Jakindube.
Umenipatia nafasi ya pili ya?
Ndio hiyo, chukua tafadhali, utuelekeze kwa hii maswala.
Okay, asante sana Bernard, nimeshukuru kabisa. Bernard, mimi ninasema kila siku, nawaambia Wakenya kwamba ukweli ni jambo la muhimu, na Wakenya wanaona yale mambo ambayo yanafanywa na hao watu wa UDA. Tuna watusi wa polisi ambao walinzi wa nchi yetu, wanawatusi hao wanatusi walinzi wa nchi yetu. Hao wanatusi sisi wananchi, kusema kwamba sisi ni wajinga, kwa sababu kama mtu anakudanganya, anasema wakati ule Ruto alisema nani Hassan Joho ni mjinga, hajasoma, hakuona shule, kwa hiyo anafikiri bahari inaweza kupelekwa, sijui bahari ipelekwa wapi huko, bahari inaweza kupelekwa huko Naivasha. Unaona? Sasa leo anaenda kuambia watu wa Mombasa kwamba atarudisha hiyo kitu bahari kule Mombasa. Sasa kusema kweli, mimi nasema wale watu ambao ninasema wako na problem ni sisi wa Kenya, kwa sababu sisi wa Kenya ndio tunafanyiwa haya mambo, na sisi ndio tunachagua hawa viongozi ambao hawafai. Kwa hiyo na mimi nawashauri wa Kenya, tusijaribu kuchagua hawa viongozi, hasa kwenye mrengo wa UDA. Msijaribu, kwa sababu ukiangalia ni viongozi ambao hawafai kwa nchi yetu. Lakini nataka kusema hivi, mimi nataka kusema kwamba mkutano ambao ulikuwa kule VIHIGA ilikuwa ni nzuri sana, na kwa hiyo nashangaa sana kuona kwamba Mudavadi atatoa wapi 70% au 90 ambayo alikuwa anasema atoe huko, na pale ni VIHIGA. Hapo si kwao na Mudavadi ni VIHIGA. Atatoa wapi? Atatoa hiyo wapi, hiyo 70 ama 90? Bernard, kwao na Mudavadi ni VIHIGA.
Yes, is in VIHIGA County, Mululu village.
Haya, sasa sijui atatoa wapi hiyo 70%. Kama kwao pale ndio alikuwa anaambiwa hawamtaki kwao. Sasa hiyo wapi? Mimi sielewi kule anataka kwa hiyo ni njia ya uongo. Kwa hiyo mimi naweza kusema kwamba baba Raila alikuwa amefanya nani nzuri sana. Mkutano ilikuwa mzuri. Watu wa Western waliitikia mwito wa Raila na wanathibitisha yale mambo ambayo alishafanya, na amewahakikishia yale yote mapendekezo ambao walimpatia, aliwaambia kwamba zitafanyika, na hiyo ni jambo nzuri. Jambo lingine nataka kusema ni kwamba Azimio iko katika wako katika mlengo wao wa kipekee, kwa sababu makamo wa rais alipochaguliwa akasema anataka kufanya kazi, na mimi nataka Wakenya wajue kwamba huyu ni mchapakazi. Tangu achaguliwe, tangu ateuliwe, amekuwa kazini 24 hours. Tena unapologetic na ni mama anafanya kazi bila uoga wala kutishwa na mtu yoyote. Kwa hiyo tunataka wachapakazi kama Martha Karua, anaonyesha kwa vitendo. Hiyo ni jambo la busara sana. Mkutano wake ambao alikuwa kule Garissa, mimi naweza kusema ilikuwa successful, na mimi nasema Martha Karua anaeneza Azimio na anaeneza jina la Raila bila uoga wala vitisho yoyote, na kwa hiyo tunaona hiyo ndio mfano mzuri ambao upo. Mambo ya watu kama kina Malala, mimi niliwaambia, nimesema huku juzi, niliwaambia wakati nafikiri wiki iliyopita kwamba Malala ni kiongozi ambaye hafai. Kama wewe ni kiongozi na wewe unasema unajidai wewe ni msomi, hawa ni watu ambao wanaweza kusema ni wasomi lakini hawana elimu. Unajua kuwa msomi na kuwa na elimu ni tofauti. Kwa hiyo kuwa mtu ambaye ana elimu ni mtu ambaye ni mstaarabu, mtu ambaye ana utu, ambaye ana heshima, ambaye ana nidhamu kwa viumbe vyote. Huyo ndio mtu unaweza kusema ameelimika. Lakini kusoma tofauti na kuwa na elimu. Kwa hiyo mimi kwa sababu hiyo ndio nasema keep nasema wasomi wanasoma, wakienda huko nyumbani wanaiba pesa, wanakuwa ndio wanakula rushwa, wanaiba pesa ambayo inatakiwa kwenda hospitali, inatakiwa kwenda barabarani, inatakiwa kusomesha watoto, wanaiba hizo pesa, na hali wao wanajiita ni wasomi. Kwa hiyo kusoma sio elimu, kwa sababu mtu mwenye elimu ni mtu ambaye anafaa kuwa na nidhamu, mtu ambaye anafaa kuwa na utu, mtu ambaye anafaa kuwa na heshima. Huyo ndio mtu ambaye unaweza kusema ni mtu ambaye ameelimika. Kwa sababu mimi labda sikusoma kama wengine ambao wana madigrii nyingi, lakini mimi nafikiria nina utu, kwa sababu sina haki ya kuiba pesa zetu. Nataka nchi yetu ijengwe, lakini nataka kuambia vijana wote wa Kenya wote, tafadhali mimi nawaomba muunge mkono Bwana Raila na president, na hasa Azimio, kwa sababu hii wana mpango wa kuwajengea vijana, vizazi vya Kenya nzima, nchi tulivu, nchi yenye maendeleo. Hatutaitwa tena third world, tutaitwa nchi ambazo zimeendelea. Tutoke mahali tuko, tuende pale juu. Kwa hiyo mimi nawaomba wote tuunge Azimio la mkono. Jambo la mwisho kabisa ambayo nataka kumalizia ni kwamba nataka kuomba Raila, nataka kuomba Azimio wampatie hii kiti cha waliopatia Kalonzo, wampatie Ngilu ili tuwe na ukamilifu. Kalonzo atapata kazi nyingine, manake yeye bado apatiwe Ngilu aanze kufanya kazi. Hatutaki mambo ya kwa sababu Kalonzo atasumbua serikali ya Azimio. Kwa hiyo kiti apewe Ngilu, manake akipewa bado wamepewa watu wa Ukambani, na hiyo ndio tunataka. Hatutaki kwamba kitu fulani ni jina la mtu. Tunataka mtu ambaye anaweza kufanya kazi, na mimi kwa maoni yangu naona mtu ambaye anaweza kufanya kazi, na mimi nawaambia Ngilu akipewa hiyo kiti, hiyo mambo ya uchaguzi tutakuwa tumemalizana nayo, tutabaki tu kumwapisha Raila. Asanteni sana. Asante Bernard.
Okay, thank you Jakindu Bey. Let's umekuwa na watu kwa line hapa. Tumlete Mama Selina tukisonga mbele.
Yes, Bernard.
Haya.
Jakindu Bey, asante sana kwa mawaita kama kila siku. Naona Julius. Hey, keep. Mambo baba. Naona tunakaa.
Hello Mama Selina.
Asante baba. Tunashukuru. Wacha tushikilie jamii yetu waone sisi ni Wakenya asili. Na tunaomba wakikuja wakuwe na msimamo na wasiongee kwa sababu ya wengine. Let the people speak the truth, kwa sababu hiyo tu ita set our country free. Si kwa sababu unafuata tu. Bernard, kuhusu mjadala ya kupongeza watu ya pote wamekaribisha baba. Bernard, that one is not even 90%. They have come out 100%. Sidhani kama kuna mtu amepaki nyumbani. And all of us, we know it is a Wednesday, ama ilikuwa Wednesday. Ni wakati watu wangekuwa kasini, but the love of baba. Sidhani kama kuna kasi ilifanyika. So, kwangu nataka kuambia Wakenya, ni hiyo mapenzi tunataka, na siba ni vitendo. Biblia ilituambia tunafuna yale tulipanda. Kama ulipanda maharagwe, usitarajie kufuna mahindi. So vitendo yetu na kasi yetu ndiyo inafanya Wakenya wanatuona. Kasi baba ametetea Kenya. Kama jana mtu mwingine alitaka anasema ati tunataka vitendo. Mwenye alikuwa hapa jana nataka kumwonyesha leo. Yale tumeona Western ni vitendo ile ulitaka kujua baba amefanyia Kenya. So Bernard, tunashukuru sana kwa hii Mtembei TV. Najua watu wengi wamebadilika. Najua imefunza watu wengi, na wale wachache bado wajakuwa na msimamo. Tunaomba ya kwamba usipoteze kura yako. Tuliona hiyo dalili ni ya kwamba baba na mama watatushikilia, tuone nchi yetu imekuwa mzuri. Bernard, hayo tu ndiye ningesema kwa sababu najua hakika inawezekana. Baba ako na wisdom sana.
Okay, asante Mama Selina, inaonekana neti yako imeshikamana. Okay, you'll come back later. Ubuntu umerudi, na I hope you are now okay.
I'm trying to assume so. Can you hear me?
That is now much better. Karibu.
Okay, thank you. So as I was saying before, it is good that we dissect these people, we dissect issues also. So these leaders like telling us that at independence we were at par with Singapore and the likes, which is kind of true, because if you look at Singapore's GDP at independence, it was $500, and that of Ghana was the same. But if you look now, Singapore has the same GDP as US, Canada, and the likes. So where did we go wrong? So there's some theory to what the success in Singapore is. And the success in Singapore, according to the Prime Minister then in 1959, Dr. Lee Kuan Yew, it was very simple. It was a abbreviation of MPH, and I want us to go through it. And that way we can separate the dirt from the chaff very easily, even for Wanjiko. The M stood for meritocracy, which meant selecting the best. The question is, are we selecting the best? Okay. The P stood for pragmatism. And on this, actually on the meritocracy, Lee Kuan Yew, the Prime Minister at the time, was a Cambridge graduate in mathematics, later went on to the Harvard Kennedy School. He published an article while there in a top tier 1 economic journal, which is huge in the technocrat circles. And I ask myself, with this lot we have, can we pride ourselves by saying that we have the best? And if we don't, who's better? On pragmatism, the best explanation of pragmatism can come from Dr. Deng Xiaoping, former president of China. He said, a cat is black. If a cat is black or white, it's okay. If the cat catches the mice, then that is a good cat. What am I alluding to? Ideology doesn't matter if it works. And if it does, we should use it. If especially on this point, you can clearly see the picture of Mother KARUA coming out very clearly. And on the H, it was all about honesty, honor. And that is what is lacking in abundance in our political circle. You know, honesty. And if you can quote the Bible, whoever is guilty should throw the first stone. But again, there are people who stink of corruption, you know, and I've been here a few times and I've had my able panelists allude to this thing of we are innocent until proven guilty. Actually, that is correct, but if we look at it that way, we will always be in the position we are. We should assume these people are accused until proven guilty or innocent. So if you're accused, you're neither innocent, neither are you guilty, but you're accused. So the likes of the Gashago guy coming and saying that he's not yet convicted and all these things, but there's a question over your head about this 12 billion, which is alleged. Anyway, going away from that, the biggest enemy to honesty is corruption. And what did Singapore do to deal with this conundrum? Singapore punished the biggest or the top of the food chain in terms of corruption. Okay? So for example, if you are a politician and went out on holiday with your business buddy, like we see Ruto going with his buddies to Dubai, taking salt-based meat and all these things, while our mothers are lying hungry back at home, you know, that in itself is corruption. You know, we should not, as in, it is what it is. And I don't know why we like smearing gold and perfume to something that is stinking of corruption. You know, let us look at, as I conclude, you know, I've always believed and always been a firm believer that democracy as it is, and whatever is coming out of the mouths of these people is evidence enough that democracy as it is not practical in our African setting. We should relook into that thing, and I'm not saying that we should go back to a totalitarian system, but we should have sort of a fusion, something that can work in our setting. Because it seems that, let me just use a funny example, that for a kid to understand something, you must beat it into them. And that's the African way of doing it. Sorry to say. We stop beating our kids and we can see where it's got us, you know? And Singapore realized this early on. Yes, there's this Western way of doing things, but there's what we are. And that is what Kenyans need to realize. And with this formula for Singapore, we should be able to know who is our next president and who is better fit for this government. You know, look at meritocracy, pragmatism, and honesty. It is that simple. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ubuntu. That is a good summary. Nobody should be confused about this. Bwana Njiru.
Vipi, habari yako?
Salama, namna gani?
Yeah, naendelea vizuri. I think I'm happy with what is happening. So, do you want me to do my presentation ama namna gani? Ama ni salamu ulikuwa unanisalimia?
Nataka uende kwa ofisi ndio urudi. Ingia kutoka kwa ofisi, umeingia kutoka kwa dirisha.
Oh, wacha nitumie.
Because unless uko naambia unataka kwenda mahali.
Let me just use this one. Kesho nitakuja vizuri.
No, uko na gadgets. There is a reason why I'm asking that.
It can take time. Gadgets zangu haziko sawa.
Jipange utanijibu. Twende kwa Julius. Julius vipi?
Okay. Savi Bernard, naona Alex, naona Kip, Mama Selina, Stanley, Ubuntu, Njiru. Nashukuru kwa asubuhi ya leo kwa hii nafasi. At least saa zingine unajua ukisikiza unasikia mpaka una nini yani I really enjoy listening, because there are people that actually this platform is educating us many things that, you know, najua zingine kuna vitu mingi ya ujui, unafikiria unajua kumbe hujui, you know, you cannot know everything. So I'm always appreciating Mutembei TV for the chance you have given to us to share, even to listen. Itself is something very big for me. And anyway, kuongea kuhusu mada ya leo. Malala unajua kichwa yake watu wanaruku unajua mtu akianza kuharibika kichwa inakuwa hivyo. And I'm telling you, these people, I don't know, sijui huyu DP anapatianga nini ya watu. You know, somebody anakuaga crazy all of a sudden. Anaongea. By the way, I don't know. Kusema kweli, there is something, sijui ni kama unajua ukisikia mtu anaongeanga kuhusu uganga, I think that he's very much into that, because ukiona hata hiyo mkutano ya Aisha Jumwa jana, ukiona matamshi ya Balala, hata ukiangalia mara mingi mi watch NTV ama Citizen TV mahojiano ya wanasiasa, ukiona wanasiasa wa Yuda, you know, the way they are wako na uchungu fulani. I don't know why people are that harsh. I mean, they are just yani ni kama unaonanga yule mtu amefika mwisho. I don't know what is happening with them. But actually, they choose to be where they are, so they don't have to, na wezi lazimisha watu. Their problem is they want to force everybody. Ukisikia ati unampinga anataka kukumaliza, which is politics doesn't work that way. I cannot force you to support me in a personal level. Hata kama mimi niko na mali gani, hata kama it doesn't matter. I cannot force you to support me. It's a decision of Kenyans to decide who they want to support. And where they are going wrong is because they are not even selling any manifesto. What they are doing is just attacking and attacking and attacking and attacking their opponents. Niliona siku ile Ruto alikuwa KARUA akikashifu huyu Mishra, anaitwa Mishra, MP wa KARUA. How a presidential
KARUA, yeah. Mishra, yeah, the doctor.
Dr. KARUA. How just a presidential anaenda kuongea maneno ya MP kumkashifu mbele ya watu. Surely na ni mtu nataka kuongoza the whole country. Does it mean that you are only going there to be a leader of only those who supports you? That means, unajua kuna watu wengi hapa mjui maneno ya KANU. This is a real KANU. Kama mjui, this is a real KANU. When unajua sisi tulikuwa, hata mimi I was a KANU youth wingers. Yani ilikuwa na powers kuliko hata sijui na I don't know nani yako na power size kama hiyo. We can beat anybody. Naweza kuja kwako na tukupige and you cannot do anything.
Well, Julius, unajua Men in Black wewe kweli?
Black unajua anakuaga ni wakubeba.
No. Well, keep let Julius usher us into this, because there are secrets about KANU youth that we are yet to be exposed to. One of it is that they had power to get away with anything. They did. They were more powerful than even the police. You can't go and report them to the police.
It was a slight joke, no?
Men in Black, unajua Men in Black hawapigangi mtu kama nini, wanakushika wanakupeleka. They just take you away from even if it's a meeting, wanakubeba wanakuchukua. But youth wingers, walikuwa wanaitwa youth wingers, wanaweza kuja kwa boma yako ndani, waingie kwa nyumba, ama ukikataa kufungua mlango watavunja na wataingia ndani na watakucha. Yani it was like a Mungiki style. Actually, I think Mungiki ilianzanga hapo. It was something like Mungiki kabisa. So people don't realize that is a long gone. Hiyo ni story ilienda. Kilgoris wakati huo MP alikuwa for the time anaitwa nani? Konjela. Not Konjela, sorry. Sunguli na alikuwa waziri wa internal security minister. I'm telling you, ule mtu alionanga shida Kilgoris ni mtu anaitwa Tasur. Saa hii anatafuta MP. Tasur alichapwa mpaka watoto wake wanatolewa boarding. Can you imagine mtu anaenda that low mpaka anaenda kwa shule, watoto wake wanafukuzwa shule. So that is the life that UDA is taking us, but we cannot accept that because nobody want to go back there. Hapo mahali tulitoka na tukatoka na tukalieka katika shimo la sahau. We cannot go back there. Mtu anakupiga, imagine hata yani they don't have heart. Unaenda nani, Tasura aliona, my friend aliona shida. Watoto walitolewa boarding. Sunguli anatumana watu, headmaster anafukuza watoto, anambia watoto wako waende nyumbani ni wakorofi. And they go home. There is nothing you can do. That guy and that regime of KANU, which actually it's now carried out, being represented, because now UDA is representing that old KANU. So we Kenyan people should be very careful about this election, because this election is either to take us back to where we left him some years back, or we go ahead and have a country that is free for all Kenyans. Because Kenya is not for few. Kenya is for all. 40 now we are 44, I think. 44 clans, tribes. Kenya is for all of us. We don't want to go back there. So I think hiyo story ya kina kina Malala kichwa yake imeruka tangu wakati ile inaitwaje ya ile election ilifanywa, mini election ya nini ya wakati alisema ati ameibiwa 2 million kwa gari. From that time I came to realize this guy is not normal. Now I had 3 young men that I really, before I used to admire them. Huyu Malala na huyu kijana na wa Mutula Kilonzo Jr. na huyu wa Nairobi sasa Sakaja na those are very young senators. Everybody used to admire them, the way they articulate things, the way, they were very open. But nowadays, I don't know who they are anymore. Because to be associated with UDA, definitely, akili inaanza kupungua. You are not by yourself. Something comes into your mind and you become wild. So hiyo matamshi ya nini by the Bernard na kusupport, hakuna haja ya apology. He doesn't need to. We don't need his apology. We don't need his apology. Angejua, this country, hata kama mtu hajasoma, are they not Kenyan? Are they not supposed to work? Because Kenya, that job is for the Kenyan people. In Kenya, we have educated and illiterate people. So then that means in Malala's whatever, he means that wale watu hawajasoma Kenya wasipatiwe kazi ya serikali. That's what he was saying. Na kama anasema hivyo, wale watu wanaenda kurepresent Kakamega County kama governor, ni wangapi wamesoma hapo? Wale hawajasoma, je, si watu anahitaji? Sometimes the utterances that are very stupid and jana nilisema by the way, kuna watu siku hizi wanataka viboko. They don't need, hakuna haja kwa kashifu. Nataka tu awekwe chini na chape viboko mingi sana, because we cannot deal with such a stupid utterances ambaye even hata mtoto mdogo hawezi nini, they cannot accept something like that. Aisha Juma naye nana. But anyway, jana I was very disappointed, but wakati niliona Baba in Western, I was very happy. But I felt good because yani Waluya wameamua, lakini makosa Waluya wamepatia Mudavadi 70% jana na I think ameruka, amefika kitu 90% atampatia Ruto. I was very happy because Mudavadi amepata 90. Anyway, wacha niachie hapo kwanza, tutaendelea baadaye.
Thank you very much. Just to confirm, let us find out how the 70% is moving.
Watu wanasalimia hata watu.
Hata kupokea salamu 70%.
Can you explain the convoy?
You want to see the convoy again?
Nataka kuona where the chaser cars. Ninatafuta hiyo gari zingine za MCAs na MPs sijaona.
Angalia vizuri, wako wengi sana. Mume ugali na ugali frosa. Wanapata na kaprobox huko nyuma, ni probox au ni gari. Nisipige mawe.
Watu wanasalimia hata
wanaona mpira. Okay, that's how good my DVD and Weta are doing. in hunting for the 90%. They have guaranteed the deputy president they will deliver from Western Kenya. So tungoje kuhesabu kura, lakini wale watu mko na contract ya kukata miti, naendelea kuwahimiza tafadhali msilegee.
Tuko
na kufence River Nzoia, fence vizuri kabisa, rat isisambazo hiyo section mpaka baada tarehe 10. Tunataka after inauguration at Kasarani, then watu waachiliwe waende kukubali matokeo. Yes, Ubuntu, sema.
No, it is also good, as the government is procuring for drugs, dawa pressure ikuwe mingi, you know, as in you should also show when Raila was also arriving, the kind of reception, you know. And I think there are people who say perceptions don't lie. As in, you can see people are so uninterested with the Mudavadi story, you know. It doesn't take a lot to see a losing team. That's all I'm saying. So mkikata meat, unajua watu wanini kwa overtime. The timber guys. So you should also procure for some diclofenac, you know. Yeah.
Okay, sawa ma painkiller, ma depression, drugs, please mfanye procurement. Najua it takes 6 months to bring the container. So
na hiyo ndio kazi yao. Hiyo ndio kazi yao ya procurement. So,
yes, na wao ndio wako in charge of procurement. Did they procure? Because
ama ni hewa tu pia tena.
Wataleta nini, wanaleta hapa mattress za kushika moto. Wanasema eti wameleta dawa. Bwana Njiru, umekuja vipi?
Nimekuja, lakini vile ulikuwa unataka nikuje ni kama sitaweza kukuja, hivyo inaniitisha kodi na unajua.
Hamna shida, we toa mchango wako, vita zako nitakupiga baadaye.
Okay, sawa. So I appreciate our involvement hapa. You know, we are those are people wa kutoka mlimani ambao tulisema hii mambo itabadilika na tukashikilia hiyo. Yeah, there was a time when things never used to look as if there is any hope ya kukua na Raila kama president wa hii nchi, sababu kuna jamaa alikuwa anakimbia peke yake, hakuwa anajua bana Omanyala anaweza kuja anzie kuvunjavunja marekodi. So maybe kabla nianzie ni vizuri pia to just reinforce something. Nataka kuambia mzee wangu bwana Jakedube kidogo ya kwamba we do not call the underdeveloped countries third world. Maybe nilikuwa tu nikitaka tu kumwambia tu, kwa hiyo third world was a conglomeration of countries because of alliances. So first world ni wale ambao walikuwa upande wa Marekani, second world ni wale wengine walikuwa ile pande ingine. So hiyo tu ni mipangilio tu ya kidunia. Then those people were not aligned, they called themselves ama waliitwa na wazungu third world. So it has nothing to do with the development. So I find it good to use the word developed and underdeveloped. To me, that one is better instead of third world, second world, first world. I see those words a bit demeaning to some of the status of African countries. Maybe it's just a clarification on that. So kuna kijana hapa ametuambia maneno ya I think Singapore kidogo. Ningetaka pia to also reinforce on that. Ni ukweli hivyo amesema, and ile tragedy tumekuwa nayo kama Waafrika ni kwamba we have everything we need, to the extent that pari kama Congo, it is rated as one of the richest country in the world in terms of resources, but because of the disorganization ya leadership unakuta wana chochote, whereas zile nchi ambazo the only thing I remember there was a time nilisikiliza clip from guys walikuwa hapo wa Dubai. They were trying to compare Nigeria na Dubai. and they were saying that Nigeria has everything but they don't have leadership. But those guys wa Dubai walikuwa wanasema sisi hatuna chochote isipokuwa mafuta, but we have good people, good leadership and good strategy, and that is why Dubai is better than Nigeria. So already na mnaona saini ya kwanza. Unajua hii wiki nimekuwa nikifuata speeches za deputy president from 2013 up to now, and na nimeshtuka sana huyo. I don't know, you know, sometimes nikiona mtu amevalia suti and he is still following what this guy is speaking, saa zingine nashtuka sana. Nimefuata zile story alikuwa akisema, story ya Naivasha. Yani unaona, I think our deputy president ni kama mtoto. Yeye ni mtu wa tune. Yeye tune yake inakuwa ya saa hiyo. Yani kama saa hii ndio wakati wa kukula mkate, yeye tu anaimba hiyo tune. Sababu he is the guy who was saying that hiyo bandari ikiletwa hapo Naivasha mambo itatendeka mzuri sana. Now nikasikia clip nyingine, nikasikia akiuliza kwani bandari tutaileta Naivasha. So unaona, this guy, he has no stand. And I want to tell people, unajua leo tumekorofishana na mtu ana support UDA sana leo, sababu yeye, I can even share with you those, yeye ameniambia tunajua deputy president anaongeanga vitu ambazo hata sisi wenyewe hatuelewi, lakini tuko hapo sababu kwa Kenya hakuna mtu sio mwizi. So that is what UDA people are saying. UDA people wanasema ati Kenya kila mtu ni mubaya, and there is no reason of holding Ruto accountable. That is what UDA people are standing there. Nikawaambia sasa tuko na a clear sheet hapa. Tuko na mtu kama KARUA sasa. Yeah, ni sawa hata kama sasa mnataka kupaint Raila sana, because that is what they are always fond of, kupaka Raila rangi, kumpaka rangi hapa. So nikawaambia sasa at least we have some distinction. So nikaona kweli hawa watu wanataka tu bado tu tuendelee tu kukaa tu kwa ile mtaro yetu. And you know, Kenya is changing. Na unajua, if Kenya will not change, ma countries kama Rwanda, countries like Ghana, which are having a lot of progressive agenda, watatuacha. So tutajikuta sasa sisi we are competing with failed countries because of having, I can tell you, if Ruto becomes our president, sasa sisi tutaanzia kujicompare na countries which are doing very badly, and this guy has a potential of destroying our country, and I'm saying this one without fearing, sababu that is how he is. Sababu huyu jamaa kitu ya kwanza alisimama kwa campaign akasema watoto watapewa laptops. Alisimama kwa campaign akasema tutajengewa stadium in 3 months na 6 months, I don't know. Hata consult experts kujua ya kwamba kuna stadium inaweza jengwa na miezi 3. Hata choo mzuri ya mawe huwezi jenga na miezi 3. So na huyo ni mwanaume mzima ambaye anataka kura yangu, ananiambia in 3 months Kamanyariri will be historic. So you can see the guy we are dealing with. We are dealing with fraud. We are dealing with the historic fraud. And na unajua in life, I hope mmeikutana na hao majamaa wa patapotea. Hao majamaa wanachezanga karata kwa town. They look very convincing. Actually, Ruto is a modern day karata man. Yule jamaa ambaye anakuja na makarata na kuonesha venye utashinda, then in a flash of a minute you don't have anything. So nikiconclude, sababu leo sitaki kuongea mingi because I know people want to speak here. What I want to say is that you guys, we have, even in our campaign rallies, Ruto is a fraud, and fighting a fraud is very difficult. That's why unaona he looks as if he might win, because unajua he has no commitment. He is a guy who kazi yake tu ni kudanganyana. Yeye akipata kiti pale, akienda pale mbele, he will manufacture another lie. So ukiangalia vile Ruto amekuwa akidanganyana kutoka 2013 to 2017, it is not an issue of tribalism. Huyu jamaa hata wakale wenzake amewadanganya. He has cheated those people. Aliwaambia atawafanyia nini. So this guy is the extreme fraud we can have in this world. Na tukiruhusu Ruto akue kiongozi wetu, even the few coins you are making, hata wale watu wanatengeneza 20,000, 40,000 depending with their capability, how watu wote, all those people will shrink. And I can tell you, if Ruto becomes the Kenyan president, how watu tunasema akina mama mboga, how watu tunasema watu wa boda boda, hata hawatakuwa, he is going to wipe them. Atawatoa sasa, those people will not be there. Already umesikia sasa wamesema polisi wasiende shule, polisi wasikuwe watu wameenda shule. So what type of economy is it telling? Already, if a policeman has not gone to school, that one is a criminal by default. Sorry to say that, because huyu mtu he will not be atakuwa na understand sheria, huyo mtu atakuwa anakuja na kukamata ovyo ovyo. So already huyu nani, you know, in our societies we have good and bad people. So tukisema hatutaki kuseparate watu na tina kazi yote ipewe, already historia ni kama anadharau kazi ya polisi. By the way, these guys have been employed, they are paid good salaries, they are feeding their homes. Na historia kusema ati polisi ni kukamata tu buduki peke yake, huyu jamaa ni kukosea hawa watu heshima. So nimesikia pia mwingine hapa ati alisema ati mtu amekuwa tu kwa shule, kazi yake tu ni kushika chalk. Let me tell you for your information, a university professor has a terminal degree. Majority of them wako na doctorate. For your information, hata ni vile tu hapa Kenya, we are not fair to these people. These people, they are supposed even to be earning hiyo mishahara MPs are earning. In a civilized world, professors wana earn, they are earning as like senators. Mishahara yao ni over $150,000. Those professors, hao watu wako na terminal degree. So this idea of thinking that simply because sababu Kenya tunalipa professor 150,000, then tunafikiria ati hiyo mshahara ni competitive and they need to earn hiyo salary, washindwe sana. In fact, when Raila comes, he has to make sure that the dons, maprofesa amewalipa vizuri, sababu hiyo pesa wanalipa, hawalipi pesa mzuri. So hawa watu tuwalipe pesa mzuri, so that at least we can have value in research, we can have value of education. Hata watu waache kukimbilia siasa kila saa. Let me tell you, the reason why watu wanataka kukua ma MP na the reason why watu wanataka kukua ma senator ni sababu wanajua they will be able to make easy and good money there. But if we made our professors and other educated people in Kenya also to get money, hatungekuwa na hii pupa ya kila mtu anataka kuenda kurepresent watu, hata mwingine hataki kurepresent. So what I'm saying is that let's respect education and let's know that things can be done and be done in a civilized way. So mtu yote ambaye anadharau watu wamesoma, we cannot have room for them, because wale watu wamesoma ndio wataweza kudevelop hata wale wajasoma. That's my point. Thank you.
Okay, asante bwana Njiru. Bantu, Ubuntu, you have a question?
I just wanted to add on that. The same way you're saying that we are just recklessly choosing leadership. I want to concur, because like the same case when you hear at the 20% of CG cabinet will be given to certain people, we should be all against that from both divides. We want the best people in these positions. It is so embarrassing, as much as most of you here are Azimio guys, that Joho can be the Minister of Lands, with all due respect. You know, that is impossible. And to a young man like me, it is so discouraging to see that. So it is a signal that I should not work hard, scale the stairs of education to get to the highest place, so that I can stand a chance of having these leadership positions. You know, how many people are well qualified and they're not being considered? It's not like the old days when the cabinet was a reserve for the president and the CVs were being sent and all these things. Now you just go to the bus stop and we're back to the Moi days, as in you become minister, you become that, which in the sense will drag us even behind. You know, we need new ideas, we need people who are thinking, not zombies, sorry. We also need youth to be represented. On the case that I think it has gotten to a point that our politics has been watered down to what I can just simply call nonsense. You know, and I'm sorry for the word, because why are we not talking issues? We have a standing issue with Somalia as of now. right? Because of the maritime border. Who is telling us that they will guard the sovereignty of our borders and the integrity of our borders? These are the things we want to hear from these people, but none of them will be talking about these things. And I do not want to be a jury, but between the two, who are you sure will sell you out to these Somalis or the highest bidder? I just leave it at that for now.
Okay, thank you. Keep.
Ubuntu, you've said something that I really advocate for because nimegongwa hapa kwa chats, and I know there's kind of some sacrifices that we have to do to get power, but then leaders like Joho, I know he's popular, and I've said hapa nagonganga na chats zingine hapo najua amelala leo. David Olo angetugonga leo, but I believe that if you've got a questionable past, right, you can't be given, you cannot be raised to positions like that. I know you're talking about education, but for me, I'm talking about
that's also part of the deal.
Yeah, questionable past. Now, for example, what I hope Martha Karua is going to do, which will actually make me vote for her for president in 5 or 10 years, is if these people are kicked out, even if they're in cabinet, they have to prove their wealth. They have to prove all those things. So mi naomba sana that some of these questionable people that are in both sides, by the way, UDA and Azimio. So we should stop worshipping power. And the worship of power is because somebody has had a lot of money over the last 10 years through the government, and then we rise them to the top. We need to change that culture. I have a relative that worked in the commission, public relations commission, and the beginning of it was very nice. You come with your CV, you're seen to be somebody who's worked in public service, or you're strong within your field. Like if you're the
line of profession.
Yeah, if you're a doctor, those are the things that happen, and if you excelled in that, if it's law and all that stuff. So I think that is it. Mimi nataka kufunga sahi kwa sababu kesho ni kazi, but I think I'm going to be doing a couple of hours before I go to work. Then I'll come wakati ya wazee, kwa sababu najua Ndeto anapiga kelele huko in the background. Anasikia Kalonzo anarudi. Oh, by the way, Ubuntu, are you part of my tribe, the IT people? Are you an IT person?
Yes, sort of.
I know my I know my people.
But I've been watching from the sides. I just came here. There's need for some sanity. We need to now start talking issues and let the noise, as somebody said here, let Gachagua make noise. It is good for other people. You know, can we dissect these people? Can we paint a picture of the Kenya we want in 5 years? You know, I think those should be our bones of contention. Like Jose, for example, I always like the data he brings to the channel. Those are the things that we should be looking at. For sure, numbers don't lie.
Yeah, so we do some data analysis here occasionally on Mtembe. So if could you drop your line there, because I'm a data analyst also. Put your number in the private chat. I'd like to have a conversation with you. That would be nice.
Okay, before you go, you need to link up with Jose so that you organize the data presentation.
Yes.
And then we agree on the date and time when that will be done.
Yes, because we can discuss the dashboard. Yes, Jose, could you send that to me? Then we can do.
I already sent you the data, the file.
Yes, I have the file.
Jose has a copy. Alex has a copy. So you can share it with the Ubuntu, so that let's say you proposed weekend.
Weekend, yeah, weekend I would have uploaded the data. I'm going to, because that one has 2017 data, so I don't really have to redo that, but I need to load some of the polls that have been done lately. That will take a bit of work, but I can start with this part now, and then
So
yeah, I can.
you liars among yourself behind the scenes, and then let me know when you are ready for that, so that the show will dedicate an hour or so for
Yeah, that's fine.
the analysis to be done.
I'll wait for Jose's presenters. So thank God. But can you both of you send me your numbers? The two of you, that would be great.
Keep, you can also include me there if you don't mind. If you want a bigger team, I can also do that.
Oh yes, definitely. I will be sending some dashboards over the weekend, some access to everybody. So yeah, I'll do that so that you can practice. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. What is it, Ubuntu?
I just want to respond to some people on the comments. Yes, I know it is sensitive, it is ugly, but it is the truth. You know, as in, you can't call day, night, and the vice versa. And you can't defend someone who cannot be defended. And people are saying that, like someone here was saying, technocrats do not talk about these things, and I agree. Sometimes I might be wrong, but it is good for us. Say it as it is, as much as this is not the time Kenya, I hear people saying that Kenya is not ripe for these conversations. When will we ever be? When will we ever be? That is, as in, if I'm willing to talk about it, why can't you talk about it? And there's someone here in the comments who's Sarah, she's very personal about her stand on things. It is also good that she comes and enlightens us if we're on the darkness, we are very open people. We are open to new ideas, new theories, and some of us.
Let's do this.
No.
If we follow Ubuntu, if we follow the comments and who is commenting, we will be so lost. By the time we come back, there will be no show remaining. Let's do this.
I'm also saying, Bernard, sorry to interrupt.
No.
I'm also saying it is good that people of contrary opinions, we are a house of reason. I tend to believe.
We have no problem with order. Hold on. We have no problem with divergent opinion. We have no opinion. We have no problem with data presentation. Okay. Then we should also separate between scientific data. Okay.
Facts.
Political decisions. Okay. There are political decisions that are taken purely on political grounds. They have no regard for mathematics. They even have no regard for morality. It is a political decision to solve a political problem that cannot be scientifically solved. So if we use the scientific marking scheme to judge a political decision, we will always get it wrong. But this is what I mean. I am a history student and I compare things. Okay. In the past, we used to have members of parliament as ministers. Okay. And some of those ministers, they were not technocrats of the docket they were heading. But the performance of those dockets were, in my opinion, much better then than they are today, in the pretext that we have a technocrat. Waiguru came in as a technocrat, okay, and with the new constitution. And all these technocrats, what happened? They are out of parliament. They are not held to account. When the parliament want to address them, they have to book them. They choose the date when they will come. A matter that needed urgent attention will be attended to 3 months later. At the end of the day, the performance of the government is so poor now in the name of technocrats, okay, than somebody who is in charge of a docket and is answerable to in the floor of the House. I am for the idea that the ministers should be on the floor of the House and they should be answering for their docket And nobody runs ministry man solo. Every ministry has a team that works. If you're in the Ministry of Treasury, you don't prepare the budget alone. You don't share the money alone. You don't preside over Treasury alone. You have a team you work with. And if there is a question to answer, your team will prepare the answer and present it to you. Just like Prime Minister used to do. He answers for agriculture. The Minister for Agriculture serves him with the papers, the explanation of what happened. Then he presents. So there is some things that we would want to push for, but at the end of the day, it may even make us unable to perform at all, to an extent whereby whatever we're expecting as miracles by the Azimio government, that miracle may never come to pass. So I want us to look at it holistically. In the Bible, they talk about the letter and the spirit. Okay, there is the letter dimension of looking at it, then there is the spirit, whereby we have to balance between the two. But all in all, we should also do what? Accommodate some things, give room for growth, and allow changes to take place gradually. I have given you a story of a pastor who was sacked for changing the piano from the left of the church to the right of the church, and he was sacked for that. And a year later, he comes to the same church and finds the new pastor who replaced him changed the piano from where he had proposed it to be. And he stayed after service to come and ask why. How come I moved the piano and I was sacked? But you have moved the piano and you're still here. And the successor pastor answered and said, I moved the piano, but I was moving it 1 inch at a time. So it gradually reached there, but I was moving it slowly by slowly, until people never noticed it has moved. So there are changes that will be introduced suddenly, and there are changes that will be introduced gradually. We should allow those changes to take place gradually. Thank you very much. Ubuntu atarudi baadaye. Njiru iko nini? Nataka nani wale watu wajaongea waongee kwanza.
Yeah, I just wanted to use 30 seconds to explain your story ya Joe kidogo. There is one thing which I want to tell Kenyans here. I can tell you, even if we are pushing for technocrat cabinet secretaries, we have also to allow between 5 and 10% of people who can do job, even if the education is not very good, but they can do. We have those because of their royalty and also what they do even to make the party win. So somebody like Joe, I can tell you, he will get that cabinet secretary because of his royalty. He is 100 times better than somebody who is extremely running and he is in UDA. And maybe we want to go and pick him. So to me, I think he understands the manifesto and he can do that job and he will be supported. 2 to 3 cabinet secretaries of his status, I have no problem with it. The problem is if we go to 5, 7, but 2 to 3, I can work with it.
What about his past? He's got a bit of a shaky past.
Let's do this. Who doesn't have a past?
About the past, let the law decide.
Let the law decide. Leave me with Kip. Leave me with Kip. Who doesn't have a past?
Mini mweupe bana, mini white, clean white. I don't have a past. Sijai bata sweet nikiwa mtoto.
No. Let's do
a letter wealth declaration.
No, even that wealth declaration doesn't clear your
I'm
past.
talking about Keep. I'm talking about
my point is
a letter wealth declaration.
We shouldn't incriminate people simply because they had a bad past. Everybody has a past, and I always say I'm a Bible teacher. Okay, in the Bible we trust a limping prophet than a prophet who has both his feet and he can run at the highest speed. The greatest leaders in history and in the Bible, they never had a good past. but they performed very well. Until today, there is a celebration of King David's Day in Israel. Thousands and thousands of years later. But King David was not the best. I have said here before that David committed more sins than Saul. Just go and analyze. but he did better as a king than Saul. So let's not be so much into digging somebody's past to stop him from functioning if he can function. What I believe is if we have a good team, we have a good government that has good governance, structures are put in place, anybody can function wherever they are. Because we depend on each other. Hakuna mtu hapa akona monopoly ya kujua kila kitu na kuweza kufanya kila kitu. We depend on each other. The world, human beings have been created in such a way that we interdepend. We are not independent. We are not an island. So interdependent, like if I have a challenge with IT maneno, I look for Kip. Instead of me going to IT school and begin to initiate a class afresh, I use what Kip knows to help me what I don't know. Then we can move the show faster. Other than kila mtu kwenda kujifunza kila kitu kila wakati. That's what I want us to have as a balance. But all in all, we must first of all be the best before we are fast. That one I will still stick there. We'll be the best before we are fast.
Bernard, he has to deal with the you know, Waitito will become the Minister of Finance for Ruto, and we have Oparanya on the other side. So tell him to compare in those directions. We have Minister of Finance as Waitito from Ruto. You know that.
Njiru, unajua vile unataka kumwaga maji ya maragwe kwa chakula. Wewe mbona una wacha tuachie hapo. Naomba tusonge mbele.
Hapo umeezwa.
Let's do this. Who is fighting me? No, but I disagree. We cannot condemn KA and we compromise. There's no compromise here. We said very well. People with questionable characters should not be voted in. They should not even make it to the ballot. They shouldn't. Let's follow the law to the letter. Na mtu asiseme ati baba ndo alinifanya nikakuwa. All those excuses, we should throw them out. Let's have people, as a people, demand good leaders who are able to deliver. And we are not balancing who we condemn or who we support. I'm only saying that in balancing the political equation, it's not as easy as you people think. We are the spectators, the players are in the field. They see differently from what we see. Let's go straight to Jose. After Jose, twende kwa nani, kwa wale wajaongea kwanza. Abuya uliongea. Subiri hapo utakuja kwako baadaye. Ni Jose, alafu Zeblon, ndio turudi kwa Abuya.
Jose, swali tu.
Swali kwangu kwa nani?
Ni swali kwa Kip. Nataka clarify hii dark past. Kwa sekunde 30.
No.
Hiyo itakuwa ngoma nyingine tafadhali. Wacha tutafanya hiyo maneno ya past sasa kama show.
Hiyo siwezi sema.
I'll give you his past. Don't worry. I know a bit of his past.
Hiyo mambo sitaki kuchomea asilimia.
Please, let the debate move on.
Anyway, good evening everyone. I'm happy to see all of you. Now I'll start by saying that Baba did release some 10-point agendas. Is it 10-point agenda? 10-point. Well, I believe they are agendas. Now, recently, is it last week? I saw him on some television. I think address to the where he really made a case trying to say that. He made a case trying to say that in the Juakali sector, there are so many people with in abundance of certain skills, which, however, the owners do not hold certificates. Now, I think what he was trying to say is that sometimes a certificate that is not necessarily the people who are best placed to do the job. And I think a gentleman earlier on did say that they do not understand how Joe would be Minister for Lands. Well, Joe has been governor, and sometimes records speak for itself. If you remember earlier on, I think he had been an assistant minister also sometime in the past, and he did some very good things. Now, as somebody has said here, all of you have a past. Now, if you are willing to change, like they always say, you have seen the light. So don't get stuck in the past. Anyway, that was just with a light touch. I want to come back to something I did say yesterday. It's regarding the deputy president. He keeps saying that people should, wananchi should see records. Should check records before they can settle on their candidates. Now, I was trying to impress that if you want to remove, like they say, I think somewhere in the Bible, if you want to remove the log in your brother's eye, remove the speck from yours first. Or is it the other way around?
It is the other way around. Remove the log from your own eye so that you can see clearly to remove the speck from the other one.
Now, mine is to say that the DP should start with himself. What record is he presenting to Kenyans so that he can be elected? What record? Now, he has consistently mentioned two things: electrification, Kenya electricity, I think connectivity to the rural areas and what have you. Now, that programs, I'm very much aware of it, how it was conducted and how it was done. And if you go back to that electrification project or program, you'll realize that it was undertaken by the government under a program called Last Mile and another one called the Rural Electrification Project. Now, maybe most of you maybe do not know, but when undertaking the Last Mile project, KPLC needed, for whatever reason, decided to change from using poles, wooden poles, to using concrete poles. For whatever reason, the concrete poles ended up being supplied by the deputy president at 4 times or 5 times the cost of a normal wooden pole. Now, for him, that was making money. But in the present, when he goes to the public, he says, we have connected you to electricity. At what cost? Now, the scandals around KPLC, today as we speak, as I indicated earlier, KPLC is in the red. Okay, yesterday we did talk about KQ. It's similarly in the red, but they are basically on the same. So that record is there for all to see. Then, to fast forward, the other record he kept telling us to look at, there's the issue of the NYS scandal. It was a Jubilee failure. The scandal took place under the Jubilee administration. And as far as I'm concerned, the DP cannot run away from it. Then there is the AI comes in the SGR, the one which we are now trying to reverse the gains. We want to return the Naivasha port back to Mombasa. You are all aware that the cost was, for whatever reason, overestimated or escalated almost 10 times what it was. Then you are all aware of the Eurobond. We are aware of the debt ceiling, which today everybody is crying about. Abuya, you want to present?
I just want to clarify on KPLC.
Yes.
I've worked there for 20 years. And
Yes.
the reason why KPLC is in the red is
Yes.
these programs that were initiated, the last mile and the rural electrification,
Yes.
they were being funded. There was a deal that was signed between KPLC and the French government.
Yes.
And I think the IDB was also in that deal, and the money was being channeled through the treasury.
Mm.
So what was happening was that KPLC was just receiving instructions from the Ministry of Energy to do the electrification. Then the funds will be reimbursed. But these funds were not reaching KPLC, and if they were reaching KPLC, they were coming a year later. Now you see, when you're eating up your funds as a state corporation, and expecting to some reimbursement, it doesn't come. That is why KPLC is the red. And these were political directives, because when they want to come to Kilifi, they would the DP would instruct the MD, we want to come there and inspect this project. Without that funding, so KPLC would do everything to ensure that they facilitate the government agenda.
I agree with you. Maybe you can throw in some light regarding how the programs were run. Are you conversant with how the contractors that ran the projects were arrived at? The ones who are conducting the last miles, where did they come from? They were engineers.
Those contractors, yes, the tendering process was fishy.
Exactly.
And there were most of those companies belong to the former MD, who was the PS in the Energy Ministry, Energy, and he was involved in so many tenders that involved the poles, supply of the concrete poles, and also cabling the conductors. The conductors were being supplied by a company which was owned by the former MD Gishuru. The meter supplying was also, politicians were in it. So it is a whole.
What about the transformers?
Yeah, all that tendering and procurement was.
Hey, you guys, you want to turn us into KPLC investigating branch?
No. I was just mentioning that he's the one who's leading me. I'm sorry.
Thank you. You are council is leading the witness. Let's do this, okay? That matter is very simple.
Anyway, let me.
The main problem in Kenya is where we create an opportunity for eating, then we all go there to eat. Coming into office, changing everything so that you put in place the people to tap what should be going in that particular direction. That is the normal size of corruption. And it dates back to KANU days. Those who are here old enough in KANU days, stima wangeanza to rationing, okay? They are rationing, they claim the water in the dam is low, but the real thing is that BWAT has brought generators and nobody's buying. Okay, so they want somebody to buy the generators. How do we make them buy the generators? We cause artificial insufficient supply of electricity to cause people to buy the things we have imported into the country. So the supply of posts zilikuwa za miti. So it had suppliers. It had people who have been contracted by KPLC. Those people would eat, but the true eaters who wanted to eat could not eat. So what do? They change the policy to put in the concrete things so that they can bring the industry for making those concrete things, supply them and eat at the same time. So all that thing smells nothing but corruption, and we must all outgrow it. Not even explain it, outgrow it. Kama when you supply wa makaratasi kwa shule fulani, just supply the papers. Don't reach in the place and say these papers are not white enough. I have found somebody who can bring the white ones. And you go and bring in your cousin so that you eat from the place. You ndio kuharibu inji.
Let me finish on that point.
Naomba yes, let's make some progress. Hata time pia
Yes.
imeanza kunionyesha kisogo.
Now, basically, what I'm trying to say is that you are all aware of the issue of the Gulana Kulalu project, the irrigation project. Now, Jubilee invested almost the earth on that project, and they harvested zero. Of course, you are well aware of the laptop projects, you are aware of the stadiums. All these are records. So when my concern is when the DP tells us that let any record ndio tuamue nani atachaguliwa, isn't it? Well, with that kind of a record, leave alone even the level of undermining his boss in public for everybody to see, saying how he's the one who did this, he's the one who did that, he's the one who did this, he's the one who did that. I'm the one who made him president. I'm the one who made Raila prime minister. I'm the one who made Mudavadi deputy prime minister. Maybe he did, but assuming the president was not there, would he have become the deputy president in the first place? Well, my point is, when he says that people should table their records to see if they are qualified to be elected, he should start with himself. He would start with himself. My next point is to do with the incoming deputy president. Now, I think you'd all agree that the way Martha has conducted herself is overwhelming. She appears to have a very, very structured approach to this campaign, something which has not been seen before. If you want to sell something, you must know your strengths and your weaknesses. And normally, people will buy it based on the strengths and the good positive qualities that it has. It looks like the very first thing she did was to acquaint herself with the 10-point agenda. And she knows them even more than, I think, even the technocrats who wrote them. She goes down to earth in her approach to explain issues. It also looks like every campaign rally she goes, she starts with the civic education. She starts explaining to the electorate what they should look for before they could settle on a good leader. Something I believe should be in the docket of IEBC. But nevertheless, the civic awareness that she has created is really very, very useful. Then more so, it's like she has come to realize that the person to be sold is Baba. She took her time to go and get all the positive issues around Baba and start highlighting them to the public. The issues to do with the fight against what they call the second liberation, all the positive things regarding the new constitution, the evolution, the Baba's role in the same, the fight for freedom of association, freedom of press. Most of the people who can talk recklessly around, even abusing their leaders, do not know where that came from. Of course, then his contribution, Baba's contribution in the infrastructure to date. Never mind, not forgetting that he is more or less doing the same role for the entire Africa. Then, of course, the good positive things in Baba's 10-point agendas to do with the social protection, for which she goes on talking to people who are really already suffering and they cannot wait for this thing to be implemented. Of course, then the issues of health, universal health care, Baba care, and then the issue about development and industrialization. This one county, one product. Counties are I like the idea she challenges all counties to at least, each county should be at least a minimum of one product, which they can own up, if possible. I think I'll stop there for now.
Okay, thank you.
It is my hope that you had passed my contacts to Alex and Wekesa the way we are there.
Let's do this. Unajua, you people make me go between. Unanifanyisha kazi mingi. There is a private chat here. Exchange numbers from there. If everything is pushed on my desk and naenda kulala, mtani blame. Na mimi sipendange experience. Hata kule church na pastor ni hivyo tu. Nikupatia assignment na ufanyi.
But I've seen that is for everybody.
Private chat. Private chat is only for the people on the screen to access. Don't put on the public chat. Except you want to be a public figure and you want to receive please call me's and nitumie M-Pesa ama tuma kwa hii namba, hiyo ingine mezima.
The one at the top, is it?
Private chat. Look, have you seen the comments, bands,
yes,
banners, brand?
Yes.
Private chat. You click on that. Then share from there. Thank you very much. Na Zebulon. Zebulon, kuja tu mbio mbio kienyeji namna hiyo. Mato amefika hapo na unabii fresh.
Asante sana bwana. Asante sana bwana Bernard hapo. Nafurahia sana kufuatilia show. Kila siku nafuatilia, ingawa huwa siingii, lakini kwa sababu labda niko kazini hapa ama nyumbani, lakini nafuatilia, napenda sana. Nashukuru sana jinsi ambavyo mnavipeleka hizi agenda. Moja kwa moja katika mada za leo, baba akiwa kule magharibi kule kwetu Vihiga kule Vihiga kwetu kabisa nyumbani. Nimeona ilikuwa fantastic. Ilikuwa siku ya kazi, watu wako kazini, lakini uliona bado makaribisho yalikuwa mazuri. KARUA kule Garissa, great. Ana articulate zile issues kabisa vizuri. Yaani anapeana bila makasiriko, bila uoga, anaeneza zile, na hivyo ndio tunataka watu wengi katika Azimio tuwe na, hata wale viongozi wa mashinani wapeleke zile agenda hivyo kule chini mashinani, na hivyo tutaweza kuguza roho ya mwananchi wa kawaida. Tukienda kwa mimi naguzia tu kwa sababu tunaona kila mtu ameshaongelea vitu hivi. Tukienda kwa makamu wa rais kule Mombasa, ninaona ni kulingana na zile clips ambazo umecheza na kulingana na matamshi yake ya kila wakati ambayo tunamsikia, naona yeye ni mtu anapenda kutumia propaganda, uongo, alafu yeye mdomo wake mtamu, yani anaweza kudanganya paka, yani hata nafikiri angechukua kazi ya kuwa mchungaji, angekuwa na convince tunatoa sadaka yote tunampa. Lakini
wewe saka na kupeleka kwa Baira mtu saa.
Haya bana. Nimeona katika mikutano zao hawa watu wa Yuda hawa wamepotea, ni kama wamekosewa na agenda za kuuza. Sababu juzi nimekuwa nikisikiza, naona huyu Aaron Cheriot kule anasema pande ya Kericho wale wanachuna chai kule, anadanganya wananchi ati wakichukua uongozi yale mashini zote zinatumika kuchuna chai watatoa wale. Nikashindwa, hawana ile namna ya kusema jinsi ya kuzalisha labda kazi zingine kupitia njia zingine, yani kuleta kama baba vile anavyosema makampuni zingine ziwekwe factories, value addition. Lakini yeye anasema kwanza watakandamiza wale ambao wako tayari na yale mashini, watawanyang'anya ndiposa mwananchi wa kawaida aweze kupata nafasi ya kufanya kazi. Vile ndivyo Gachagua mwingine Gachagua sijui anasema pia Safaricom waiangushe ndio waamshe kampuni vidogo. Nikaona kweli hawa yani katika mikutano yao unapata labda wamtukane Raila, bwana kitandawili, ama waangalie jinsi ya kusema watu vile watakavyowaangusha zile kampuni zilizopo, ndiposa hao watu wa chini wapate nafasi. Unapata hapo kabisa ni uongo ambao tunapewa. Malala na Didmas kule matamshi yao, mimi ningependa tu sheria ichukue mkondo wake, sababu hatuwezi, kama tutaendelea kuwa watu wanafanya hivyo na wanaenda scot free, then we are encouraging it. But I think the law has to take its course. Kwa the 10 point agenda za baba na Azimio, mimi ningependa sana, kama nafikiri hawa watu wanatusikiza, hawa viongozi wengi wanatusikiza hapa, ni heri hizi ile 10 point agenda wao wanaarticulate zile issues kama vile KARUA anavyofanya mpaka kule chini vijijini kule ambapo wananchi wa kawaida wapo. Sababu wengine, mimi kuna wakati nilikuwa kule Western, kabla wakati mmoja nimekuwa kule miezi karibu 6 iliyopita, nikapata wanasema hao mahali ANC itakuwa mtu ambaye amesimama na ANC watampigia pale pale Vihiga, lakini ilikuwa muda kidogo. Ukijaribu kumuuliza kwa nini umpigie ANC, hawawezi kuelezea. Kwa nini upigie Ruto, hawawezi kuelezea ni kwa sababu gani. Wanasema tu huyu mzee labda tumekuwa tukishinda lakini hatuoni hivyo, hawezi kuelezea kwa sababu ya agenda fulani au nini hao. Lakini sasa hawa viongozi wetu wa chini inatakana wachukue zile 10 point agenda kama the basis na wazipeleke mpaka kule chini kabisa mashinani. Kama cost vile Ruto naye anavyodanganya kule, viongozi wa kule inatakana kama zile clips ambazo umecheza wawe na zile facts. Wakati huyu alisema haya na haya, wakati hapa saa hizi leo anasema hivi na hivi. Yaani kujaribu kufunulia wale watu ambao wanaangalia kule ile ukweli, the reality of this guy, who is this guy called Ruto the liar. Ukweli wanasema ukweli wao unaweka mtu huru, na ukweli na uongo haviambatani. Kwa hivyo akisema ukweli kule, yani huu ukweli ukifunuliwa kwa wale watu wa chini, yani uongo wa Yuda hawa watu wa UDA, watu watajitenga nao wenyewe. Nashukuru, naendelea kuwatazama hata nisipokuja kwenye nini, jua kuna masupporters. Mimi niko hapa Tanzania, Dar es Salaam. Nawashukuru sana.
Thank you. Asante sana. Kumbe wewe ndio umeshika doria kwa jirani.
Niko hapa kwa jirani.
Kuja usalamia Roba ako na bibi huko.
Kwanza wapi
sahihi.
We Kim kuwa mpole. Usimwage mtama.
Mwambie huyo Kim nimeoa kwao pale Kericho. Mimi nimeoa Kericho. Kipsigis.
Hilo ni azimio la Waluya kwa umoja wao.
Keep remember to send the number.
Thank you. So Martin, unataka tukupatie maana ya tawe? Sagala kwa hapa anaweza kuelezea.
Siwezi kataa. Leteni hiyo maana nisikie.
Kibu wewe ni shemeji yangu. Tawe inamaanisha hapana. Yaani haiwezekani kumkubali huyo.
Tunasemanga wewe ni kama mama. Wewe ni wetu kama mama.
Mimi nimeoa hapo Kericho town hapo Kipsigis.
Hey, karibu.
Kumbe wewe iko karibu na mriziki. Na hapana letea mimi mriziki wewe.
Sijashika hiyo Bernard. Mr. Bernard Chairman, sijashika hiyo. Ati tawe inamaanisha nini?
means no
Hapana.
way. No way.
Yeah.
Huyu alikuwa anakuwa diplomatic.
Okay. I need TAWE.
Rejected and admissible.
In what context are we talking about this? Unajua sijafuata sana, nilikuwa nakimbia kila mahali. In what context are we talking?
Ile tumecheza admio na kutoka Vihiga. Wamesema Musalia Mudavadi tawe. Wetangula
Unacceptable.
Ruto tawe. Waizi tawe.
Nimeshika sasa. Hapo nilikuwa na ka blonde moment kidogo. Anyway, wajua Kip amenisumbua huko nyuma. Bernard, wewe na Kip mko na kitu mnafanya. Mnaendeleza huko, mnanisumbua tu. Kip huko tu anasumbua mpaka nikakataa kucomment on something. Na najua mahali mnataka kunishikia na sitaingia hiyo.
Hapana, tuhuma ziko kwamba makaratasi yamepelekwa. Sisi tuko na wasiwasi kwa sababu wewe ni nabii wetu, na kulingana na Biblia mtu akitoa unabii na unabii usikuje kutumia anapigwa mawe afe katika Agano la Kale, na sisi hatutaki kukupoteza. Kuna watu mpaka tumejitolea tunakata miti wasikufe. Sasa wewe ni mmoja wetu, hatuwezi kubali ukufe. Njoo huku tuambie hii maneno vile yalivyo.
Wewe na Kip nimeona sana na waonea mbali sana. Mpaka Kip ndo alikuwa akisema ati ngoja Matu ataingia kwa comment section tu saa hizi. Najua ananichokoza kule, anataka kunichokoza. Na wewe pia umekuwa mtukutu sasa. Nadhani wewe ni mhubiri. Mtumishi.
But I need to go back to doing my morning show. Ninyi watu mnaniweka hapa sana.
Naona mnanifuata sana, lakini niliwaambia 2 weeks jana, lakini Kips ameanza kurudi mwenyewe. Sitaendelea sana, nilisema nipewe space.
On a lighter note, Julia says, oh, I thought they are saying pewa mawe. Wapewe mawe. Hapana.
We are not violent.
Kwisha sisi.
Alex, what is it?
Niko na kitu nataka niongee 30 seconds nirudi nyuma. Kip umeharibia roba jina hapo. Umesema akona bibi kutoka Tanzania. Kwa Kitanzania bibi ni mnyanya mzee. Nataka apologize kwa kusema roba ako na mama mzee kutoka Tanzania. You should
I apologize.
Hapana, kwa Kiswahili ako na mke, sio bibi. Bibi ni your grandmother. Huwezi sema roba ako na grandmother. No. I'm here to vouch for Roba. Roba hana mama mzee kutoka Tanzania. Ako na mke.
Sawa. Sawa, Alex. I withdraw categorically. I withdraw. Na Roba pole.
Ninyi wa Kristo mko na maneno sana. Kama ni shosho yake na anatoka Tanzania, makosa iko wapi?
Think about it.
Mato endelea. Hao watazuzana baadaye. Wacha Roba kuji.
Hawa malizanagi, lakini unajua even my late grandmother nilikuwa I'm named after her husband who's still living, but nilikuwa namuitaga huyu ndo bibi yangu, namtoa nje namwambia, and I was a little kid, namchezea namwambia, you know, you're my wife, and today she's my wife. Having even my daughter is called after her, and I say still she's my wife, you know, because I have to take care of her. So that's fine. Anyway, that's on a lighter note of the Kenyan and African culture that your first tunajua, we know how everybody does culture. Mimi hata sana Kip ndo amenisukuma sana because nilikuwa nakimbia doing some errands and Kip ndo amenisumbua sana akaniambia I have to come in leo. I know atanigonga leo, sina vitu mingi. I think most of the stuff has already been said. Most of everything has already been said. I think if I say anything, it will be a repeat. But for the virtue of the conversation, I'm just going to repeat just a little bit. And I'm going to run down my list. And I'm going to start with Ruto being a master double speak. Really? When have we not known Ruto to be like that? Ruto says anything that can just, is that what do we call? Let me not even shout today. Let me just talk nice as a human being. When as these people of Kenya Kwanza really never spoke something that is controversial. They're contravening themselves. They killed themselves. They finished themselves. Ni hakuna mtu enda kuwachokoza. Hao ndio wataenda tu waseme kitu, kesho waseme kitu kingine. And because that's the old kind of politics that we are trying to get out of that kind of politics, because at this time, people are educated, people are going to school, people are not, standard 2, and these people start thinking we are that. And that's why you find people like, Malala standing somewhere where he doesn't understand that his security comes from the same people that he's talking about right there and talking matope. I would have used a different name. I'm sorry. Nimeokoka siku hizi after mtumishi uliniambia niokoke nisiongee matope kwa hii show. Ningeongea kitu ingine mbaya lakini najishika. I'm trying to be nice and to be presentable, not to talk those things nilikuwa nasemaga kitambo when I started. So unapata mtu kama anaongea ule mwenye unaongelelea amekaa hapo amevaa uniform. Really? What do you think that guy is? I mean, even go to the emotional side. I mean, even the normal side, the humanity side, not even the political side. How would you feel if you know you are an engineer of something? Most of us here, data entry person or whatever, and then somebody mtu anakuja na anasema data entry ni watu wajinga sana nini. Really? Are you serious? Na mtu ako hapo is the one giving you security. I saw that video. I felt so bad for that guy, and I respected the police officer more than Malala, because I respected that man for him not even being a police officer, but for him to be able to be abused in front of the whole world and keep it cool. Because I am a cool person, but if I was the one in that guy's shoe, I would have walked away. And that's where we are in Kenya. We have to really start thinking of what we say when it comes to politics. Yes, they call it the silly season, but we don't have to be silly because it's a silly season. Huo ni baba ya mtoto, huo ni baba ya mtu, huo ni rafiki ya mtu. You don't do that. You respect people. You might have been there. Where was Malala before akashikwa akue ka minister huko ama akue ka whatever he is? He probably would have ended there. Probably his cousin or sister. Kenya ni yetu si wote. Kuna wenye wamebarikiwa, wenye hawajabarikiwa. Come on. That was so disrespectful to that police officer. And I hoped, I hear there's a rumor that he's apologized to the people in the uniform. But I hope he can go direct to apologize to all the police officers that were in that meeting. Because what we're trying to do, and I've always talked about this thing here, Tomboya, and I heard you guys talking about it, started pushing people, and I've been saying this, started pushing people to go out there so that they can get something that they can bring back to Kenya. That's the reason. So we sit here and we understand we have to respect people by what they do. It doesn't matter kama napanguzanga. A lot of people in Kenya say watu wengi America wanapanguzanga mapi. It doesn't matter. We respect each other because that's a journey that you live in your life. So all I'm saying, That was for Malala. Me, that one I saw it, and I saw that officer. And I think it's Richard Makiadi that actually alimekio Sako to see that guy how he was reacting. And I think wherever he's sleeping today, he's not very happy. Malala should go personally apologize to that guy and any officer that was there. Let me go to Mother Karua. Mother Karua in Garissa, and Baba on the other side. You know your weight when you can actually divide. When somebody else goes on the other side, and Mother Karua was doing Maendeleo ya Wanawake on the other side, and she was actually, the video that we saw, she was actually called due to public public demand to go and address those ladies. She was going on a private thing to talk to Maendeleo ya Wanawake, and all of a sudden they called her, and you can see the power of it, that they don't have to follow each other. Baba doesn't have to follow Mother Karua. Mother Karua doesn't have to follow Baba. Baba can go do his own thing. Mother Karua can go do her own thing. They meet somewhere in between. I'll go to Didmas Baraza. When I saw that clip in the morning, I didn't catch the kutumia na baba nafaa kufanywa nini na baba nafaa kushikwa pia. I didn't catch. The only thing that caught me on that, hiyo kitu yote, and I know the people that know me here and that we chat know what I said. My first comment was like, this guy just said that Mama Changa needs only 500 to get away from cops, akijua mapolisi wanamkujia. So mimi ile pesa niko nayo, do you think sasa kuna polisi ananiweza? Because Mama Changa needs what? 500. For him, he's saying, you cannot get me because I got more money than Mama Changa. Apparently, huyo ndo Mama Mboga, huyo Mama Changa ndio Mama Mboga. So now you're telling us you're even better than that Mama Bonga, Mama Changa, because you got more, and now nitaogopa nini? Yet what you did, and yesterday I did ask over here, how much, and I actually, it was Alex that I asked, how much do you think that Toyota is worth? And Alex said, I don't know. And we said, we agreed on maybe at least $1 million. So the guy is telling you, I got the money. These guys, let them come. I'll just pay them. What? The same corruption we're trying to fight. And you can stand on a podium and say something like that. That hurts. It hurts so much. If you can stand on a podium and say, kama Mama Changani 500 atashika akisikia polisi wanakuja, sasa mimi mtaniweza. He's trying to tell you that the corruption that he has in his mind is way too much. He can do that. Keep, I can see you burning, but let me finish real quick. I miss personally.
No.
I do miss.
It's the comments are bashing me. You should read it.
Okay, I thought it was you burning to counter me, because I know you're my friend. But anyways, so now I also think about, when we start talking about stuff, I'm really, in this election, I'm thinking about parastatals. I remember the days that I did say this yesterday, but I also remember that parastatals things. Guys, can we start remembering when corporates used to be a government parastatal, where it was subsidized because as a government, it contains your taxes in it. So you could go to, when Uchumi used to be Uchumi, you could either decide to go to a different supermarket, or if you're not really doing well, you could go to Uchumi and get the same good at a subsidized subsidized amount. Parastatals used to be there. We used to go to Pan Paper, and a lot of people can say what it is, what we used to do. The last one, this one is going to come from Jana, Mr. Bernard, and I'm sorry to take so much time. I think I have. Jana, there's something that made me laugh a lot. And even my friend that listens to this, I've called so many people to come into this show. Right now, I have at least 10 that are really, opening up when you're Twambianga, bring people. And these are people in Kenya, Dubai, and places, other places. And they were laughing, and we were laughing yesterday because these people we went to school with. They were talking about how Ruto was saying that he will buy the land of the missing people. And so we were just having this is on a lighter note. We were like, okay, so we go take taxpayers' money, and we decide to go buy this land because it has no owner. The owner is moved out, and we don't know where he is. Okay, who are we paying? Where are we paying it? And how are we gonna get the title deed? And also, what money are we using? Taxpayers' money. So, and thus people are very stunned today to even promote corruption in front of you, right there. They're telling you we're going to buy people. I mean, who are we paying? Which land are we buying? Who are we buying it from? Where is the money going to be deposited? Which account? You see what I'm saying? So I think that's where you find people just getting money. Oh, we bought this, oh, tunawapatia, and then they give you a quarter of it, and then the rest of it is already taken. And I am happy, Bernard, for what we do over here and what you guys do and the people that talk over here, because it's teaching a lot. I have people behind me right now talking to me, telling me, I like you kutuleta kwa hii show, because even though mwingine atakuja aseme nini, but we like what we are, and we're getting civic education, which we don't get in school. Watu wenye wako wadogo. So I'm appreciative for you, Bernard, watu wenye wanakujanga hapa, the people in the comment section, hata mkigonga tunakuaga tu hapo, tutacheka. But this country is bigger than anybody else. Hii country ni yetu, si wote. Tuko hapa pamoja na tutasukumana nayo. Hivyo, mundu kumundu. Alafu, na Bernard, 90% sijui kama mtapata kama hamna watu wa kuwasalimia mmekaa juu ya gari. Those videos that you played, I sent them to you.
Yes.
Mtapata kweli?
Iko kwa mfuko ya Musalia na iko kwa mfuko ya Weta. Haiwezi onekana juu ya gari. Kuna jamaa hapa alisema kitu nataka kumjibu. Anasema kwa nini Waluya na Wakamba wanafanya nini? Anaitwa Tabiki Kik Cyrus Duyani. Kenyans are asking questions why Kambas and Luyas are not always have got to always follow the crowd and never stand in their own. Mutua, Kalonzo, Mudavadi, and Wetangula. It's shocking. Don't categorize those people. Those are individuals. They are not Kambas. They are not Luyas. The Luya community has a stand. Is the most democratic community in this entire nation. They don't vote as a block because the wife can vote for UDA, the husband votes for ODM. They all come and cook omena and eat together. It's not a big deal. I can speak for the Luya community. And the Kamba community, we have contacts on the ground. They have a stand as a community. They only have misguided, some of their leaders are misguided and misplaced. That's why they are moving around alone. Umeona mkutano ya Wetangula Waluya wangapi wamefuata? Uoni vile yako miserable ako kwa gari peke yake, hakuna mtu hata anapikia makofi. Mpaka mama analia anasema Vane is desperate. Yani anahurumia yeye. So before you begin to categorize us for not having a stand, check us first. Leave Wetangula, leave Mutua, leave Kalonzo. Those are individuals. They are not Luyas. They don't speak for Luyas. They don't speak for the Kambas. We have representatives who speak for us. Thank you very much. Kip, ulikuwa na swali gani? Umepigwa hapa debe sana nikuachie.
Nimeulizwa maswali hapo kwa comments bana, nagongwa. Okay. Inaonekana lazima nianze kutafuta ng'ombe sasa.
Kumbe wewe hapana iko ng'ombe.
Iko ng'ombe lakini kuna mingi sasa lazima nitafute. Najua the ladies who come here very high class. Sasa lazima. Anyway, sasa ni wakati wangu wa kulala. Nilikuwa nangojea mzee wangu hapa, rafiki yangu hapa Martin akuja tu explainia Kalonzo, lakini alisema lazima atangoja 2 weeks. You have how many? You have at least a week left. Na kama huyo mtu akikuja kutusumbua, huyo watermelon wako lakini tutamsamea.
2 weeks yangu ilianza jana. 2 weeks yangu ilianza jana.
Atapeleka 2 months. Kiti tunapatia Charity Ngilu mchapa kazi. Wale watu wanataka kupiga picha na selfie na rais wakisema yeye ni 3-legged stool, watu hao wote tutawapatia Ministry of Tourism. Hiyo ndio ya kutembea, mkipiga picha na lion, mkimaliza mnaenda mnapiga na zebra, namna hiyo. Hiyo ndio huduma ya watu kama hao. Saa hii tunataka watu ambao watachapa kazi vizuri, inji isonge mbele.
Mtumishi, sijakataa hata mimi sijakataa, niko na wewe na keep hapo, lakini mali iko saizi tuacheni icheze kama hiyo. Sijakataa, hata mimi naweza penda Ngilu apewe, sijakataa, niko na nyinyi, lakini ipatieni tu time kidogo, wache ikae, kwa sababu hata election time haijaanza. Ukweli inaanza I think inaanza next week, right? The real election time.
Sawa, thank you. Wacha tuone Ubuntu mkono yake itashika. Ubuntu iko nini?
I want to be the devil's advocate. I want to, whoever said that Kambas and lawyers don't have a stand. Kambas showed their stand when Kisoi Wamunyao topped Mount Kenya to be the first person to raise the flag. I think that can rest the case.
Ni nini mtumishi na kipu mmenyamaza hivyo, mmechapa ukweli?
Wewe Mato, wacha kuwa mwamba ngoma uvuta kwake. Mimi but I'm still seeking clarification.
And as Kalonzo says, the flag standing, Kalonzo says there are many ways of killing a cat.
Yes. Many ways of killing a cat. A rat or a cat.
Whichever it might be. The choice is yours.
But George Ogutu.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Thank you. So thank you so much. I've been following this channel for a long time. And I like what you guys are discussing. I know quite a number of you might be so younger than me. But there's quite a number of links you have been missing. Why I had to get in this link today was I was just completely disgusted with what Didwa Barasa said about the police officers. You know, you don't belittle people like that. I hated the idea of somebody saying I can pay 500 and somebody saying he can do anything. Of course, okay. I just want to give, there's a missing link. Most of you guys have been talking about 1992 to this time. May have the other link of 1980s when we were at the university. I know these guys. I don't want to name their names. The person we are discussing about, Ruto, I know him so well. How he used to pretend at the Christian release at Nairobi University. Me, I was at Kenyatta. Kenyatta was at that time affiliate university. I know these things. The Michele it's called what? I just hate calling his name. We used to go to Kibera, the home of President Moi. We know what used to happen there. And that's what they want to carry on doing now. Mchele na Kuku, we used to go there. They used to bring the buses. These are YK92. And they are both, one thing I'll tell you, they are both in Azimio and whatever it is called, Kenya Kwanza. And I've been very controversial on that. I've told these guys, my friend, I know you guys, and I know who plays the games. I'm sorry, I've not introduced myself, so I'm in New York City. I was a teacher in Bita High School. I went to South Sudan and came to the US here. So the missing link these guys are missing, that you don't know the history of these guys. These are YK. I saw one day somebody saying that Gachagua got like first class. These guys were never going to lecture at all. Some of you guys were not even born. You were very young. They were never. They used to go for trips with Moi. They were you know. Here, if you come to US here, you will find somebody, a madman in the street, speaking very good English and very articulate, than somebody who has owns a degree in Kenya. So the articulacy is not, it's not the brain. That's the language. So when I get sad when I see young men saying, oh, Ruto is very articulate. Articulate what? He was always accompanying Moi on the streets. He was never going to class. All these degrees he has is fake. He never attended even more than 2 semesters in an year. I can name names which I don't want to name. Some of them are MPs right now. Some of them are very senior people in the government who are never going to class. When some of us were toiling to go to the lab and the workshops to do things, these guys were traveling out. They were owning cars. I know, guys. We have a group of guys of us, no class, but we don't never want to get involved. We know what YK2 did to our Kenyans. When I left the university in 1991, and when Uko died, we know what we faced. So you guys, most of you don't have the idea. You think of the history after that. What we went through is not so easy. At times I just get like gulping and saying, what are these guys saying? Do they know what they're dealing with? Gachagua did the worst things. That was Oyugi's time. When they were appointed by Oyugi as special DOs. Do you guys know that? Special DOs appointed by Moi. Special DOs. And these DOs were monitoring DCs. So a junior monitoring you. And that's why the history of whenever Moi called a DC or a PC would stand up even in the office because he didn't know who was monitoring him. These guys were given special cars. They were working like clerks. And then there was like, like the CIA, the special branch guys, some working as sweepers in the house, in the offices. These are things we went through. We didn't come to USCF because we didn't like our country. We suffered some of these things. So when I hear some of young men talking nonsense, thinking Ruto was in the core of YK92. in the core of awakening too, doing everything worse. And at times I sympathize with the Kikuyus, because the person who actually organized for the killing of Kikuyus in Molo was Ruto. The guy who organized the killings of the Kalenjins,
Hey,
the part of Kalenjins,
Wanogutu. Now that you have become the jury, you will need to provide evidence.
I can do that. Don't worry, I can do that. You want the documents? I can do that. I'll not make it the public. I'm not making the public. I'll not make it the public. I can provide you real.
And placing
Just don't give me time. Give me time. Don't worry. Don't worry, my friend. I went to the university in 19.
Order, Mr. Gutu, you are not listening to me.
Okay, just go ahead.
You listen first and then you respond.
Okay.
Thank you. You are mentioning people and connecting them to particular crimes. Okay, that in itself is something that will either require those people here to defend themselves, or you table a credible source of evidence to prove that case, or else you're putting our channel into problems. And you will not be here to defend. When Mtembei will be called at the DCI, you will not be here. We may not even trace you. So that's what I mean. So when you begin to go specific about Ruto, we have talked about Ruto and Mteshi land because we have defense at the court. If he comes and sues us, we have the ruling about it. But these other things you're saying, Molo and all that, we don't have a ruling on the same. We don't have a police report on the same. So we can't defend ourselves on it. That is the reason why I'm intervening. So please, let's speak what is credible, what can be defended. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And Bernard, this is a channel that maybe what he's saying we might not either or agree or what. Maybe most of us know what you're talking about, but also this is a channel. It's not a free forum where we just like, it's not a call that I'm calling to Bernard to talk about it. So we really have to hold ourselves to be on a forum, on a worldwide forum that has people from everywhere of the world. So yeah, kuna vitu zingine lazima mtu akanyagie hata kama unadhani ni kweli ama mimi nadhani ni kweli.
Okay, thank you. Right. And also let's zero into the debate so that when somebody clicks to watch, he gets exactly why he clicked to watch. Not for him to click and find us talking something different from what is written. So use examples, but don't turn the examples into the subject. Sorry for that, but
all right.
Thank you.
All right. What I just want to put in is that I've never I want to promote you. I never want to go into this, but the misinformation you have, I mean, there's a missing link you have always had, and people don't, particularly the young men, really don't want to understand what really happened. And that's why I said, I'm sorry I might name names, but we have some missing links and what happened even before, up to the time 1992. Most of you guys talk about 1992 and above, but we have some links before that. So this is a story it's not from 1992 or 1997. That things we went through, some of us. And that's why when you had Dr. Kitu talking, said, we have a lot to talk. Did you hear that in VIHIGA? We have a lot to talk. Because when some of us went through some of these things, nobody knew. But the young men see that, oh, we are talking. I'm just requesting, I don't want to take your time, but I want to tell you we have a lot of things. And particularly the two guys you have, the two guys who are in front there, who are on the other side, it's terrible. Because what
Okay.
even me, my own family, we lost over 50 acres of land in Moroni, and we have not got it up now. So I'm sorry to tell you this because I get so annoyed when someone says it's so good, and I know what happened to me and my family. So it's not easy, and I get, just imagine yourself psychologically, somebody saying that, and you know what you lost and what you went through. I have my home in Moroni, but right now I have all my family are in around the area, which I don't want to disclose because this is not this is a secure place. But what I went through, and because of these guys, I'll never. And I even told somebody who was I've fought to the extent that anybody supporting these guys miraculously they might hold the political process because I'll use everything I have to make sure they never get on it. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. George. And you seem to have a lot you want to share. I would love to have your contact so that we arrange a special show for that. There is something that Bwana Nyumba is working on, where we're going to host the Koigo Mwere, those old timers, to help us paint the picture into what happened before we were born. We have Jackie Dube here. He's coming from pre-colonial. He was here pre-independent, colonial, pre-independence, independence, and now post-second revolution, liberation.
Where can I get you where can I get you my number here so that maybe you can call me?
Okay, look on the side of the screen. There is comments, there's banners, there's brand, and then private chat. We want up.
I'm using my phone now. I don't see that.
Your phone, there is where there are some streaks, some lines up there. If you click on it, it will give you a place called private chat.
Okay.
Yeah, at the private chat, you give me your number, then I will contact you, or you contact me on this number. I'm typing it right now on the private chat. Then from there we can.
Bernard, yes. Can I help him? On your phone, are you using your phone, sir?
He says so.
That's right.
Okay, so when you're looking at your phone, you can see the screen. You can see everybody on the chat. I mean on the screen, right?
Just a minute. Okay. Okay. I've got that chat. I've got Mary's number.
Okay. Good.
Oh, so you got it. Okay.
So text me, then we can plan from there. Thank you very much. 1, 2, 3, 4. Duke, is it your turn or your question?
I want to have a counter argument to Ogutu. Am I allowed to give a brief argument?
No problem. Go ahead and.
I want to counter what Ogutu has said on two issues. First of all is Y92, which is said where Ruto was involved, and also I'll talk about election violence, where he's trying to condemn a community as whole. We have information that Y92 was a group of youths who were campaigning for Daniel Moi. And that's normal. That group has not been condemned. This was not a criminal gang. It was a campaign group, the way we have today. And most of individuals say that Ruto printed 500 notes and there was inflation which affected the economy of Kenya. That's very wrong. You know, when we have a government, the way we have a government today, and maybe we have a campaign group and a youth, at that time, Ruto was not even an MP. We were just a group of young people. So anybody with a super mind cannot imagine that a group of just youths can go to the central bank and print notes. Well, we have the government, we have the Central Bank of Kenya, we have all those structures. It's like saying there was no president. It's like abusing the way the government functions. So those are false claims. Regarding the election violence, you talked about you request something of that kind. First of all, the way violence erupts is sometimes spontaneous. Most of you have been to a university, you decide to have a peaceful demonstration, and you have bad individuals who throw stones to askaris, and then they get an opportunity to loot. So whenever there is a political disagreement or a conflict anywhere, the way violence erupts is spontaneous, and you cannot say that that's organized by a community, but we can say that it's fueled by the bad statements, reckless statements by politicians. So for instance, also I come from Kisii, there was a lot of individuals where their industries were banned in Kisumu, and also from Kericho as well. So we cannot say that all rules were doing that, all currency were doing that. It's like a spontaneous misbehavior of individuals who are available across the communities, in all communities. So I wanted to counter that.
Yes, Ubuntu. Ubuntu.
Duke, thank you for your submissions, but
can I respond to that?
Sorry?
Hold on, I'll give you opportunity to respond later. Let the questioning take place first.
No, I'm asking a question to Duke.
All right.
Everybody keep your mic mute until it's your turn to speak. We will mention your name when it's your turn to speak. In the meantime, keep your mic mute. Ubuntu, you have the floor. What is your question?
So I have a question to Duke. And firstly, I have to note that you're a really wishful thinker. So my question is, so in the past, even 1 year, you've not had any case of money laundering, even in the history of banking systems. So money cannot be laundered. The other question I have is, you are saying youths cannot enter a bank and draw money. Then I can really have to ask, which Kenya are you living in, or, you know? And the third question is, if Jirongo, the boss to Ruto, has admitted as far as whatever you're trying to say, then who are you then to reverse the question on us and say that how can Ruto have printed 500? Even I know that 500s at the time were called Jirongo.
To respond to that, first of all, I do not say that there is no money laundering in Kenya. You are not listening to me. What I said is this. YK92 was a youth campaign for Moi, and it was not a criminal group. That's what I said. Number two, you cannot say that Chironga said that. Who is Chironga? Is Chironga the Court of Kenya, the Judiciary? We know where the individual is affiliated to. We need to talk about facts, the judicial statement, what we have from the judiciary. It's not about an individual. If I say something here, can you believe what I've said? Is that what I said final? Or is it a judgment of the judiciary?
Can I just respond?
Alex.
Just
Alex, you're on mute. You're on mute. Unmute.
Sometimes we want to sit back, relax, and watch the show without interrupting, because there is value in listening There's civilization in listening. Now, we have been having a show whereby people are having facts and debating. This guy is coming to lie to us. Even a child that is born today knows that that was not a lobby group. That was a criminal enterprise masquerading as a lobby group. The people that were there, who were even in the University of Nairobi at 1992 as student leaders, Joash Mangi, who is the deputy governor of Kisii today, Sagero, and all these, I will name the people that I know personally who have confessed. I'm not saying the people that we have never spoken to, who are in that lobby group you are calling, have confessed and said it. Who are you to tell us that, Duke? Maze, sometimes don't fall short of your own foolishness.
No, you
Get
are the
it
one
right and know this. Get it this from me. That was a criminal enterprise masquerading as a lobby group. And if you can't get that, we can't help you. That was a criminal enterprise. And don't argue about that.
Okay,
I have a
thank
question.
you. Thank you,
Is
Alex.
Alex who repos groups as criminals?
Order, Duke.
What's the procedure of a group being?
Hold on, Duke. Don't get angry over nothing, okay? We have historical facts. You have had post-election violence or election-related violence in the history of the recent history of Kenya. When did we have clashes that were related to elections first? Bwana Duke, you are the one I'm asking the question. Yes.
There have been classes almost every, like they were 1992, 2007, 2017, all years.
Okay, all years, huh? Starting with?
I cannot know specifically, but I can say
1992, you mentioned it.
Yes.
Yeah, there were no clashes before 1992, okay? But
I'm
there
not
were
sure about
clashes
that.
from 1992, all right? And you want to tell me that Y2K 92 had nothing to do with that?
So do you want, who says they was having something to do with it? Is it you or the judiciary or the media?
I am asking a question. I need you to answer me. If
no.
Clashes started in 1992 and Y2K in 1992 started 1992.
First of all, you have
they
to
were
know
active,
that this
driving the campaign of one Daniel Arap Moi.
You know, clashes occur between tribes, not individuals or groups.
So tribes are not groups.
No, not why K92 was having youths from all tribes.
What role were you playing in Y2K 92?
What I was not a member.
Thank
he was
you.
2 years old.
Hold on. In the where do you have documentation of the objectives and the audit of the performance of Y2K 92? Where can we go to find that information?
The information, you can find it from records of media platforms. But if you say that a group was a criminal, that must come from certified institutions, like court of law. You can't come here and say a group was a criminal.
No. It's not everything that is taken to court. We only look for what is in the court of what has been taken to court. We have not made the court to be the deciding
So for me, I have not seen any source which say why K92 was a criminal. If you have a source, share with me.
We are telling you that because one, who are not part of Y2K 92, but the people that were leaders of Y2K 92 have been on national television telling us their role, they played, what happened and where the country went to after Y2K 92. And if those are the minds that made the Kenya shilling that was exchanging against the dollar at 35 shillings, okay, jump from 35 to 65 in one election cycle. They are the ones that took us to the bottom. Now they want to remove us from the bottom to take us up. Hey, I don't think that's how to go about it, but all in all, let's do this. Let's do this.
Ask him what brought up 92 YK92. What brought up YK92? That's the simple question. Why did
it was actually like a youth who were campaigning for Moi to retain power. They were supporting Moi to
why? That's the question. I'm now to tell you.
So why are individuals campaigning for Raila Odinga or Kenya Kwanza? You campaign for wherever you support.
Raila Odinga was in other places, my friend.
No, I'm saying, for instance, right now we have groups campaigning for Raila Odinga.
What brought up the idea of 1992?
Hold on, both of you. Thank you. Let's do this. We'll have a show specifically for Y2K 92. I'm planning for that. Y2K 92. Because we must get to the bottom line of what is it that is ailing this country to solve what it is. But what I will say is this, Bwana Duke. If you want to give a historical fact, get it accurately, okay? You agree with me that we had not have elections clashes, okay, until 1992. And the group that joined politics, okay, for the first time since independence was Y2K 92. So if you come, they say in our village that if you pass and a child dies, then you pass again, then another child dies, then the death of the children should have something to do with your passage. So if Y2K 92 comes into play in the Kenyan politics, and then we end up having clashes, people displaced, it only makes sense for us to say that the clashes and the displacement had something to do with that lobby group or whatever name we want to give them. Secondly, the Y2K 92's job was one, to zone the country in areas where KANU was the only to be the party. Other political parties were not allowed in that place. We have played their video clip when Mwai Kibaki, the late president, okay, could not address people. His vehicle was surrounded. He was pragmatic from a rally because he has gone to a KANU zone. So why to Y2K 92? It was a lobby group, yes, but to do evil. And they did evil. We are still suffering from that evil today. If you are young as you are, and you don't want historical facts, then like Alex said, we can't help you. Let's do this. Ngoja Kwanza. I want to give priority to those who have not said anything. Martin, hold your horses. Ubuntu, hold your horses. Let's hear Jeuriri. Hey.
Jauriri.
Jauriri.
Okay. Yes.
Jauriri means you're from Uriri.
Kabisa.
Hey. I used to
First of all,
yes.
Okay. I'm a frequent here. I'm frequent actually weekly for Kero Weekly, but I realized people know me as Jauriri. Maybe a little reaction to what Duke is trying to say. These two guys, the two guys who are part of this group in 1992, that is the Deputy President and Mudavadi. These guys know a lot about how our economy was destroyed. Actually, I would advise Duke to, instead of putting things that he can't justify, to go back and read about politics and economy, to read about how the pay was increased, to read about how our currency, the denominations were increased, and what time, what prompted this, how inflation came into our economy to start eating our people. I would advise Duke to go. He has disappeared. Oh, he's there. Duke, I would advise you to go and read more about this information. Go and read about economy and politics from 1992. You talk about judiciary, it is justified. Are you able to even explain to panelists here that there were detentions without trials during this period of time? Are you able to tell us that there are people who are tortured due to their stand? There are people who are stopped from even going to their homes due to their stand. So there are things that I know all of us are young, right? I know you are also young. 1992, maybe you are very young. You might not have witnessed these things one-on-one, but go back and read. Reading is beautiful. Don't close your brain. Just open and read, because it's better you say facts. Secondly, let me go to to the topics. Actually, it's now 3 a.m., 4 a.m. I'm almost getting to work. We have Ruto breaks record on doublespeak. Actually, look at how he talked about the SGR issue, how he talked about the land issue in Mombasa. Now look at the 2,500 acres issue. Last time when he called, he talked about Joe. Joe, he said this guy who is never gone to school doesn't know about things to do with the economy. Now he today himself going to coast to tell the coastal people that he's going to bring back the jobs, maybe the port processes, everything back to the people. And yet he's the same person who called Joho academic dwarf who could not understand things to do with economy. This person is a serial liar. Is not even a master in double speaking. This is a serial liar. He knows very well that whatever he has been saying is doing has been wrong. So he goes back to manipulate the people by giving them false promises. Mudavadi promises 90% or less of 70%. The other day we saw Mudavadi entering a field, a campaign field without people. I think I saw only security hanging on his vehicle. And when we saw Raila went there, what we saw was it was just dust, a sea of humanity. So these guys are not able to help even their own backyard. They are not able to get the full support that they need. So it's only the fools who will believe that these guys can help Kenya. But for us, no. I'm not going to talk about KARUA in Garissa, but I wanted to put my reaction towards what Duke actually talked about. I'm a student of economics and I'm economist. I know how these things happened. And if you want more information, please, knowledge is shared. Please get more information from elders if you don't understand, than ranting and yet you are saying things which you can't even justify. It's very unfair for us youth to reason without facts. This is the time where technology is there. Go there, read. If you can't understand, get someone to help you so that we grow as a very straightforward youth in Kenya to support our country, but not lying everywhere. about things that we cannot justify. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Jauriri. Yes, Ubudu?
Maybe now, if just to balance out the conversation, if Ruto, let's assume Ruto is not double speaking, then he says bottoms up, Wanjiko going up, right? So let's take his word. So what he should do to give us certainty and hope in his philosophy, let him and all his parliamentarians and cabinet put into writing that they will forgo their pay and benefits for 4 years, so that we can start believing enyewe, it is from down to up. Because even without talking of matters corruption and the money we lose every day, the money that we pay to these guys alone, even the tea ladies, and I know some people depend on these livelihoods, but on the grand scheme of things, some people in these ministries are redundant, and they are here talking about policemen who have gone to school. Most of these people do not deserve even to enter those VIP lifts. Another thing is that the SGR issue. There's a very good example on how we can make SGR economically viable. We can take the example of the El Chepe Railway in Mexico. There, what they did to tackle this issue, we are currently facing, because as of now, my grandmother at home cannot really tell me how SGR has affected or improved her livelihood, truth be told. So for her to feel these services have come closer to them. There are these middle towns between Voi, Mtito, and the likes. Why can the natives, the people that this SGR affected, get some cards for better payments, which are negotiated by these county governments on behalf of their people? Because once this SGR also starts dealing with the issue of local entrepreneurs, like you can get your oranges from Makueni and bring them to Nairobi via the SGR at a price which is now the one they're saying bottom up. Now these are arguments we can start listening to such kind of things, because these are things that you can clearly see there's a trajectory, there will be a trickle. But now when someone comes and tells us that okay, so far what I've heard from bottoms up is this guy is old, His Excellency Raila, Mother KARUA huyu mama, and I tend to wonder now where does now this Mama Mboga come in? And just as I finish,
Hey,
there's a
Wanabundu,
quote, and this goes to
hold
this
on.
yellow
I
guys.
thought you are responding to Duke, because Duke needs to relate
I
that
thought I was
matter to
making my
rest.
submission. Can I just
Hey,
finish up then?
you don't make a submission in between a matter that is not concluded.
But anyway, I've responded to him. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Duke, yes, Abuya, is it about what Duke said?
I just want to mine is 30 seconds. Duke, I want you to go to the Kituo cha Sheria website, download the TJRC report, read it very well. It's a 92-page thing. Then you will understand when some of us are talking about Jirongo and Ruto. I didn't want to it is almost getting me personal, because that YK92 affected a family member directly. So there are so many things that you can learn about that history.
Kituo cha Sheria, TJRC report. Who else? Yes, Martin.
I just wanted to tell Duke, I don't know our difference of age, but
if you go back to look at YK92, that was, and it's what is still happening today, and that's where Babu came from. Babu, just to use a bad example. At the time, most of the politicians that you find right now, they were at Nairobi University. And at the time, it was students, the student leaders. And most of the days, even today, when you go like somewhere to, especially Nairobi University was what used to be used by politicians to get people on the streets. But today is extended to other universities, Kenyatta University and Egerton University. At the time, those guys, they were given, and somebody told you to go do your research well. At the time, those guys that were coming up, Kina Jirongo and Kina Ruto and all of those, wanasemango walikuwa CEU. I don't know which CEU they went. But at the time, they were being promised by Moi, Nyinyi Kujeni. And there's I think Bernard, I'll send you that clip. There's a clip where Rigathi Gachagua says how Moi used to come and get him and say, you go, tell me what the students are talking about. They were promised parastatals. Those times we used to have parastatals. They were promised something. They were being given the wealth by Moi. Go do your research very well about YK92. How those guys, all of them are still either in government or not in government or playing with that, and how they came from the students' union into government. I just want you to do that research. I'm not going to talk too much, but just do that research. And maybe next time when we meet over here and we're having a discussion, maybe you can tell us what you found out. Because, like I said, I don't know when you were born or whatever. I don't know how you know about this or how much you know about it. But just know why they got into it and why it was Young Kenyans for KANU 1992. So that's all I wanted to say, Bernard.
Youth for KANU. Youth for KANU. Yes,
Hello.
Hold on, let Duke respond. Tumekaa hapa sana, nataka tusonga mbele. Ogutu,
Okay.
one moment of Duke.
My response to you all is this one. First of all, I do read extensively, but the difference between me and most of you is that I don't primitively consume information. I want to refer you to a book which is called Differentiating Between the Medium and the Message. We are in the digital age, so there is a lot of information. So you have to differentiate between the medium and the message itself. So if any reasonable person comes here and says that a group of youths, all of them were under 25 years, that they went to central bank where we have a government, the president, and then they printed money, and you are an economy student, you don't know how are money printed.
Duke, don't go there, please. Okay?
Okay, that's a fact. If you read how money is printed in any nation.
Said they printed money.
No,
and
so
money
if
is not printed that way, you know from
okay,
where
then
money in Kenya is not
the
printed.
individuals with to frame is the president. The person who was the president was the one who made that mistake. So even right now,
money?
Okay, even right now,
Wana Duke, which president prints money?
No, what?
Do you have any president charged with the responsibility of printing money?
No, the president can influence the printing of money, which can make an country have an inflation.
Ask this man, how did we get
Can I proceed and finish? You know, you interrupt and we stay.
No, Duke, the information you're giving is one thing. That's why we are interrupting. Okay, you want us to treat something that is very serious as a trivial thing. We are talking about
you know, I was responding.
An economy collapsing under a regime by an introduction of a lobby group called Y2K92.
YK92.
Everything about it should be held on that lobby group because we did not have this before that group came into existence.
Bernard, it was called YK92, and
yes.
That is where we get 500 notes and it was called Chirongo. So 500 note for the first time to be in the money of Kenya, and then it was multi. That is the first time we see 500 note, and it was nicknamed Chirongo. So you could go by that. If somebody comes and if you defend your friend, it is good, but a lot of history is there. I do not even want to come in on that. But do go and see
Can I?
Chirongo note, 500.
So what is simply being said, Mr. Duke, is the lobby group, okay, sanctioned the government or influenced the president to say the only way for you to win these elections is there must be plenty of money for us to go and buy the support. I'm a banker. I'm a trained banker. I don't practice. But in banking, it was wrong for the same year to print 200 shilling note and 500 shilling note. That will end up into inflation. It doesn't matter what you do. That is why in America today, the highest denomination is what? It's $100 bill. After 200 years of
$100.
independence.
You cannot get that. And it's even rare. You cannot get it.
Okay. So
it's even very rare. To get that money, so very, you don't just get it like that.
It's also good.
Me, I've been in America here, but yeah, you cannot get it. Even when you have it,
You are muted, Bernard. You are muted.
Thank you. I'm saying America, after over 200 years of independence, the highest denomination they have is 100. You guys, before you're 50, you print 200, then the same year you print 500, and in 2 years' time you print 1,000, and you want your shilling to continue being strong. And you want to tell us that the people who influenced that information, who pushed the president or advised the president to do that, are innocent of the matter, being the young people who are at the university who needed to know better for securing the future, not eating the now. Moi was on his way out of office. These people are looking on how to get into office. How do you make an economy collapse when you want to inherit that economy? Mr. Duke, is that the kind of mind you want to follow?
No, you know, the mind is you are trying to associate key functions of issues of the government to a group, which is not fair. We have to bring into account the president and the individuals who are managing the central bank. If like now, if you say that we have a group like maybe Babu Wino and other groups and go and tell President Kenyatta print 2,000 notes and give us, and then the president does that, that is very stupid for the president to do that. So you are trying to give small individuals too much power, which I cannot agree with you at all. So you have to know how the government systems work.
Okay, let's
you can't
do
say
this.
that a
Let's
group
do
of
this.
individuals comes and
Duke, it seems you don't want to understand what is being said. So tuachie tu hapo. You go and read extensively the way you have been reading and practice it. But just know you're part of the problem. You can never be part of a solution.
Well, Duke, do you know the face value of money towards and how it changes the economy? Here in America, we use I have so many coins,
and you can't say that the decisions were made by
how do you talk?
They have to be made by the government. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. So if you have $10,000 in your face value, does it make sense? And you can only buy some few things. Do you know face value of money? Are you an economist? Are you learned? Do you know the value of economy? I can have 10,000, whatever it is, and I can only buy an egg.
Thank you, Mr. Duke. There is a funny story being shared from Zimbabwe that a mama pushed a wheelbarrow that was full of notes she had taken for banking. And when she reached at the door of the bank, she pushed the wheelbarrow closer to the bank to try and open the bank so that she can push the wheelbarrow for the notes to get in. So when she turned, there were boys who are following her. And what happened is they poured the money that was on the wheelbarrow on the floor of the door of the bank and ran away with the wheelbarrow. That means the money that they'd filled the wheelbarrow, the value of the wheelbarrow was higher than the money that had filled the wheelbarrow. So, so
that's it. That's it.
So when we talk about printing the money,
that's what you don't need to us. So nonsense.
Bernard, you are muted. Bernard, you are muted.
Let's do this. I think, where is Demba? Where? You want to excuse me and finish overtime. Let me do this. We will do a show specifically for Y2K 92. Nataka wakongwe wakuje kutuambia hii maneno. Tunataka kujua historia yetu vizuri kwa sababu 2022 elections have something to do with Y2K 92 and has something to do with 2007 elections and has something to do with 2002 elections. These three elections are very intertwined and are very much attached to 2022 elections. So we need to bring all these things together and be able to help Kenyans understand better. So those of you who are researchists, let's get all that information. And in the course of maybe this weekend or next week, we'll get a show for that particular. We want to get the young Turks to understand when we say the economy is affected by this and that, and we are suffering because of this. It's not a matter of bad-mouthing somebody or witch hunting somebody. It's just getting facts right to help the country. Naomba hivi.
Bernard,
yes.
Bernard, kabla uende mbali, wacha mimi nitoke nikutafutie Themba. Naona umechoka bana.
Naomba nitafutie huyo Themba kama anapatikana. Njiru amesema mashini yake imecollapse, so hawezi. Na amekuja. Njiru, did you succeed? Bwana Njiru, unmute.
I did not succeed, sorry. Maybe kesho I will make sure that things are okay. Sorry for that.
Okay. Make sure you should be doing that very early, like during the day, so that you are sure of everything. But you must use the same browser to be able to log in the back. If you change the browser, you have to get new login details, and it's active. You can't use the previous ones.
Wacha mimi niombe good night, nitamjaribu nimtafute. Nini kana zampata.
Asante Ndeto.
You guys have a good night.
Just remember, I've sent. Did I send you the? No, Mato is not on that group. So. Thank you, Nani. Who you? Mondo wa Nyumba, how are you?
I'm fine.
You're welcome.
Thanks a lot. I've changed my appearance hours. I'm becoming clever every other day.
I can see you.
This time getting in at this hour is not as difficult as the earlier hours. Now, Themba was waiting for me to start. He is in. Mr. Themba is in already.
Oh, we are happy that he's here.
Now, with your permission, Bernard, do I decline to talk about the topics at hand?
Depending on in favor of what?
in favor of elderly advice.
Okay, give us elderly advice. Thank you.
The only problem is that oh, Duke is here. Yeah, Mama Selina is there. I talked the other day of my presence in the University of Nairobi, and Ropa was actually he got worried. I don't mind giving my details for the young people here, because some are arguing from theoretical or not, they have not seen. Some of us we have seen. That's why I said I saw Jomo Kenyatta's rule, Moi's rule, Kibaki, and now the Ruto. Okay. Now, listen, Duke, it's not only reading. Some of us have experienced these things. For example, I went to University of Nairobi to do architecture in the year September 1977. I was to qualify in the year 1982. We didn't. Only qualified 1983 after staying for 6 years instead of 5 years because of the 1982 coup. The coup, I was part and parcel. I saw it. I was among the people in the streets demonstrating very happily. But the good thing, I was not involved in looting. So when I talk about some of things, I'm talking with authority. It's not reading. Some of them, we have seen them. So it's good for the young people, because the other day I saw somebody also young, really talking to Selina, even in a language that was not very conducive. Selina has seen things. We keep on saying, we are not underrating the youth. The youth, they know. We learn things from them. And I gave an example of a student when I was in UT, that's untreated teacher, 1977. I was teaching in a high school called Pan Africa High School, Mfangano Street, Nairobi. Ojok was so smart, he caught me off hand in mathematics. Yet I was 3 years senior in terms of education. So we are not underrating the youth. But please, when the elderly like Kina Salina, Kina Abuya, or Kina Jakendube, they talk, they're talking from experience. So, but the only good thing about Duke, you differ in terms of the discussion, but your language is mild, is good. Some youth have come here, and that's what I was saying. Initially, I felt afraid to join this program, not even to come on board, because I was fearing for an exchange of my son or my grandson on this screen. So this is advice for the youth, please. We are not saying you don't know anything, but when an elder talks, and especially an elder who is maybe qualified in the field he is talking about, he has read or she has read. Two, through experience, proper experience, someone has gone through that. Thank you, Baran, for giving me that. I think I was getting worried, but I said I'm not running away from this board. But let's respect the elders will respect youth. We do. I'm a grandfather, so I like my grandchildren. I like my children, and I wish them well. So when you see us here, is that we want to make Kenya better. We have gone through a lot of problems, some of us. I can assure you, when I resigned in the year from service in the year 2003, that's 19 years back, I'm worse off economically than I was because of the system, the way they are. Let me raise my case. I can give you a lot of stories. But, I was getting concerned when youth, they come and use very, very hard language on elders. But that's not applicable to you, Duke. Duke, you are mild, you are good, but you have got arguments that actually sometimes I finish my story. Thank you for giving me that chance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nyumba. We appreciate it. There is what experience can do that nothing else will ever do. So it's good to learn from the experienced. There is Bane Kikimathi. He said Duke is right. College students cannot influence a functioning government. Of course, you are right. That's why you need to go back to 1992 and tell us what kind of government we had. Was it functioning? If Kibaki took over in 2002, when we had negative economic growth, Was it a functioning government? The desperation for Moi to retain power was everything. And because he was desperate and the opposition was too much, he fell for the stupid advice by inexperienced opportunists who wanted to eat everything. By that ill advice, we are suffering until now. So you are right. It wasn't a functioning government. That is why it fell for that. And that's why we are suffering now. Thank you. Nini nataka kuhandova kwa Themba. Jose utapewa nafasi na Themba. Wana Themba. Hao watu wote waliongea isipokuwa nani? Wote wameongea. So ni wewe tu anza kuongea.
I need to ask you something.
Ask me.
It is to do with Mudavadi promises. You see, when the DP came up with this 70% requirement for him to get that prime, I think prime CS or something, most of us were confused. We could not reconcile how this is even possible. Now, for Mudavadi to promise 90, me, I'm even getting just more confused because I can't reconcile that on the ground with what is happening. I thought you would come forward and indicate that the threshold of 70 was on the higher side. That is like a technical knockout from the Ruto's government. But now for him to go and promise 90, I'm just getting more confused. I was seeking whether there is somebody who can give more clarification. Exactly where are they driving at? We are not understanding what KK is all about and Western.
I would just say it is a political rhetoric, nothing more. Because Mudavadi has lost all his members of parliament. He has lost all his MCAs. The only person I think still with him is the wife, and of course Weta, and a few sympathizers. Even Malala is sitting on the fence. Halwale already left. So there isn't much there, only that is trying to prove to be something. You know, after you have made a blunder, you will want to keep a brave face. There is a difference between the Western Kenya voting for Raila Odinga and following Mudavadi. Those are two different things. The Western province never follows Mudavadi. In fact, it is Raila who makes Mudavadi attractive. When Mudavadi sits next to Raila, he gets the favors because he's in the shadow of Raila. It is not that Western Kenya follow Mudavadi to vote for Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga is loved in Western, independent of all these Western leaders. So tusisumbuane na maswala ambayo inajulikana wazi na so there is no 90%, there is no 70%. I don't think they will even get 10%. And as things look like the way they closed office in Trans Nzoia, they are going to close it in Kakamega. They will close it in Busia. By the time we get in July, utaona vile mambo yanalainika. But all in all, let it not confuse you. He's just trying to play brave where he has lost. Si ulimwona ametoka watu wawili mpaka mama mmoja kalia sema vane. That means the situation is too bad. Yani hawa ndio national leaders na kuna mtu anaopigia makofi hata kuku hazitoki nje. It's terrible. Wanathemba, please come in.
Okay, thank you. Before you go, allow me to give my comments because once you are gone, these people will not allow me to comment.
Please go ahead.
Now, first of all, I want to greet you all. I hope you're all well. And secondly, I want to make a comment in view of what Duke said. I found that comment and the statement a little condescending when he suggested that everybody else here doesn't read objectively apart from him. I found that a little condescending to the panelists. It is acts of pride when you imagine that you're right and every other person is wrong. Probably, Duke, you may want to read the story of the 3 blind men who went to touch an elephant, and each was asked to describe the elephant. Each one of them described the elephant according to where they touched. The one who touched the skin said that an elephant is a rough animal. The one who touched the tusk said an elephant is a tough animal. The one who touched the tail says an elephant is a soft animal. All of them touched an elephant. So you may want to appreciate that other people may not have your way of understanding whatever concept you want to understand, but it is a little condescending to imagine that you are the only one who can be objective in a situation. I find that condescending, as the way you said it. Other than that, I want to give my comments to only one. You don't need to respond to that, Duke.
Not responding, I'm waiting clarification.
No, allow me to finish my comments. On the topic, I want to comment only on one, that is DP Ruto's. And it will be tied up to probably what most of us have alluded to. But for me, I want to put it all together in the goofs that Kenya Kwanza has engaged in within only this week that I find interesting, and the more reason why we should not trust them with our country. You can't have a government that is continuously goofing on very important matters. If you are going to have, in the person of the deputy president, he has goofed in very serious situations that I think we can't trust an executive officer of a country to such goofing. One that stood out very strongly is associating himself with the iodine guy, this guy whom he took to Uganda the other day. That is not fair. But I want to just isolate what has happened for this week, that Kenya Kwanza has goofed big time. And as a country, we shouldn't trust such a government with leadership. One, Gashagwa goes to a radio station, vernacular radio station, and suggests on stifling multinational corporations in order to take their money and give to Mama Mboga. Now that is a serious goof on how to deal with multinationals. It touches on so many things when you are commenting on such a situation. You are touching on how you are going to deal with investors in the country, because Safaricom is, first of all, owned by part of it investors, part of it the government, and part of it, of course, citizens. So when you are giving a comment like that, in diplomatic terms, it gives you a policy on how you're going to deal with investors. So it leaves a lot to be desired. You don't have only Safaricom as a multinational corporation. You have other multinational corporations. You have other places where investors are coming to invest in Kenya. So what's your policy? And therefore, it is creating a sense of fear and anxiety in multinational corporations that have invested in Kenya in one way or another. So first of all, that shows us a government that is not schooled in how to give certain statements that deal with the international cooperation. How are you going to manage that transition? So when you sit in a place and you say that we can take all this money that Safaricom has and then give it to other people, I mean, spread it around, that already shows a lot. That's goofing as a government. I see him trying to beat a hasty retreat. Like when I listened to him today, he was trying to explain himself out of it and saying that, Safaricom will keep going. But you see, it already shows us a government that is very not alive. to the environment in which you operate. Remember, Kenya is not an island. Kenya operates in an environment, and and the way the policies that we have within and outside and how we will relate with investors is very important. The second thing is Aisha Juma's apparent reference to the supporters as dogs, when she said that everybody should manage their own dogs. That was very, very telling on how they view the same people they are saying ni watu wa chini, watu ambao ni maumbwa tu, nafaa kuwafunza ama kuwatuma waende wakabweke. You know, that's basically what she's saying. And if you can imagine, these are the same people whom you are saying that you are going to fight for and to empower. It tells you when they're empowered, they will no longer be at your beck and call to send when you want to send them. So it means, therefore, you don't mean to empower them because you need them as your dogs to continuously use them. So that was a goof, and I don't know how they're going to correct that. The other goof was Malala goofing and referring to our police officers, brothers and sisters, parents, as unschooled. And even the way he said it, he was saying it in a very, you know, a manner that is showing disrespect to them. That you see, in fact, vile anasema kazi ya polisi tunapatia hawa watu ambao hawakuenda shule, hawakuenda mahali, you know. You see, it's very, very interesting that a person who wants to be a governor would give such a comment. And the kind of job that he's saying that he wants to give those young men, even when they're talking about empowerment, it means that they do not respect the people they want to give the jobs. So that was a goofing, which I think it represents basically the general perception or perspective or how the Kenya Kwanza holds the Mwananchi. Didymus said that the police can be bribed, you know, because he's saying that if for him, yeye ni mtu wa changa akionekana atwanga 500. In any case, what he suggested that the police, for them to arrest you, they arrest you when you have not given them anything. But when you are let free, it means that you're basically bribing them. I think it paints the police in a very bad light. So he needs to come clean and say what he meant. The fifth is what Ruto said. Ruto said that he took land as a gift, 2,500. And someone suggested here that Ruto must have been having so many good friends that over the time they have all been gifting him land. Now, one thing to note, though, is what he said about the land that he was gifted. He said that Basil Criticus gifted him 2,500 acres of land, and he paid a loan that Basil Criticus had with ADC. If you go back to ADC, there's listed a part where Ruto actually took land from ADC. So whom did Basil Criticus owe the money that Ruto had to pay so that he can be given land? Was Basil Criticus twisted to give the land? Because the same Ruto appears in the ADC land as having benefited. And there were cases, if you can go, someone has actually shared some you know, some printed information where Ruto was taken to court for ADC land that he's now talking about. So this is someone who comes and says that I was gifted, yet a few days ago, let me read something here that someone shared actually. And when it was said a while back that that Ruto had land in the coast, he refused. He refused, and that is where we are coming to that double speak thing. He refused that he doesn't own any land in the coast, and now he's coming to say that actually he owns land in the coast. You see, What kind of a deputy president are we having? Because when you have someone who cannot stand, he cannot stand.
One moment, Themba, one moment. Yeah. Just before you conclude, let's just have this video.
Okay.
Yeah, brief one.
Mimi ni mzee wa Mata pale Mata. Huyu mjumbe wenu wa zamani Basil Criticos aliniambia nimlipie deni alikuwa naye kule AFC, alafu akanikatia kashamba yake kadogo pale. Mimi nikawa mwenyeji huko.
Kidudu gani usiyetulia, una maneno machafu watupa kazia. Imefika siku yako ya kusimuliwa maisha yako ya nyuma yalipoanzia.
Acha usutwe hujakoma wewe kidudu mtu, yako yanakushinda ni hodari tu kusema ya watu. Hizo ni sifa mbaya, jali utu wewe kuliko kitu.
Thank you, Bernard. Thank you, Bernard, for sharing that. And in fact, I want to finish with this. Someone posted this, saying, when people living in the neighborhood bitterly complained that they did not have water since the area water was being diverted into this farm, UDA bloggers said that the farm did not belong to Ruto. The other day, when employees held demos because they had not received their salaries for months, again, the bloggers insisted that their boss did not own the land in the area. When the farm manager stormed a mosque in the area, brandishing a gun in February, the bloggers were at it again, denying who owns the land. Now, the person who owns the land has woken up, and for some reason now he owns the land, and according to him, he was gifted. Kenyans, we cannot gamble. We cannot gamble with the presidency and leadership. Leadership and governance is not something you can take you can just like come and casually talk about the way some of us are doing here. It's one thing to have an academic debate, it's another to run a country. I think we need to start drawing the line. And if we care about what we want for the future, some of us may not necessarily care about it. But if you care about what you want for the future, look at all those dramas. Now, finally, Ruto comes, and Bernard shared that and said that he called Joho a fool and a madman.
An academic dwarf.
An academic dwarf for suggesting that port operations, if the SGR was taking some port operations to Naivasha. And actually kwa hiyo video anasema kwamba kwani mimi sisi ni wazimu. So nani wazimu sasa? Nani wazimu sasa? So we need to tell him that sisi sio wazimu, and we are not fools. We know who said what. There's record. If sometimes they say there's wisdom in being quiet. Sometimes when you speak too much, you can forget even what you said yesterday. But again, when the gods want to finish you, they allow you to be stupid. Ruto has become foolish. He's imagining that we don't have these records. He's imagining that these things are not there on YouTube. He's imagining that people will not go back and read and check. Now, Kenyans, we need to rise up and show him that, yes, we can read. Yes, we can go back. Yes, we can check what he said. And he said in 2013 that the land issue will not be an issue in 2022. Now he's still promising to solve the same case in 2022, and he's making it an issue. He can't solve it, he won't solve it. And you can't be the problem and bring a solution. So for me, I want to finish there, Bernard, and allow the debate to proceed, and we'll respond to the rest as we move on.
Remember, the ADC land in Laikipia, is it along the same line?
The people who divided ADC land amongst themselves were the Kanu Honchos. In fact, there's a very popular saying in some parlance that if you are a DO or a DC and you didn't become rich and you didn't have land, then you are not in Kanu. One of the things that stood out so strongly was anybody who held any Kanu position, one of the things they were given is land. And ADC land, today I was watching ADC chairman is Nick Salat. Go and check the directors. And you go back and check even the people who have ruled ADC. So it was part of what the Nyayo T-zone, all those things were being formed around it. And that's where what people used to get land. So Basil Criticals was actually frustrated even to give that land to Ruto. You remember there was a time Basil was even fighting some of the squatters. So if Ruto was serious about the land issue, you take that to 2,500, and how much land do you need? You are going to tell people that we are going to come and resolve this land issue, and then you proudly tell them that I even have land I was gifted here. Instead of telling them, I've taken this land and I've divided it amongst the people who stay here. That is a solution. You're coming to laugh at me by telling me I have 2,500 here I was gifted because I paid some loan. Now, if you have land 2,500 acres and someone comes and tells you I'm going to pay some little loan that he had, which one would be better? You'll tell the people to come and attach your land. You won't take the money and gift someone land. I mean, you won't give someone land because they have paid you the money, which is little money. How much money was that if you could actually gift someone 2,500 hectares?
Na anasema alikatiwa tu kidogo, anaita hiyo ni kidogo. Na kuna
you see the kind of sickness we are as a country. That's why I get a little disappointed when someone still imagines that that person can qualify to be the executive of our country. I think as Kenyans, we need to reject. Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you, Themba. And I insist, even as I sign out, we must first of all be the best before we are first. Leadership should not be given to people with questionable character. The public management of our resources must be given to faithful people. So from MCA, Member of Parliament, Women Rep, Senator, Governor, it doesn't matter how much following they have. If they don't have a character, they are not faithful, they are not accountable, they are not integrous, keep them off that ballot. If you can't keep them off that ballot, vote them out. We need this country back on her feet so that we feed our children and our children's children. We don't want our great-grandchildren to curse our graves that we were in this country and we presided over a transfer to leadership that looted the entire country and there was nothing left for our children and our children's children. That's the sense of responsibility I want each one of us to embrace even as we continue debating. Shabikia chama chako, shabikia mjumbe wako, lakini ukweli uwe ndio unao kuongoza kwa masuala haya. Nashukuru kila mmoja, asante sana kwa kushirikiana nami na wengine wote katika kufanikisha kipindi hiki. Tutaendelea. Mato ule tulikupatia assignment ya kutafutia Parastato TV ama any terrestrial TV that can carry this particular show. Hujanipatia jibu. We want that because all they need is to be given a feed, then they will be taking over the way CNN used to work with KTN. When it comes time for CNN, that CNN takes over, then we sign out and they continue with their program. I'm sure we'll get, even if it's a vernacular station, as long as transnational wide coverage, we can get that. Na hela tutakusanya tu hapa ya sadaka itatosha. Naona hapa watu wako poa. Sawa. So Martin.
Bernard.
Yes.
Kabla uende, kwa sababu nilisikia ukisema hata kabla niingie na ulisema Mato alituambia. Working on it very well, and I'll talk to you on the side. You know, we talk on the side. Tutaongea na wewe. Getting heads. I'm working on it. Tuko karibu. I told you just nipatie time. Tuko karibu kufika hapo. Kabla uende, nilikuwa tu nataka kusema hata nimerudi tu kwa sababu hiyo. I wanted to say hiyo kitu ya Malala, that's you, because I missed that one when I was doing my submission. How do you have police officers that are not that are going to do investigations and they are not educated? It's stupid, it's dumb. Mtu wa bodaboda, semi watu wa bodaboda wajasoma, lakini mtu mwenye hajasoma, how can you do investigations when you're not educated? Si kushika bunduki peke yake bwana. The police officer must be very educated, wanajua kufanya investigations in everything that you need to do. Hiyo ndio imenirudisha, because that was on my point list, lakini sikusema. But other than that, story ya channel, sijasahau Bernard, tutaongea huko kando, kina Themba na watu wenye tunakuaga huko kando, and even you will talk about it on the side. I'm working on it very highly, and we are making good. We are cruising well. We're cruising well. Just give me time.
Thank you, Mato. XK. Let me give you this for free. Is it better this program doesn't qualify to be on national TV? Extremely biased. It's on global TV. If we can feature on global TV, what is national TV? What's wrong with you? We are not here to support drugs and people want to loot this country. If that is what you call bias, we are biased against everybody who wants to eat this country today. We need to have this country tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. 100 years from now, Kenya must be here, and our children should enjoy this sleepless night we suffer here. Our children should enjoy and sleep in a good, prosperous country. If you think we exist here to defend one William Ruto for his plot ndogo ila alipewa, hiyo umekosea tafadhali. So go and advise the people who choose national television. We are already on global television. Thank you.
Bernard, before you go, there are two videos that I don't know if you played them, but I've shared them on our platform. There's the one with Kate Waruguru and the one that has Kiunjuri. The one for Kiunjuri is in Kikuyu. The one for Kate Waruguru is well. The level of panic in Kenya Kwanza. That is what I want you to bring out on those two videos. So if you can, before you step out, kindly.
Well, then, Bantangaliya Badai, good night, man. Good job, man. I appreciate you every day.
Okay, umeona Bernard?
It's like I was on mute. Nimeziona, watch us download so somebody can talk in the meantime as they get ready.
Okay, when they're ready, you tell me. Okay, Abuya.
Let Stone come in because I had already spoken. Maybe I'll just add a little bit later. Stone.
Oh, thank you, bro, for
wait. Stone PK, wait.
Okay.
Ubuntu sema. Ubuntu unmute.
mine was just to give you guys a quote, one by Ling Hsien Loong, which was said on 2020 on the issue of democracy. If you vote, and I'll paraphrase just to fit this context. So it goes like this: if you vote against government because somebody else told you they will look into getting ODM into government, you just become a free rider. What am I saying? There's this thing being peddled by the yellow guys that things have been premeditated, or there's some biasness in the whole process, and it leaves a bad taste. Why? Because Ruto was in the government from 2013 to 2017. They took us through 3 elections. So if things were working then, they should be working now. If Chebukati was good to Ruto in 2017, A and B, then it should also be good right now. Then just before I leave, on the issue, I forgot to talk on the issue of Malala. Well, Malala is just drunk with money. We should forgive him, and Bernard, as you go to sleep, you also pray for him, as in he's your clanmate. So you should not take it at heart, just take it with a bit of jest, because now what can we do? If you as a man, you live in a house that has been built by another man, things get a little bit tricky. But I do not want to get personal. Let's just stay on the issues. But on my earlier submission, on these 3 things, meritocracy, pragmatism, and honesty, guys, I will repeat until all of us start getting it. We need to look at, these are the 3 qualities in any leader that we're going to vote in. These are the things that we will need to look at, and especially the honesty part. And now if we start putting people on that microscope, or do some radical surgery on honesty, very little will come out alive, and that is what is needed. As long as the person is honest, they might not be your brother, they may not be your clanmate, your tribesman, or they may not even give you money. But if they stand for a future that, as Bernard is telling us, that you can sleep sound knowing that our future generations will be happy, then those are the kinds of people we need to choose. And as I leave, I want to remind you people, some of you might be older in political experience and also the days here on earth. But what I need also to remind you is, one vote is one vote. So if you can talk to a youth in a way that they can buy into your ideology, rather than this thing of Goliath and David, I think we can bring more people to our side. If you can start speaking the language of everyone, and also these people from the other political divide, if you can also, if you can talk to them nicely, sell our agendas to them as we've done today, then I think by the time August comes, then the numbers will be on our favor. Lastly, I want to say, people should not come here with propaganda. If you say something, kindly substantiate, and we want facts. If somebody did something, come with the facts at hand, otherwise we're just drawing bubbles in the air. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Panathemba. The videos are ready. Allow me to roll them.
Okay.
So we begin in English. Oh, is it English or okay?
Hiyo maneno yenu ya suti mimi sioni. Tutasikilizana chini ya Kenya Kwanza kwa kiti ya William Ruto hapa juu. Lakini hapa chini tutazungumza na tutaongea hapa mashinani. Mimi nilikuwa naombea Irongo kura hadharani. Wangapi walinisikia? Mkono juu hapa. Irongo ule ndiye mtu ya kwanza kunisaliti, kunipiga, kunifanya vituko na kuniibia kura. namwachia Mwenyezi Mungu. Namwachia Mwenyezi Mungu. Irongo, Kenywa, Kagiri, Dedi. Hapo mashinani tunawaangalia. Lakini Ruto, kama hao watu ndio utakuwa unategemea hapa, wewe jua utapangwa na Azimio na Laikipia. Kwa sababu Azimio wao wamejipanga. Azimio wako na umoja. Azimio watafunguliwa pesa ya serikali. Hao watu wa UDA ni kiburi tupu tu kila mahali. Niko na tikiti hata anagojea kuapisha. The truth and the reality is kura za Ruto ziko na nitazilinda na nitazitetea kama mama. Lakini mtu asijifiche nyuma ya koti ya Ruto. Wewe ule utaona anafaa governor patia kura. Ule utaona senator anafaa pe kura. MP ule utaona pe kura. Hapa juu tuko na William Samoei Ruto. Hii wengine wote wakora wajipanga. Because you cannot be a product and a result of fraudulent party primaries. And yet you want to come and impose yourself on people, insult them, abuse them, and look down on us and reduce us to be tubocrats and people who can only vote for an individual because of 200 shillings. Auria biashara ndamu itira bia. Dina moya mpaka na merema moya onededi. Nego muhebesha jega muthi muhore biashara. I'll do that. Mupige biashara na mujipange. Na mkijipanga kule chini, mjue mlichezwa. Niyo na mkonyi makura. Mimi ni hasla. Naweza uza mkahawa, niuza machai, niuza mandazi, nifanya nini? Ni maisha yangu iendelee. Ni kwaje demo anadi wa kwenda. Ni dikiri tukia ghetto. Mimi sina shida, maisha inaendelea. Lakini wewe ulikuwa huna mtu anaweza somesha mtoto yako. Wewe mwenye barabara zimeishi kama kule Vingido ward. Adoajikaze wewe umerelia. Amutumesha hali wewe umerelia. Aya, demagorire ginyameko atumia. Ko gimagorira meko mageti makitedia na zoa makinuma oaya. Na maisha inaendelea. Besiri yoketi ado biashara ciao hege ya corona. Mutumia uyu Ngai ni muira. Kia mwisho santi ya punda ni mateke. Wacha mimi nirudishe watoto shule, niko huku wiki mzima. Nitatembea kila kona ya constituency ya Laikipia East. Nitaenda kuombea Ruto kura.
Adoito Mount Kenya region ohara turi thura ya tongoria rita riri. Asante. Mutigetikira guthura kiama. President uyo murenda aya ngimurore mundu ria wothe muguthura. Niguo na kia skeva. Koguo andu a Laikipia na adoito Mount Kenya region ohara turi thura ya tongoria rita riri. Asante. Mutigetikira guthura kiama. President uyo murenda aya ngimurore mundu ria wothe muguthura. Niguo na kia skeva.
That's a good place now for Stony PK to come in and break it down for us.
Hamjambo nyote ndugu zangu katika runinga hii yetu ya Mtembei. Bana, that is deadly. Things are falling apart. That is the book we did in Form 4. Things fall apart when the center can no longer hold. People are speaking in tongues now. That is Ketu Iruguru, Demwanguvu. Demwanguvu is saying, hapo juu ni Ruto, huku kwingine chagua ule unataka. Then Kiunjuri na yeye anasema sasa hapo juu choose any president you want. And then even down here, don't choose party, choose anybody you want. Oh my God. This thing called KK. Yes, sir.
You've not highlighted how Kate Waruguru started. You saw the desperation in her voice. That exactly. Azimio wamejipanga. Azimio wamejipanga.
Wako na umoja.
wako na umoja.
Na wana hela ya serikali.
Wow. So thank you for that one. Actually, the essence here, I mean, the key thing here is KK is done.
Stone
done.
PK.
Yes.
Stone PK. And in your comment, also comment on how she's addressing her voters now. Yani anawaongelesha na madharau. Nimewanunulia, nyinyi si barabara mimi ndio nimewajengea. Hii meko si mimi ndio nimewanunulia. Na mnataka kuni, yani you know that madharau.
Yeah, thank you, Themba. You know, the truth is, you know, she was quarreling. She was lamenting. You know, she even says she bought women mekos, na wamekuja hapo wanamtukana. Amesema yeye ni demu wa ghetto, hata wasipomchagua ataenda kuuza chai. You know, hao ndio shida yao, manake wataanza kutafuta nani atawalipia school fees. This lady is desperate and she's lost hope. But she still says she'll go around looking for votes za Ruto. Kiunjuri is even more heavier because Kiunjuri is outright. Actually, in his statement, he has just told people forget about, you know, being specific about Ruto. Okay, vote whoever you want as president. What does that tell you? Vote whoever you want as a MCA or as an MP. In short, it is a pity that Ruto has been abandoned, and this is what we've been saying from day one on this platform and other platforms, that it will down on people, that truth shall stand. It is true that this man is not fit in whatever hata ukimuinamisha ukumfanya postmortem, is only fools, sorry to use that term, that cannot see what this man is. I'll begin by the doublespeak. Alianza na shida ile kubwa watu wako nayo ni Wakalenjin. Hakuna mtu ana shida na Mkikuyu kama Mkalenjin. It is on record. Then on the other side he says, I'm the kingpin of the Kikuyu of mountain. How do you become a kingpin of the people uko na shida now kubwa? What does that mean? Then it is only 7 billion, not 26 billion that has been stolen. Then Muteshi land, oh yes, I had bought it, but now I returned it. Yeah. Then Langata school, yes, it is true. Western land belongs to blah, blah, blah. It was illegally obtained, but I bought it from some other people. Sorry, we did not do the due diligence. Okay. Then pipeline land. Oh yeah, that land was idle. So we took it to make use of it. You as who? Yeah. Private jet going on honeymoon with Madame Raundi. Yeah. Because you had the privilege, you are controlling the Ministry of Finance and everything, and you had the goodwill of your boss. Unachukua private jet, unaweka watu wako na mademu zako, mnaenda kukula raha, happy. Then when you come, you start saying it was official. Records are checked. There was nothing official about it. And then people, you know, ikaenda chini ya maji. Yeah. Then, oh, I was chased out of government. This government did nothing. Then on the other side unasema nimewaletea stima, tuliweka lami, tumeweka sijui maili ngapi, and already you are saying ulifukuzwa serikali, ilienda, that's why you didn't implement. Yeah. Then all of a sudden now you are saying ulipewa katoken kadogo, taita kadogo tu utarudisha. Really, God is on our side. God is on Azimio side, because he has blinded these people and they are confessing. And I think we are going to hear more by the time we reach in July. And any Kenyan surely that will line up akifikiria kupigia Ruto kura, huyo si Mkenya. I don't think atakuwa Mkenya. And hata wale wako Mathare, I don't think they can be able to do that, honestly. Lastly, my DVD and a promise 70% from Luya. Which Western is Mudavadi talking about, sincerely speaking? If you look at what happened when KARUA was there, and if you see what the leaders are saying there, sincerely speaking, Ruto anaona 70% kutoka kwa ma DVD. I think honestly, Ruto akipimwa saa hii ataonekana kakitu. I don't want to say what will be seen. Coast ati sasa anaenda ati Coast anaona ameichukua. Where? You know, people like this man called this of Nyali, Jichopevu, promising heaven. Jichopevu, I don't think he will even get 200 votes. He's gone. He's gone completely. Yeah, he's finished. So basically, what we are talking about is Kenya Kwanza is finished. Wamejikaanga na uongo yao. Wamejikaanga na ile, you know, what we call it, lack of because even if they have the best strategy on lies cannot work. Mother Karua massive movement, you know, if you look at the two meetings, the northeastern and western, even if we say that crowds don't mean anything, sometimes we look at the mood of the crowd. For me, that's what I look at. Even if the crowd is not as big, but I would want to see the enthusiasm of that crowd. I am able to tell a crowd that is there because of something at the end of the full stop, mwisho, what they are expecting, and I can tell a crowd that is there out of their own wish and will, and why they feel they should be there. What I'm seeing with Mother Karua, it's people who are out there to demonstrate and make a statement. And that statement is made. When we talk of the strategy of Mother Karua, why it's working very hard, is because she's using the basic kupanda mbegu, kunyunyizia, alafu nitarudi. Nitarudi kunyunyizia, alafu tarehe 9 tutarudi kuvuna. Simple, 3 points. Very basic, but very hard and very, very concrete. It is in Kiswahili kutongoza. Unatongoza leo msichana, okay? Then unamwambia, you think about me. I'm not forcing you. I know there are other men around. Take it easy, sleep over it. And if you think Stone PK is a man you would love, nitapitia hapa kesho kutwa, uniambie, that chick hawezi enda mahali. But ukija hapo kumwambia mazee, mimi unajua naendeshanga V8, utauma ngumu. That is what has happened. Ruto lies zime down. Even those who had doubts, those who thought that yeye ni Mkristo and a Bible, is finished. And in fact, miti ichungwe huko Sugoi, because somebody might commit suicide. Thank you so much. Let me stop there as we proceed. Thank you, brothers.
Thank you, Stone PK. Baba alishasema tulinde miti, tusikate miti.
Stone PK should take over the fancy corner.
I want to allow Robert alikuwa shaongea. Simon ongea alafu nilete Makiadi.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Habari zenu kila mtu. PK ameongea. Stone PK ameongea. I don't know. I was big on the doublespeak of the deputy president. Lakini amenyorosha kila kitu. This man atasema kitu leo. The following day he's gonna say exactly the opposite. What I don't understand ni wafuasi wa deputy president, why they don't see it, why they keep bright about it. Somebody said to me, which really stuck with me, wakati tulikuwa watoto, most of us tulikuwa tunaenda ile inaitwa
ile shule ya CLE class, Christian Religion Education, mnafunzwa wizi ni mbaya. After kufunzwa wizi ni mbaya, you graduate, unaenda high school, unaenda kanisani, unaambiwa wizi ni mbaya. So the whole time we have been told wizi ni mbaya. So what I don't understand, at what point did wizi ikarudi ikawa ni nzuri? Because our people, Kenyans, yule mwizi ambaye ni sugu zaidi at this time, which we need actually to really work hard on, yule mwizi sugu kabisa mwenye anajua kuiba kuliko wengine, ndio wanatambua, ndio wanataka kupatia kiti. We got examples all over, even from the last government. You remember kina Waititu? These are pure watu wamepata mali na njia za wizi. Kina Sonko. Now the deputy president, if you look at him, everything that he has acquired is questionable. Kila kitu ameacquire ni questionable. And I would like, if we have somebody on this panel, explain to me why. Because wamesema kila, this is an opinion that I've had so many times, ati wanasiasa wote ni waizi. So I would like somebody to explain to me, why is it only the leadership that we see in Kenya Kwanza that is all in quotes? Whether the some of them have been wamekuwa convicted, the others are going on. Why do we have the name of the DP, the name of his running mate? They are the only ones in running, ndio wanaendelea kuwa kotini. Can somebody explain to me why? Why don't we have the name of Raila Amolo Odinga and Mother Wangari KARUA? Why are they not in the kwa nini wakibii makotini? Why don't they? Why do we have such a big discrepancy? I have heard over and over again, even in this panel, people keeping saying, why are they still on the street? Why is DP still on the street? I want to explain that, and all of us know that the DP is still on the street because he has the protection of the office. Office yake is protected. And this is something I think in the next, which I think is going to come up in the BBI, the office of the vice president and all the other offices, they should not be protected like that. So I don't want to talk much as of now. Nimeingia saa hii. Wacha nisikize the rest of the panel what they have to say. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you Simon. Makiadi.
Asante Ndemba, mi ninge yield time yangu kwa Black because I want to interrogate what he says tonight, so yeah.
Let me bring in Duke then. Duke, karibu.
First of all, I want to rectify what Temba tried to say. I did not say that I'm reading better or than others. There were individuals, actually there were two individuals. They said that I don't know how to read because I was not giving what their perspective. So I was trying to say that I read, but I actually select the materials I consume. I don't just read any material and I take it. You have to filter. We are in the digital age where we are full of information, fake news all over the world. So I was responding to two individuals who say that I don't know how to read, not all the panelists. Having said that, I want to conclude on the story of YK92. just giving a brief statement, but I don't want to ask questions or responses because we can start therefore. If you go to the website, the Central Bank of Kenya website, and you search, there is a search tab there. You go, well, you talk about the history of the currency of Kenya. You will be able to see the way the currency of Kenya has been evolved all the years. And you can find that the 500 notes was released in 1988. And then the 1,000 notes was released in 1994. Those are facts. So I am aware every person has a web interconnect, a working internet, check that. So that's one. Also, I was not disputing that Ruto was not part of the YK92. What I was saying that if there is what you call printing of money, which caused the Kenya to have inflation, then the individuals who are responsible is the government, starting from the president and going down to the treasury, the Central Bank of Kenya. So I was not saying that when you just say that individuals, young individuals came and printed money, that's not right, just because one individual said so. So that's my stand, and still it remains my stand. Regarding about the double speak of William Ruto, what I can say is this. That is, yes, we have been having double speak. Actually, every politician has made a double speak at one point or another. And I've said here not once, not twice, that for you to ascend to power, you have to use the circumstances on the ground. If most of you are in the US, you come to your rural area and maybe you want an MCA, the ground is very different. You cannot actually, you have to use the circumstances on the ground. Actually, in some areas, if you go to some rallies, before you address individuals start queuing so that you give them money. And if you don't give them, they can even chase you with stones. So we have to have a lot of civic education so that to transform Kenyans. But regardless of that, any change which must come in Kenya must come from the top. So a person must take the top office. Then from there, you will have the instrument of power to bring change. So if we have some bad circumstances on the ground, politically, when you go to political science, you are told that what can take you to power is when you work as per the dictates of the circumstance on the ground. So that's why you see sometimes politicians taking in support from criminals, people who does not have integrity. It's because without them, you cannot have power. And without power, you cannot have any change. So sometimes you can compromise, but it's good when you resume office or when you take the top office, you try to do the right thing. Actually, also I want to give some small presentation about corruption, where some individuals says that when I will be elected, I will recover all the resources and I will arrest all the thieves. Actually, that's false. That's what I can call that a false promise. Those who know how corruption, how individuals do corruption in Kenya, you can sometimes, it's impossible for you to trace them. So for instance, you can find that there is corruption which is behind legal transactions. If for instance, you say the SGR was 50 billion and the price is twice, you can find that there is documentation of everything. So for me, I want to talk about, for Kenya to change, we should actually have a stop first. We say from today, we are not going to allow corruption to continue. Actually, even an individual comes and tries to trace, you can even actually destabilize the economy. That's why even Nelson Mandela, when he took power, he did not actually chase those who are the merchants of impunity, because he knew that those are key individuals within the economy. Even in Kenya, we have a lot of corrupt individuals, but they are the ones who are like the cornerstones of the community. So it's, for you to change corruption, you don't have to confront the past, but you have to face it with truth, with justice, and with reality. So that's what I have to say for today.
Yes, Abuya.
Just a small either question or interjection on what Duke is saying. Because Duke, I think you have to realize that there are things that you can defend and there are things you can't. One is that doublespeak. And to insinuate that the ground should dictate when you're lying and when you're not lying, that is out of the question. There are things that we call integrity. And integrity cannot be defined otherwise. And you cannot tell, trying to imagine that there is a time when you should lie and when you should not lie. That is not, I don't think it is the right thing to say here, because that is totally false.
I did not say it's the right thing. I said it may be necessary for you to get power. So sometimes you ignore it, you will never have power. So I did not say it's right. I said sometimes it will be necessary for you to have power.
So in essence, you are just telling us that you are in support of what we call utapeli, because when ukitapeli watu kwa sababu unataka uongozi, na hii ili hali hilo ndio mgombea rais ambaye wewe unafuata bwana William Ruto, hiyo ni utapeli. I mean, in simple words, I think
no, I'm talking about political campaign and statement. For instance, if Raila says, if I become the president, I will arrest Ruto, you know, the supporters will feel good. But if you follow the legal structures, it's impossible to do that. Sometimes Ruto will also say that. I'm talking about political statements that politicians make at political rallies. So sometimes those statements are not accurate. They are able to, it's actually political statements for them to get power.
Okay, thank you.
I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. You know, this is what Charles Swindoll says in Living Above the Level of Mediocrity. Charles Swindoll writes a book, Living Above the Level of Mediocrity. And this is what he said. He says, the world needs men who cannot be bought, whose word is their bond, who put character above wealth, who possess opinions and will, who are larger than their vocations, who do not hesitate to take chances, who will not lose their individuality in a crowd, who will be as honest in small things as in great things, who will make no compromise with wrong, whose ambitions are not confined to their own selfish desires, who will not say that do it because everybody else does it, who are true to their friends through good report and evil report, in adversity as well in prosperity, who do not believe that shrewdness, cunning, and hard-headedness are the best qualities for winning success, who are not ashamed or afraid to stand for the truth when it is unpopular, who can say no with emphasis, although all the rest of the world say yes. Unfortunately, Ruto does not fit in that characterization of the man that Charles Swindoll talks about. And of course, if you hear Duke talking, he just simply confirms that Ruto is a man of doublespeak. So he's going ahead to define why the guy is a man of doublespeak. Unfortunately, a time has come for us to leverage and say that such kind of people, we don't need them. We don't need them. Makiadi, tafadhali.
You know, Themba, I came here specifically to talk to an issue that we had yesterday Unfortunately, the person that I expected to, oh, he's back. This is the guy that I wanted to interrogate. There's an issue that we had yesterday, and I think we didn't exhaust. I don't think it's something that will take a lot of time. Just a few minutes. I'll like to yield to Black, and then we can interrogate his presentation, if you allow.
Now the two of you have issues. Adams, karibu. Kindly toa maoni yako.
Thank you. Huh?
Are you ready kutoa maoni yako?
Yeah, I can tell mine. Yeah, because I just came in, but I've been following. So this is what the Bible says. Let me quote for you the Bible. I don't know which chapter. You can look for it. I don't know where, but it is somewhere in the Bible. Very short phrase. The Bible says, and I quote, "My people perish because of lack of knowledge." Let me stop it there. My people perish because of lack of knowledge. Our brother here, Duke, has been talking for so long. I've been watching him for so long. Temba, before you came to the show, he talks and he sits from a point of lack of knowledge. He's speaking things which are neither here nor there. He can't substantiate anything that he speaks or rather he talks about. When we talk about the topic of today, of Deputy President's character, immoral character of doublespeak and double standard, this is something which is the public domain. Each and everything that Ruto have said before the Hague and before the Hague, during the Hague, and after the Hague are things that he has come out publicly to deny. He has gone to the public interviews, one of the most heated public interviews. One of the people who used to interview him so furiously was Hussein Mohammed when he was in Citizen TV. The guy used to have doublespeak all the time. But with money, all things are possible. Under the sun, with money, all things are possible. He even bought the guy working for him, his slave, right now. Now, everything that Ruto have said, not everything, but most of the things that are pertaining the citizens are doublespeak. He says like this, then for example, today, let me be current. Let's talk of current affairs. Today, in Mombasa, the guy is really talking and advocating and trying to woo the residents of the coast that there are people who participated in removing the port operations from Mombasa to the dry land in Naivasha. He himself, William Ruto, I remember vividly when the current governor of Mombasa, as Ali Hassan Joho, had neck to neck, head to head with Ruto, both Ruto and Uhuru, are because of the operations of port of Mombasa. And I remember them telling Joho that he's a dwarf. He don't know anything. And then today, that guy had the guts of going back to the same people and telling them that they were, their jobs were taken away from them. So when he comes to power, he needs their vote. When he comes to power, he will surely help them to bring back the operations and the jobs at the courts. Sometimes I think the people are stupid. Sometimes you look at them and say people are stupid. And then somebody comes here to defend this guy, that whatever he's saying is true. We know for a fact, I don't know how old he is, but we know for a fact that we used to have YK92. That is the first multi-party elections. YK was formed in the wee hours or the wee days of 1991, but it came to effect with the blessings of Daniel Troy in 1992. We all know what it did. We know about the Cyrus Jirongo. We know the emergence of 500 shillings note. We know how the economy collapsed. You don't have to go to any economical class to know this. We all know about maybe the guy was either, I don't know how old he is, Mr. Duke. Maybe he's born 93 and above. But if he was there, if you witness the things like the death and the massacre of Robert Huko and those are the things that happened before that, you were here to tell it. I was young, but I know what happened. So we are talking of a point of knowledge. But with him, he seemed to have perished so much, and he buries his head so much. But you know, you have to be open for knowledge. You have to be open. You may be speaking things that do not make sense, but if you are open for knowledge, you get the insight. You get the insight of what you're speaking, and you hear. I heard Mr. Robert Shabuya talking to him. I've had so many people. I've had Alex. They are speaking sense, but the guy is so rigid. He's being a psychopath to his man, which is okay, but it is good to be a psychopath with points. You know, we know how all these things happen. Ruto is the master of doublespeak everywhere, even during the first regime, everything that they promised. Actually, President Uhuru Kenyatta never used to promise these things. I remember when they walked to the podium with the red ties and they were making these promises. They don't know how many stadiums will be, 8 stadiums, I don't know how many. He was the one who was speaking, not President Uhuru. Ruto is the one who was speaking. Right now, he come back to the people and tell them otherwise. Hamakweli, sisi ni wajinga. A musician from Kenya once sang about that. We are stupid. We are stupid. This guy is a master of doublespeak, but I think it plays for him. It plays for him so well, such that people are his supporters are so much blindfolded that they can't really realize that this guy is playing with their, psychology or something like that. So we really did sometimes, Temba, you are the panelist. You sometimes need to tell people the truth that, hey, the fact that you're being given chance here and you're speaking for so long and you stay in this channel for 6 hours doesn't really mean that you're making sense. You're making people get lost. People are confused, but people know that there are so many people who don't come into this channel, but they're watching. Look at the viewership right now. There are people who have content, but they don't want to come here. They know the truth. So, Mr. Duke, it is very, very unfortunate that you are so much ignorant and you keep quoting books that I think, even your last argument, your last statement that you just made before you keep the last statement, I know where you're talking from. You've read some few pages of 48 Laws of Power, but you don't know how to articulate. You don't know. Some of us can hear you speak and we know where you're coming from. You peruse some few pages, but you don't know how to apply it. Zero content. So learn to be open. And we need to impart knowledge into people, and we learn from one another. But you can't keep on telling us lies that you can't substantiate. So let's be factual. It goes beyond everything that Ruto is a double speaker. Let me say something about that KARUA. KARUA has done something that most of us here didn't expect, me included. I'm number one. I knew that when this woman becomes the deputy president nominee, she can campaign, she can go to places, but we didn't expect that she can do it to the extent that she's doing it right now. This woman seemed to be accepted all over. Wherever she went today to the northern part of Kenya, overwhelming everywhere. And the places that she has not gone to, people are really waiting for her rather. Look, the Kisses, the Kisumu people, Western, people are really waiting for her. Even the coast, they're really waiting for her to come. I saw Rigathi Gachagua and Eldoret sitting down and talking from a point of the threats of a deal, more psychophancy. And I look at him and I say, he's trying to do a town hall. is trying to do a copy paste of American style of politics, something that he can't do. He's trying to do a town hall, the American style, but he can't. He can't really do it the way it is being done. Mudavadi is just talking out of euphoria. If you look at Mudavadi and Wetangula, these individuals are frustrated. But you know what? They have to keep talking. So when Mudavadi says that he can actually deliver 90, not even 70, if John plays 70, and say they can do 90, he's just saying, we know for a fact, me and all of you here, we know that for the last three general elections, Raila Odinga have been winning Western province vote. He has been winning in that side of the world, but he has never even achieved 70. Raila has been winning and he never achieved 70. So where is this guy gonna get 90? So he's just speaking. So certain things like we just should just know, we just listen to them and we let them be the way they are. Let me stop there for now, Mr. Temba. Thank you. I don't want to go so much. People will start saying I'm bad mouthy.
Thank you for bringing that up. Now, I want to just piggyback on what Adams has said. The world, there's Machiavellianism that I think Duke was making reference to, but the world has since been shaped by other theoretical philosophies on leadership, and if you're stuck on Machiavellianism, you're likely to argue the way Duke is arguing. In a world where we live in, you need to move beyond Machiavellianism. It's not just a Machiavellian society. We have moved, and you need to be more eclectic. Appreciate other philosophical approaches to leadership that have since developed beyond Machiavelli. Yeah, Machiavellianism has shaped the thinking around leadership in the political philosophy for a while, but it went beyond that. So it might if you are stuck on that, you might make some argument that not make sense, because one critique of Machiavellianism is that it doesn't have the consideration for values in a society. Values like what you are talking about right now. What is the value of look at it's unfortunate, probably we are not discussing that right now. Machiavellian perspective, and that is what Duke is saying, is the end justifies the means. So if I'm going to use Duke, relax. That's what you just said, that if I'm going to use even criminals to get leadership, that is okay. That is what your argument you just made a few moments ago. What is that? The end justifies the means. So what is the end? The end is leadership. What is the means? I'm going to use criminals, whatever it is that goes on, so that I can get there. Now, that is the argument of Machiavellianism, right? A Machiavellian society is devoid of principles like values, humanity, some ethical principles miss, such that Machiavellian gives the story of Borgia, who uses one of his soldiers to go and control so that he can win these city-states. Now, the guy who was sent, Romini, goes and tortures the people of that city. He does so many atrocities in that city. And then, of course, he succeeds in winning the city. Now, what does Borgia do when he comes? He decides, because people are complaining about that guy, what does he do? He takes this guy, he cuts his neck in front of the city. Now, what happens eventually? Borgia has both the city, and he is also the good person. So for him, killing the person in front of the people saw him as a hero. He has won the city, and then he has also killed a person. But eventually, he is one of the guys who now rules that place. So it is that sense in which Machiavelli says that if you are interested in a city, focus straight on getting the leadership, not on what you do. And one of the things he says later, if you must finish a person, finish them once and for all, or they might come back to hurt you. And the other thing he says, that people act more on fear than love. So the first thing you need to do is to instill fear. And if you can look at, so it's unfortunate that we haven't been able to study Machiavelli. You find a lot of Machiavellian principles in the DP. The people in Kenya Kwanza fear him more than love him. It is the fear of who he is. And of course, when you hear what Duke is coming here to say that, you know, it doesn't matter how you become a leader, as long as you become a leader. So there is a sense in which that has shaped political philosophies and leadership thinking. But again, the world has moved beyond just Machiavellian society. We are moving into a world also where we start embracing other principles in leadership, where the end is not only the thing, we also means to the end matters. Now, when the DP comes and double speaks to us, we can't have a criminal enterprise in the name of the DP and the other people who have stolen land all over. And then we are saying that now that's the leadership that we want. Such leadership has been known in some cases not to last for too long. And for me, I'm thinking the DP doesn't qualify to hold leadership in terms of him not being consistent in what he says. Is he a fool now that he wants to take the port back to the coast? Is he a fool because he said there was an academic dwarf who said that the port was going to go to dry land? Is he an academic dwarf with his PhD? Is he now a fool that he wants to take it back? Well, Kenyans are not that stupid, and coast people are not that stupid, and that is what we are going to be reminding him, that we are not that stupid. And if what he wants is just leadership for the sake of it, as long as he becomes a leader, he doesn't care the attributes, the values that go around, like Duke is saying. We are beyond that right now, and we are saying no. Black, what is it? Duke, I'm not going to allow you to talk. Maybe later. Let me hear from Black first.
I would like to assist Duke on that. Hapa Duke hapa ni hapa ni jungle. Anyway, mjambo watu wote kwenye panel and those that are watching us wherever they are. Now, in regards to this double talk or double speech that I've seen people discussing about. First of all, Joho made this statement based on an alleged phone call, which first of all cannot be established as whether truth or false. I could say I called Themba and Themba said 1, 2, 3 things. The truth could only be established between me and Themba. But anyone else out there, third parties, how can they establish whether whatever I said Themba responded or told me over the phone, whether it's true or false? That is yet to be known. But what we did see with our own eyes, that was witnessed by everyone else on TV, part of which was on a clip that was played by Bernard, was whereby the DP Ruto was addressing people in Narok about the SGR train being something that is going to be of positive gain to Kenyans, and went as far as referring to as the old train when it was being constructed as being called the Lunatic Express, which through the SGR has brought a lot of gains in regards to human traffic from Mombasa to Nairobi and Nairobi to Mombasa in a fast, within a quick time, and most importantly, safely. Now, in regards to cargo transport, which is the actual factor that has crippled the economy of Mombasa to a certain degree, because a lot of the transport companies that were operating trucks that were moving containers from the Mombasa port to the other parts of the country and beyond Kenya were actually stationed in Mombasa. Now, there was a directive by the government through CS Macharia that made it compulsory that all containers had to be transported from Mombasa through the SGR, and only gave a slight percentage of it after large outcry by the transport companies for them to be able to transport some. Now, whether or not Joho made these remarks, I would call it politics, and I'll tell you why. Now, this was a government policies. For him to say that he was for against the directive whereby cargo was to be transported by SGR as a compulsory directive, he knows or he knew the channels through which would have been effective, and that would have been through parliament, where policies are effected. Now, we have Abdul Swamad, he's an MP from Vita under ODM. We have the women rep, she's still under ODM, and many other more. Now, if at all indeed they were interested in salvaging this problem of with that was brought about by the directive by CS Masharia to transport this cargo, they could have brought this matter in Parliament, but they didn't. Who brought it up? It is Jicho Pevu. I recall that Jicho Pevu, Muhammad Ali, had problems or trouble trying to find signatures, whereby some even drew cows in the form of signatures. I don't know if you remember that story. There were some members that drew cows, goats, chickens in those signatures, and when it was presented, it could not be justified because the signatures evidently looked like cows. So it was just watered down. So if there's anybody who I can say truly tried to fight the issue, or rather the directive that was brought by CS Masharia, was Jicho Pevu, because he was bringing up a petition whereby he wanted CS Masharia to be fired. Now, Joho comes into the public and addresses the public and tells them, oh, I called Ruto and he said that I'm an academic dwarf. Who was there to hear that conversation? Nobody. Nobody was there. So, if anything, I would say there is a lot of deceit from the other side, where they say that Joho was actually defending his people when he knows the right channel that could have been used and should have been used, which is through Parliament. He could have lobbied his ODM members that come from the coast to push for that motion effectively in Parliament to reverse that directive, but he did not. So I just want to end it there. I don't want to waste people's time with those remarks. Thank you.
Black. You know, I'm looking at you and I'm wondering, are you listening to yourself as you're speaking?
I have a question.
Yes, hold on. So, Black, according to you, Ruto stands on top of a vehicle and says that that Joho ni mjinga, ati hatuwezi kuhamisha bahari iende huku, and you are saying it's a phone call. Number two, the same you know, Black, surely. Black, you are an honorable man, okay? And I've always believed you to be an honorable man, all right? Let's not, even when you are saying Jicho Pevu tried, Jicho Pevu, by the time he was trying, his side of the divide, according to you and the rallies, you had 106 MPs. Where were they to sign that thing? They were not there to sign that thing. So you cannot wake up and right now the same people. Ruto addressed governors in an investment forum in Nakuru. And I think that video was played here. Unless you just want to debate for the purposes of just debating. He talked about the dry port and how it's going to open the North Rift and the Rift Valley area, and how it, you know, it's coming to Naivasha, the way the many other things are going to be transported through that. So you're avoiding that particular part. Black, it helps you and your people. Let me tell you, Good propaganda should be as near to the truth as it should be. Bring it as close to the truth as it gets. When you make a propaganda that is diametrically different from what is considered to be the true position, you get found out. For you, I would want to ask you and your people, when they're going to craft a propaganda, tell them to try and move it closer to the truth. They can read Joseph Goebbels and how, if they want to do propaganda, he was the chief propagandist of Hitler. He wrote a lot on propaganda. Try as much to push it to the truth, because when it is coming out diametrically different from what is the position, then of course you sound more of an ignorant than you are, you know? Because right now when you're saying Jichopevu is the one who fought for it, you clearly, Jichopevu came in this parliament. The thing Joho started fighting long before even Jichopevu came on. Let me hear from Abuya, and then I hear from Adams.
Yeah, I just want to clarify a few things. Black said the idea of Jichopevu is trying to ride on this thing because he was mute until recently when they had personal issues. The reason why Jichopevu is fighting Joho and trying to bring in the port issue is because Joho's cousin, who is also running, who ran in 2017, and I think he's running again this 2022, is an opponent in Nyali constituency. That is the bone of contention. It has nothing to do with the interest of people of Mombasa at heart. Secondly, the reason Joho has been fighting for the port services to remain here in Mombasa, he has interests. I agree. He has five clearing and forwarding and container terminals. His brothers, and they employ on a daily basis. Every morning, they do not employ less than 5,000 people in the morning across all of them. There are 3 at dock section. There are 5. There are 4. There are 2 more in an area called Changamwe. They actually provide a lot of and many more of different people. So he has been very vocal about that because one, he has interests of his own company, but he also provides employment. Black, lastly, I want you to go and check the genesis, the clips of the genesis of this port issue vis-a-vis when Jichopevu started talking about it. Then you'll understand that defending Ruto can be hard. Thank you.
Why are you raising your hands now, Black? Si ungoje watu waongee. Sometimes mnanifurahisha. Umeongea, watu bado wanaongea, umeanza kuinua mkono. So nataka kujibu nini?
Rather, nilikuwa nataka kuuliza swali tu. This question goes to all of you.
Uliza, wewe umeshaongea, wacha watu waongee. Yeah, alafu utakuja nini? Adams.
Mr. Black, habari ya jioni. My friend, you've just mentioned Muhammad Ali and his famously known Jichopevu stuff. Did you know that when Jichopevu was at its peak, he was working in hand and in conjunction with Raila Odinga's intelligence? Most of the things that Raila Odinga used to unmask, the following day or that evening, it will be aired by Jichopevu. Remember even the case of Atur, Sargasian, and Margaria. Raila Odinga unmasked them. And then Jichopevu and Onsarigo came and give the details. Those days, all his journalism career, Muhammad Ali was against the system up until he joined politics. When he joined politics, he ran on ODM, and he came in public more than 5 times, and he swore with Raila Odinga's name that he will support and defend. He did theatrics up until Joho's brother, he's called Abu Bakr Joho, vied with him, and they tried to rig him out of the ODM ticket, and then came back with the independent whatever, and he won. That's why he's a member of parliament. He defeated Joho's brother. So Muhammad Ali's staff is political. He has got nothing to do. Actually, after that, he has kept quiet. Most of the things that happens in Mombasa to do with the port, by the way, it is Muhammad Ali who exposed them, but he was exposing them against the government of the day. And that government was Ruto's government and the Uhuru's. He never used to go to bed with these people. He opposed them from the word go. Even the railway, the SGR you guys are talking about, the original, Jimmy Wanjigi can tell you, the original plan of SGR was supposed to come from Mombasa to Nairobi, then it was supposed to go to Kisumu. It didn't go because of Ruto. The selfishness, the selfish interest, he diverted somewhere down there. We all know these things. So when you talk about Muhammad Ali and Ruto, they speak the same thing. And finally, you just said that Joho came out and said that these people are calling me dwarf. No, that is wrong. You are reporting a wrong thing. Joho never said that. It is the likes of Sarai, Ruto especially, who came on podium and say that Joho is academic dwarf. It is them who said it. Joho did not say it. Even you cannot come to the podium and tell people, hey, people are saying I'm academic dwarf. No. Even the case of Malala, this Malala thing of Kakamega, who was saying nonsense about the police. And it just came, and this certificate has been running online here. That is the best fool than the rest whom was calling fools. So understand facts before you just come here and defend something which is wrong. Thank you so much.
You know, I am not an expert of the coast. Neither do I know so much about the insiders of the port also. But I've been watching Kinley Black for now 2 weeks straight. I can confirm for you that Black is a paid blogger. The way he puts his camera, and right now the way even when Adams was speaking to him, he diverts his head this way. He's getting information from where he's getting from. He's kind of like reading there's something he's reading from front. Every aspect of it shows that Black he wants us to speak about Jichopevu and Joho and divert us from speaking about the doublespeak of William Samoei Ruto. He is very insidious about it. He is well advanced and well taught by his masters on how to divert us. The percentage of his accuracy and his success in diverting us, when he speaks, is like 90 to 100%. He is calm, and especially when he wants to divert us more, he will say, and put his camera, well, like this. I want to ask a question. And then he will put his head on the side. He will start getting information. We have seen this, okay? We have seen this. No, they have gone. The paid bloggers are gone. When they hear that, they go. Black, we are not fools. Black, we are not here to lie to Kenyans. As I said before, I'm here and there are many things I learn, especially when Makiadi speaks in terms of constitution. He made me buy my constitution. I have it here from Noble, Barnes and Noble, because I came to understand there are so many things I don't know about. I don't know about our constitution. So don't come here with propaganda. We are tired of you feeding us with propaganda. Feed us with the truth, Banner, because that is the pot of your people. In the end of the day, it is the only asset you people have. You start playing politics with it, you lose it, because the same person who's speaking that way was 100% sure, and he enacted it. He took it himself to where it is today. You know what he is saying is a lie because he wants a vote. And you know when Joho was fighting it, he was fighting it from the heart because he wanted the jobs to be left in Mombasa. Don't play politics with your people, Bana. It is not about huyu alisema hii, Jijo Pevu akasema hii. You can't differentiate. You can differentiate between these two people. I don't know so much, but one thing I know, Joho was fighting to bring back the jobs there. Ruto was fighting to get them out. That one you won't take me away from. Now you are playing the politics of Ruto here, and you don't know the people who are going to suffer. It's your people. My friend, I said this before, and I'll say it as I finish. Issues of your people that are pertinent and immortal, like education, like healthcare, like livelihood, vitu kama korosho ambayo mtu kama Kingi ameangusha kabisa. Kama Mama Kiuno atasema kitu kizuri ambacho will revive that industry and make me criticize Kingi, I will do that if I'm from the coast. But if you come here every time and lie to us just because you want to onekana that you are more Kenya Kwanza than anybody in this panel, shame on you, man.
Okay, I
reserve right of response, Mr. Themba. I've taken attacks from Adam, I've taken attacks from Alex, I've taken attacks from Abuya, from you yourself, Themba also.
Go ahead, Black.
Alex, I salute you, Alex.
Alex, that was a low blow. I'm being given points anyway.
Lakini Black.
Yes.
Lakini Black.
Yes.
Kuna shida gani ukilipwa? I mean, kama umekula we kula, my friend. Kama iko
Amna shida. Amna shida. Walakini, like we are all here insisting on the truth. Let's stick with the truth. Lead by example so that I can follow you. No. But if you lead me with the opposite example, I will follow the opposite example. But nevertheless, moving forward swiftly, just to confirm for you, Alex, I am I'm on a salary, employed kwa kusoma, and not by mambo ya blogging money. Just like the way you are supporting your side, which I respect, because that's your political right. And I never call you names. It's the same way I'm supporting my side for the beliefs which I have. But anyway, nevertheless, I have one question to all of you that have spoken. In regards to policies, where can they be reversed in the context of the government of Kenya? Is it not not the parliament which has more influence on this? I believe we all agree, we know how powerful the parliament can be. And if at all, people are making politics of this cost issue, but in regards to solutions, we all know how we can get or arrive to the solution, which would be through the parliament. Do we have members of parliament present there from the coast? Yes, we do. But they were silent on this issue. Between a governor and the MPs, who can push for a change in government policies far much more effective than the other? It's the MPs. Once they lobby the numbers in parliament, they can reverse things. So let's call a spade a spade. In regards to matters of this vote, parliament was the right channel through which could have been followed. Unfortunately, Neither side.
Black.
Yes.
That's a good question. Who has been saying that he has 165 MPs for the longest time?
We say that.
So have you asked him why hasn't he been able to do anything for the last 3 or 4 or so years, and then he thinks he's gonna do something next year?
We have to reverse back in time. Why do I say this?
Ask that question. You're the same. I agree. Parliament has the powers, and the person who has been saying that he has 165 MPs is your guy.
Not really the person. About in regards to MPs, you're diverting away from one crucial.
Listen, Black. It's just the question you have asked. It's Parliament that can change, and Parliament
he said he has those numbers, but when it came to the voting of the BBI, the numbers proved otherwise, that he doesn't.
So those
now,
numbers.
I've answered your question. Now you answer mine. Let's ask each other like that.
Wait, Black. You're not so fast.
Okay, fine.
Are these numbers, were they just to be peddled on a political podium? Because he kept on going around and he's saying that we have already 165 MPs on our side. So, and these 165 or 180 or so MPs have been there for the longest. I don't know, for 3 years, 4 years now, that we have 160 MPs on our side. Here you are telling us that changes are made in Parliament, and I agree. So how come he couldn't lobby these 165 to even sign for Gichopevu the petition that he wanted? That's why we are saying doublespeak. Even Gichopevu could not raise the signatures. Gichopevu, who is part of the 160, they could not raise those numbers. Okay, now finish on that, and I think we want to start taking our closing remarks. So, Black, finish your point, and then we start taking our closing.
Okay. Now, on that matter, we have two presidential candidates who say, I'm trying to avoid the word claim because claim will sound negative, that say, or at least promises us, that they're going to be offering us solutions to the port issues. Correct? Now, it is historically known that Coast has been an ODM zone for the longest time. Now, who is the leader of the ODM party? It's Raila Amolo Odinga. Now, if at all, again, it takes me back to my point, which I said, if he had the intention to do so, he could have, what do you call this, activated his MPs in Parliament to bring up that motion, to push that motion. And yes, for sure, if there would have been people from the opposite end, by then it was Jubilee, that were for it, and the other independents, it should have gone through. But there was no such, I mean, even kujaribu, no such attempt at all. That is a fact, at least let's agree. There was no attempt on the Jubilee side, neither was there an attempt.
Okay, Black, thank you. You're really working hard to make
we agree on that.
You balance that equation. Anyway,
I'm also paid.
There was attempt.
No, that's okay. That's okay.
Who?
That's okay, Black. It's okay, Black. It's
We
okay,
didn't.
Black.
We didn't. You didn't. That's a fact.
We did it. You did. So you're just trying to. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Really appreciate, lady and gentlemen. We appreciate your staying on here. Of course, we have to come to an end of our show today. It's 9 hours straight up. I think that was one of the longest time we've had, and tomorrow is another day. I'm going to give you, manake leo mko wengi kwa studio, I won't give you 2 minutes, I'll give you 1 minute each. And let me acknowledge those people who are down there: Robert Abuya, Danny Darius, Dominic Liza, Boniface Mutuma, Nathan Dozi, Alikana Shivashi, John Mulwa, Bei Tatu Juma, Boniface Mutuma again, Danny Darius Asante, Olivia Kemunto, Pen Nyagaka. We are not admitting any more people to the studio, so kama umeenda tuonane kesho. Abed Brian, Tatu Juma tena, Sami Dedis, that's a new person, karibu. Abdirahman Ahmed, we really appreciate everyone. So I'm gonna give you 1 minute each person, and once we get to the 1 minute mark, as we start taking our closing remarks, tafadhali, if you haven't subscribed to the Motembei TV, kindly subscribe and share widely. Invite as many people every day. This is where we discuss leadership in Kenya. And of course, we try to inform, empower, and of course, make sure that people get insight as we move towards the 9th of August general election. So kindly try and invite people every other day, every day from 9:30 Kenyan time, so that they can come in and listen and share. Where you'll need 4 things to come here. You need a working gadget or phone, you need connectivity, you need willingness to share, and willingness to learn. So those are the 4 things you need to come here. So right now, we are going to start taking our closing remark. And as you subscribe to Motembei, subscribe also to my personal channel, Apothemba and Lulu Show. That is a show between me and my daughter. You go up on YouTube. Kindly get me to 1,000. Tuko karibu 600, tumebakisha watu 30. So mkijaribu kwenda hapo, hapana mbaya. Kama huja subscribe, endo subscribe. Now, 1 minute each person. 1 minute, kwa sababu tuko wengi. So, and I want to sleep mapema. So, taika hapa sana. So, naanza na Selina, Duke, Stone PK, Simon, Makiadi, Adams, alafu Alex.
Temba, tumekuwa mchana, tumeongea. I think nataka nishukuru wale wametupatia good ideas. Na wale wanajaribu, it is only 2 months. After 2 months uongo itakuwa imeisha. Na sasa tutakuja kusikia kama watarudi watuambie, ama walikuwa wamelipwa tu watamalizana nayo. Ya mwisho nikimaliza ni mambo ya Joe. Alikuwa amesumbuliwa, sijui kwa nini mumesahau. After handshake ndio hata unakumbuka nini yao ilikuwa imefungwa. Hiyo masto tulikuwa tumeambiwa walikuwa nafanya. So actually police ilikuwa inakimbisha yeye, na hakuna mtu anataka kusema hiyo. Otherwise nataka kusema asante sana kwa wale, kila siku hapa ni kujua good ideas na kusoma, tunaelimishana. Lakini uongo inajitenga, ukweli inajitahiri. Asante.
Asante sana, Selina. Duke, dakika moja tafadhali.
Okay, for me, I want to rectify about what you said, that the context I was using was about Machiavellian context, which is wrong. That theory advocates for murder, for you to retain power, and the context was there was a lot of coups in Italy, so that the theory was justified to retain power and to do away with coups. So that cannot apply in what I said. There is no way that Ruto will murder Raila all the other way. So I was talking about there is doublespeak across the divide. We hear doublespeak from Raila and from Ruto. That's why I said politicians sometimes say what the masses want to hear. You see what Raila says when he's in Mombasa, it's different when he's in Mount Kenya, and that applies to Ruto. So I was saying there is doublespeak for politicians across the divide.
PK.
Thank you, Themba. Let me first begin by disputing what our brother Duke has just stated. You know, when we talked of Ruto's doublespeak, I think we enlisted facts. So when he says Raila speaks in this in Mombasa and then something different elsewhere, that's a lie, Duke. Just give us, you know, like when I submitted, I enlisted things that I think are facts. Or rather, I know, not I think. Yeah, here I quoted all of them. I don't want to go through that. So I would want to also know, because I support Raila, we really would want to know where he has done some doublespeak. Maybe you'll tell us that in another, maybe kwa broadcast ingine. But it is unfair because, or you can even inbox me. I really want to know any one time Raila has done some doublespeak, because I hate to be a fanatic or a supporter of a liar. Even if it's Raila, if he lies, honestly, I don't go for that. The other thing is, it is so sad that these guys supporting KK can't see that the wells are running dry. And it is so sad for people who are intelligent, honestly, to just engage for the sake of, it's not a secondary school debate here. I'm a primary school debate. You know, you debate to pass time, to improve English. Here, here, I think we are stating facts and analyzing the leaders that we really want to have, and advising our children. I mean, advising our brothers and sisters, so that our kids can have a better tomorrow. This is not a child play, honestly. For me, if it is just a debate for the sake of it, I would rather sleep. So what I'm saying is, when Black comes and he's saying that, you know, that there is a statement he made which I felt like it was very tired, you know, that everybody, every politician does this. Is the same tired statements where people are saying kila mtu Kenya ni mwizi, you know, oh no, that is political statement. Kenya, where we are now, is not about political statement. It's about realism. Siasa ya Kenya ya sasa ni ukweli wa mambo. Kama hatutaki mwizi ama wezi, all right, we don't want corrupt people, because we have suffered 6 years. We have seen the result. So it's not a matter of gambling. In fact, hata ukienda kusoma political science books, for Kenya, we don't need those theories. We simply need to reject garbage and elect the savior for this nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Stan PK. Simon, dakika moja tafadhali.
Thank you so much, everybody. Nimewasikiza. I'm very happy. I just wanted to state a few things, then get out of this. I wanted to say the doublespeak issue here we are talking about is sometimes somebody makes a mistake when they talk, but there is the habitual doublespeak, and that is what we have seen with our deputy president. He has spoken maybe what PK listed is maybe a quarter or maybe less of the list that he has been able to doublespeak. And all these, they are recorded, they are on live TV. So Duke, when we say that you say something, doublespeak is simply saying something, and the following day you say exactly the opposite of what you had said the other day or yesterday. So that is why he has been gotten that label, which is not actually a label, is a truth that he is the king of the doublespeak. Now, the other thing that I wanted to mention is when he said about sisi watu what the kama tuko na watu tuko shida na wao ni kama kuna watu wako na shida wa Kikuyu ni sisi. He was talking about the challenges, that they are the ones that have the main problem, and he went ahead and said that for you to be able to get to the kusolve hii shida ya Wakikuyu, you have to get the power. That clip is there. It's you can see it live. It's not Photoshop. It's there. So what Duke was talking about is thank the boy he was able to get that. It's a confirmation, and he is going even now to continue to say that every politician has to do that. So where is the integrity? The question is here is the integrity. We are asking the integrity of doing that. Moving from that, I wanted to mention about Mother KARUA, which
Simon. Thank you. It was 1 minute. Asante. We can meet that tomorrow. Makiadi.
Thanking them, but I feel a little bit betrayed today because I expected Black to be executing some issues that we had talked about, and that is why I also yielded my time to him. You know, yesterday we had an issue here with regards to Kenya Kwanza Alliance through their DP candidate talking about you know, taking the funds that they're giving to KQ and giving to Mama Mboga. So we were supposed to have a little bit of a discussion, of which Black betrayed me. I'm not surprised because he comes from that coalition. Mine is just a little bit an issue with what Duke said today. Duke was trying to justify that why what was it? YK92 was not an illegal group because it was not determined so by the court. I want you to go and read the National Security Act, Article 4(1), and read about the function of the National Security Council. And together with that, you can read also Article 238 of the Constitution and Article 239. The minister, through the powers given to him through the Constitution, the Minister of Interior, can, with the advice of the National Security Council, implement measures to ban a group that is deemed a risk to the security of a country. He does not have to go to court to obtain an order. He can only do that with the advice of the National Security Council. All he does is just produce a national gazette, and that's it. So when you come to tell us here that Y2K92 was not deemed a rogue group, and that is why you stand by that belief, then you'll be lying to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Makiadi. Adams, 1 minute tafadhali. Hapana fungua debate.
Thank you. Simple. Freedom is coming tomorrow. Tit for tat is not the best political rebuttal for those who are trying to give us tit for tat answers here. Integrity is coming tomorrow. What I want to conclude with: cartelism, Rutoism, Regadeism, Pharaohism, Hitlerism, and Machiavellianism will end on the 9th of August 2022. May this message reach the likes of Duke and Black and their bosses. Thank you so much, and God bless.
Thank you, Adams. Alex.
Duke just confirmed to us that in the government of KKA, illegal entities like Youth for KANU 92 will not be called criminal enterprise. Duke just confirmed to us that in order for them again to take the second term, they will use all necessary means according to what the ground wants. Even if it is to kill to get to power, even if it's Musando to die, even if it's Mibei to die, even if it's Alex to die, it doesn't matter if we have to kill Mutembe in order for Duke to get a second term. Duke just confirmed my worst fears that to get to power by the KAA and William Samoei Ruto, you have to put everything on the side and do what is necessary to attain that power first. That is the government of KKA.
Yeah, so sad, but when you listen to Duke, that is the message you get. And Kenyans, let us go to the ballots and tell them that there's something more than that. At the ballot, let us make that difference. Makiadi tafadhali, tusome just a part, number 1 to 3, and then
Yeah, I'll read in English because of time. We're talking about Article 62, public lands, and it says public land is A, land which at the effective date was unalienated government land as defined by an act of parliament in force at the effective date. But B, it says land lawfully held, used, or occupied by the state organ, except any such land that is occupied by the state organ as lessee under a private lease. And part C, it says land transferred to the state by way of sale, reversion, or surrender.
Thank you for that. I hope we are continuing to learn a lot from the Constitution. Paul G. Hoffman says, a gentleman is one who is too brave to lie, too generous to cheat, and who takes his share of the world and lets other people have theirs. A gentleman is one who is too brave to lie, too generous to cheat, and who takes his share of the world and lets other people have theirs. And definitely from that, you can see that on one side, you don't have no gentleman. Now, we are going to say our national anthem. Kama kawaida, tunamaliza na maombi. Stone PK, you'll give us the first answer. Saimo, you'll give us the second. And Adams, you'll give us the third. Saimo amehepa. Hey. Stone PK, tupe stanza 1. You are muted.
Aya, asante Bwana Temba. E Mungu, nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na ulinzi. Can I sing?
Hapana. Karibu namaliza.
Okay, let me repeat. E Mungu, nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, ngao iwe na
Umenipata mara ya kwanza, mbona tena nini?
Leo nimechanganyika bana.
Haki iwe ngao na mlinzi.
Haki iwe ngao na mlinzi. Twende.
E Mungu, nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Hi, Adams. Adams, you kama
I'm sorry. Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye kazi. What am I saying? Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye kazi sote kwa bidii.
Tufanye sote bidii. Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii.
I think nimechanganyikiwa leo. Can somebody say it?
Wacha nichukue hiyo tena. Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu. Nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda.
Alex, the last answer.
Hey yao. Na tujenge taifa letu, ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima. Tuungane mikono. I don't know. Tuwe na shukrani.
No. Yeah. Tuungane mikono pamoja kazini.
Kila siku tuwe na shukrani.
Inshallah. Naona tunaishika. Asanteni sana. Let's meet tomorrow here 9:30. God bless you. Kwaherini.
Kwaheri.